I'm sorry, the wind user said with a stutter. It was all Ben's idea. He said that we would be able to take care of your level 1s and take your crystals, added to our team's points. The wind user was deadly frightened. Not only had he never seen such a strange ability before, but he was also still trying to decide if the person in front of him was human. This Ben, does he work for anyone? Quinn asked. I mean, we all work for the military, but no one told us to do anything if that's what you're asking. Quinn couldn't be 100% sure if he were telling the truth or not, but judging by his reaction and how frightened he was, Quinn felt like his words were true. You know, if you increase your charm stat a bit more, you would be able to get these weak-minded people to tell you anything, the system said. Are you kidding me? Quinn asked. No, there are certain skills in your system that will only unlock once you get enough stat points. One of them is a type of mind control for the charm stat. It's quite handy if their mind is weak. You can replace their memories, get them to spill the beans, or even if it was high, you could even get the person to kill themselves. Of course, that would only be for the very top of vampire classes. Do you know how many points in charm I need to unlock this skill? Quinn asked. 10 points are needed for the influence skill. 140 of 200 EXP. Right now, Quinn had gained 20 EXP for defeating the level 3 student, and 40 EXP points for defeating the level 4 student. Even if he did defeat the wind user in front of him, that would only bring his experience points up to 160. It wouldn't be enough to level up. The reason why Quinn was so adamant about unlocking this skill after hearing about it from the system was because he didn't know what to do. The 3 users here were from the same school as him, and they had seen his ability. It would have been fine if it was just the shadow ability, but they had also seen his blood abilities as well and his incredible healing. If he could, he wanted to avoid killing his fellow students, but it was something that would have had to be done. Just then, from the corner of his eye, Quinn saw something forming from the ground. The sharp object shot out like a bullet, and Quinn managed to move his head and dodge at the last second. Suddenly, heavy breathing sounds could be heard. When Quinn looked at the wind user in the shadow wall, he could see that an earth spike had impaled right through the wind user's neck. More spikes started to appear from the floor, and when Quinn looked ahead, he could see that the earth user had regained consciousness and was barely standing on his feet with his hand held out. Die, you bastard! He shouted. Thinking about the spike, Quinn felt like he had just avoided death. You just tried to kill me, Quinn shouted, when I was just thinking about sparing your lives. Humans are truly disgusting, Quinn thought. In a fit of anger, Quinn sent out blood swipe after blood swipe. The earth user tried to raise a wall between them, but the wall was far too weak. The second the blood swipes made an impact, the wall was smashed, and the blood strikes continued to hit the user. Quinn continued to fire out blood swipes until a message had appeared. A level 4 human has been killed. 80 EXP gained. At that moment, Quinn stopped. 210 of 200 EXP. Congratulations, you are now level 12. 28 of 65 HP. 2 free stat points have been added. 10 of 400 EXP. Quinn wasn't thinking correctly and purely attacked out of anger. The fact that someone had almost killed him, he just reacted, and what happened was not part of his plan. But just like when he looked at Ian's dead body, Quinn felt nothing looking at the Earth user's body, lying there lifeless in the corner. Then, from the back of the shadow void, he could hear a groan. Please, save me! It was coming from the wind user, who still had the earth spike lodged in his throat. The color on his face was now turning pale. If Quinn were a healer, then perhaps he would have been able to have done something. Walking over to the wind user, Quinn looked at him. Your friend did this to you. No, you did this to yourself when you tried attacking me. I will put you out of your pain. Casting his blood swipe from above and at a close range, he managed to cleanly cut off the wind user's head, and now he was no longer in pain. Level 3 user killed, 60 EXP gained, 70 of 400 EXP. So I do get more EXP for killing them. Looking at the bloody mess instead of feeling sick like a regular person, his stomach started to growl. Your hunger grows. During the fight, he had used up a lot of blood and had been stabbed several times, and right now the sweat smell coming off his body was only getting stronger. But his mind felt conflicted. I guess I'm no longer human. 65 of 65 HP. Blood type O has been consumed. 1 free stat point has been added. Before doing anything else, Quinn checked if the free stat point could be put into his charm skill, and just like he thought, it could. He then went on to the next body, the Earth user, and had done the same. After getting everything he needed, he could finally increase his charm points to 10. Charm points 10. New skill, Influence has been unlocked. Depending on the user's charm points and the mental strength of the opponent, the user can influence the person or creature to do their bidding. This includes things such as memory loss, information extraction, and so on. Must make direct eye contact with the target. Looking at the bow user on the ground, Quinn was tempted to just end his life there and get the experience points. However, he felt like he really would have lost a grip on himself if he did. In the end, he decided to try out his new powers, and if it didn't work, he would have to go through with it anyway. Lifting the user off the ground, Quinn slapped him across the face a few times until the man eventually woke up. As soon as his eyes opened, Quinn activated his new skill. Skill Influence activated. Skill successful. Around the user's eyes, a small red circle could now be seen, and his body went slightly stiff. "What do I do now?" Quinn asked. "Just say whatever you want, and it will happen. If you ask him a question, his brain will process the information and answer. If you tell him to forget something, he'll forget it. You can even replace the memory, but that's a little risky, to be honest, and doesn't work well if he gets pulled in for questioning." Quinn did as the system said and gave out his instructions. "I want you to forget everything that happened today. You never saw me, and you never met me. You just came out to hunt some beasts, and I want you to go back to sleep." The color around the man's eyes returned to normal, and he quickly went back to sleep as Quinn had ordered. Quinn then tried to cancel the shadow ability, and slowly from above, the shadow started to shrink and disappear. The shadow started to slowly clear and shrink back until it all went right underneath Quinn's feet. "You are being hit by direct sunlight. Your stats have been reduced by 70%. Immediately he felt sluggish, and his head started to hurt. Once his MC points had returned, he was sure to use Shadow Cloak to cover himself and get out of the sun. Then, just as Quinn was getting ready to set off, he spotted black smoke off in the distance. "Isn't that next to where Peter was?" Vorden and the others started to make their way through the dry, harsh desert. Eventually, after walking through the desert, they could finally see the small well area in sight. "That's where Quinn said to meet them, right?" Layla asked. "Yeah, they said they would be here." But just then, Vorden stopped and looked down at the ground. Rubble from one of the buildings could be seen everywhere, but what shocked him the most was Peter. He was crawling across the ground towards them. His legs had been hurt, and possibly a few of his ribs broken. The only thing he was using was his forearms to crawl along the floor towards them. "Peter, what happened?" Layla asked as she came rushing over and knelt by his side. "I have to," Peter mumbled. "I have to get back those crystals. Otherwise those guys will hate me. I can't live anymore," Peter said. "Peter, you've done enough," Vorden said, as he knelt and placed his hands on his shoulders. Peter was half-conscious the whole time, yet there was one thing in his mind keeping him going forward. He had dealt with the gruesome pain of being tortured, but he couldn't deal with everyone hating him. He looked up and could see Vorden bent over in front of him. Immediately, tears started to run down his face. "I'm sorry, Vorden," Peter cried. "They took the crystals. I tried to stop them, I promise." "I know you did," Vorden replied. At that moment, all the energy had left Peter's body, and he had completely collapsed and passed out on the floor. "What do you think happened to him?" Layla asked. Aaron had ignored Peter for the most part, and went straight for the bag past him. It was laid on top of the rubble. "It's gone," Aaron said. "They took our crystals." "Well, I guess it was pretty clear what happened then," Vorden said. "Wait a minute, what about Quinn? I don't see him anywhere," Layla said. "Well, it's not like we can ask Peter what happened," Aaron replied. "They probably took him away too." Although it was possible, the other two doubted it. Out of the bag, Aaron had pulled out a little first aid box. It looked to be made of metal like a small briefcase, and had a small standard red cross on it. Then she placed it on the ground and pressed the red cross. The little suitcase started to transform into what looked like a little droid. "How can I be of assistance?" the droid asked. "Student Peter Chuck over there. Administer whatever you can to make him feel better." The little robot then scouted off and started to scan the area until it had eventually found Peter injured on the ground. "Will he be okay after this?" Layla asked. "He should be. That robot can deal with some pretty serious injuries. It's like having a personal doctor with you," Aaron replied. "As long as he isn't near death, he should be fine. But I do have to warn you guys, we only have one of those things." "I'm surprised you let Peter use it then," said Layla. Aaron didn't want to use such a precious item on Peter. But after hearing the words of the others and seeing Peter in pain like that, it made her realize that perhaps the others weren't exaggerating about the mistreatments of others. Just then, Vorden spotted the sign of black smoke off in the distance. "Do you think that's them?" "Probably one of them using their abilities," said Vorden. "It doesn't look too far away, and we can get our crystals back." "But what about Quinn?" Layla replied. "Why don't we split up?" Vorden suggested. "We can't just leave Peter out here. I'll stay with him in case anything happens. When he's all healed up, we'll go looking for Quinn. You two can go get our crystals back, but if it looks too tough, then fall back and come to the well." With them agreeing, it was the only thing they could do. Vorden stayed with Peter while the two girls headed off to the area of black smoke. On Earth, on one of the very few pieces of land that still existed, was a reasonably large tower that had been built. The tower was so large and grand in size that if someone was to stand at the top of it, they could reach the clouds. This sole tower's purpose was to monitor the activity of each of the planets on the other side of the portals. It needed a strange source of power, that only Eno knew of. It was the same source of power used to power the portals. But today, unlike any other day, red alarm bells were ringing inside. The people were rushing all over the place. In a single room, they had about 200 employees all looking at a computer screen of their own. "Sir, it looks like there's been a breach on one of the green portal planets," one of the men at the computer said. Standing at the back of the room was a man who looked to be in his 50s. Although he was not one to seem intimidating just from looking at him, when he spoke, his words gave a certain feeling of trust. "Bring up the information on the big screen in front of you," he ordered. They did as asked, and managed to pull up a small video. It was of a black flying object that had entered the planet's atmosphere. It looked to be slightly injured even before arriving on the planet. "There are meant to be no Dalki in this area. This is near the start of the solar. The Dalki's planets were mostly at the back." The Dalki and humans shared the planets in this specific solar system. Although not at war with each other currently, the two were in a race with each other to see who could conquer more planets. "Send a message out to Dalki Station. Ask them if it's from any of their known battalions, and tell them we'll get rid of it at all costs." "Yes, sir." "Also inform the military base, which is in charge of the planet, to send someone to deal with this immediately." "Will do, sir." Out in the desert, the black smoke was now rising into the air more ferocious than ever. It looked like a signal was being cast, and could probably now be seen for miles out in all directions. Although Ben had told his friend to go ahead and run away, they both stood there. As the Dalki got out of the ship, they felt like their eyes couldn't leave such a powerful being for even a second. As Ben looked at the Dalki, he noticed that it had a single spike coming from the back of its spine. This was good news, as they had learnt the fewer spikes they had meant, the weaker they were. "Maybe we have a chance," Ben shouted. "It's too late to run now, but if we face it together." Ben reached for the club on his back and pulled it out. "Are you ready, Hugo?" he asked. After asking his question, no words were heard, and a few seconds later, a thud sound was heard. As he turned his head, he could see his friend's body lying there in the sand, dead. Ben didn't even know what happened. Out of fear, he charged in with his club held in his hand and used all his strength to smash down at the beast. But with a single hand, the Dalki grabbed the club and then crushed it to pieces. "This place stinks," Dalki said. The two girls continued to walk through the desert. "Wait up! Aaron, slow down! It's really hot out here," Layla complained. "I can't let them take our crystals. If they hand them in and we lose our points, then that means we could lose our place at number 1. So what? It's not worth risking our lives over. Even without those, we should still get a pretty good position. Why do you need to be number 1 so much?" For the first time, Erin had paused and stood still in the sand. Her fist was clenched, and just as she was about to say something, she bit her lip to stop herself. "Come on, we're not too far off." By now, the black smoke had covered most of the view in front of them. There weren't a lot of things that could be caught on fire, so just what on earth was making that much smoke, Layla thought. Then, as they were walking, Layla suddenly sped up as she spotted what looked like a small black spot in the sky. As it got closer, she noticed it looked ball-shaped and saw that something was dripping from the bottom of it. "Hey, what is that?" Layla asked. "I don't know. It might be someone's ability or something," Aaron replied. "Maybe you can catch it." Finally, when it was a few meters in the air, Layla managed to stop it and slowly brought it over to their location. But a few seconds later, she forgot about everything and immediately dropped the object onto the floor. A thumping sound was heard, and it rolled onto the sand towards them. With it, a trail of red was sinking into the sand. "That was a head," Layla said with her voice all shaky. "I'm not seeing things right. It was a head?" "Was it a beast? Or maybe something else even? It could even have something to do with the black smoke," Aaron said calmly. "How are you not affected by this?" "Our lives are worth more than some stupid crystals," shouted Layla. "Let's get back to the well and tell the others." But Aaron stood there deep in thought. "If it's an intermediate beast and I use my full strength, I should still be able to take it out," she thought. But then, in the distance, a tall figure could be seen coming towards them. Its tail slowly moved to the left and right. "What is that?" Layla asked. For the first time, Aaron didn't seem like her confident self. However, right now she is different. She had crossed her arms over her body, hugging herself and shivering in the desert heat. "Mommy, please save me," she said ever so quietly. Now that the creature was even closer, Layla could finally see what Aaron could see. It was a Dalki, but it wasn't alone. As it walked, it seemed to be dragging something along with it. "Oh, is that another two I see?" the Dalki said. He then looked at Ben's body, which he had been dragging with him. It now had no head, but the rest of its limbs were still intact. He placed his foot on the body and pulled on the arm, ripping it from its socket. "It's a bit closer than last time, but it's not as easy to throw." The Dalki aimed at the two in front of it, leaned back, and speared the arm through the air. Seeing the arm coming towards them, Layla knew this one was too fast for her to slow down with her ability. They barely managed to dodge it, with Layla pulling Aaron away from the area. "Aaron, we're getting out of here." Drawing her hand back, she slapped Aaron across the face, leaving a red mark as she spoke. "Ice path." She created an ice path in front of her and then formed blades below her feet. "Do you know how to ice skate?" Aaron asked. "No." "Then hold on." Lifting Layla onto her back, Aaron started to skate down the ice path at amazing speed. Every time they would reach the end of the path, she would extend the ice in front of her. Those two girls were probably heading for the shelter. If so, it would be bad news if they warned everyone before I got there. I guess I better stop them. Unluckily for the two girls, if the Dalki knew they were not heading for the shelter, he perhaps would have left them on their own. Their destination was actually for the well, hoping to warn Vorden and the others. Vorden was currently looking at Peter, who was bandaged from head to toe. The little droid had even performed stitches in areas that had an open wound. "Did we go too far?" Vorden said to himself. "Too far? Are you kidding me?" Rayton said. "You seem to be forgetting that this person sent us off to our death." "Rayton, don't you remember why we were created?" Vorden asked. "Perhaps Peter was going through something similar to Syl, and it was only thanks to us that Syl was able to cope with it all. Have some sympathy for Peter." Just then, Peter started to move a little in his sleep, until eventually he opened up his eyes and slowly lifted the top half of his body off the ground. "I would move slowly if I were you," Vorden said. "I know you hate me, and you have every right to, but I feel like I need to get something off my chest," Peter said. Vorden continued to look away, avoiding eye contact. "I didn't choose the school or the bullies over you two like you might be thinking. I chose my family over you two. You see, I have an older sister, or maybe I should say, I had an older sister. She died on an expedition. It was a big shock to us all, but it was an even bigger shock for my parents. They told me not to worry, not to try and work hard like my sister, for fear I would perish as well." "Sounds like you had a good family," Vorden said. "You should have listened to them. Trust me, they are a lot happier with you alive." Peter then lifted himself from the ground and looked at Vorden. "I realized that, and that's why I said I picked my family over you guys, but then they started targeting me, threatening me on this expedition." "Was it Earl and his underlings?" Vorden asked. "No, I mean they were a part of it, but it was someone bigger, someone near the top." "Who? Peter, tell me. Was it one of the teachers, or even one of the sergeants maybe?" Peter paused for a second, as he was unsure whether he should tell Vorden or not. Vorden strangely looked at him. This made Peter feel scared and made him start to talk. It was... Before Peter could answer, "Vorden! Peter! Quinn!" Layla shouted at the top of her lungs. The two of them immediately headed outside and could see Layla being carried by Aaron, who ice-skated through the desert. "Are you okay?" Layla asked Aaron. "I just used up all my power. I don't think I can help in the fight," Aaron said. "What happened? Are you running from the people who stole our crystals?" Peter asked with a worried expression on his face. "No, it's a Dalki," Layla said. The fear was written on her face. Further in the desert, Quinn was plodding away in the loose sand, walking back towards the water well. "Long exposure to the sun has been confirmed. Your body has been weakened further. All stats will now be reduced by 80%. "What is this?" Quinn shouted. 80%? At that moment, Quinn had fallen to his knees as his whole body gradually started to feel weaker. "What is happening to me? System, help! Please explain!" Quinn shouted to himself. Skill-activated Shadow Cloak. The shadow at the bottom of his feet began to slowly surround him. He became like a human figure made out of shadows. Stats have returned to normal. His MC points hadn't fully recovered. Quinn wasn't bothered about this. Aaron and Vorden could protect him until his MC points fully recovered. "A Dalki, are you sure?" Vorden asked. They suddenly saw a black figure flying in the sky. It was coming in their direction. It crashed into the large metal machinery, causing it to break apart. The Dalki standing right in the middle of the wreckage could be seen. "You should tell me where the shelter is. Now," Dalki said, pointing to the piece of scrap metal beside Layla. "Me?" she stammered. "It's over there," she pointed. "Thank you, but I'm afraid no one can know that I was here." He then straightened the piece of metal in his hands with his claws. Then, using his fingertips, he sliced the top half of it to create a makeshift spear. "I must not fail my mission," he says as he chucked the spear toward the students. Vorden immediately arrived in front of the group and conjured an ice barrier. "No, that won't be enough," Aaron said while still lying on the ground. She then lifted her hand and helped Vorden cast another wall behind it, making it as thick as possible, using the last bits of her power. "I need to help," Layla thought, as she focused her mind, doing her best to slow down the spear's movements. Also, Peter rushed forward to where the ice wall was. "Peter, what are you doing? Watch out!" Vorden shouted. "I can help too," Peter shouted back. Peter placed both of his hands on the ground, and in that spot, a piece of earth started to slowly rise, eventually creating a third barrier. Then finally, the spear had stopped moving. "Oh, perhaps we need to start waging this war again before you Earthlings grow even stronger." "Syl, we need your help now," Vorden said. "No," Syl shouted back. "If you don't, we will all die. You said you would take me to see Quinn. I don't even see any Quinn around here. Why would you lie to me?" Syl asked. "Just ignore the brat," Rayton said. "Let me take over. We don't have time." Vorden immediately left the chair and allowed Rayton to take over. The Dalki then rushed forward, and at that moment, Rayton placed both of his hands on the ground, and a trail of ice materialized, heading straight for the Dalki's feet. "Hey, ugly!" Rayton shouted at the Dalki in an attempt to provoke it. "When that ugly thing stops moving, fire all the arrows you have at it," he shouted to Layla. In the end, she aimed the arrow to go directly into the Dalki's thigh. However, the arrow simply bounced off, not even leaving a scratch on it. "Damn it!" Rayton shouted. "Let's have some lizard barbecue." Using both of his palms, he fired a huge stream of fire toward the lizard. But then, the intensity of the flames started to decrease at an alarming rate, as if they were being sucked away by something. All of the flames were flowing towards the Dalki like it was a vacuum, traveling in one stream directly towards the Dalki's mouth. "Thank you for the meal," it said. "I haven't had anything this tasty in years." "It's hopeless," Aaron said. "It's too strong. We're all going to die." Skill-activated Shadow Void. The area around them started to be encased in a dark shadow. "Is this the Dalki's power?" Layla asked. The Dalki himself was equally confused as them. Just what was it that was surrounding the entire area with them in it? The black shadow started to surround all of them. It slowly encased the group until finally the whole area around them was filled with purple shadows. But then Aaron noticed that the Dalki was also looking around in confusion at the shadows as if it was something unknown to it. Then from behind a claw-like shape of red lines came flying toward the Dalki. It turned around. Sensing the power of the attack, it lifted both of its arms to protect itself, and it placed its arms in an X shape right in front of its face. Just as it was about to look up, 4 more of the same attack came at it. Although the attacks didn't hurt the Dalky, for the first time in a long while, it had been pushed back from its position by an attack. As soon as Quinn had released his first attack, his shadow cloak had disappeared, and this had revealed him to everyone. The problem was he was low on MC points. He only had 30 of his MC points left, and he needed to use them wisely. Then Erin spotted Quinn's watch. To her surprise, it currently displayed the number 6. Was he hiding his strength the whole time? She shouted. He must have had his reasons, Layla said. How's the little one doing? Rayton asked. He's still sleeping, Borden replied. So it looks like I'll have to deal with this one, Rayton said. The Dalky then went and picked up another piece of scrap metal from the ground that was part of the well's machinery. Let's see how strong you are, the Dalky shouted as he chucked the spear-like object towards Quinn. No, there's no way he can block that on his own, Layla said. Peter stayed by Erin's side while Vorden and Layla rushed towards Quinn. Shadow control. Using his shadow control skill, Quinn was able to create a black circular shield. But for Vorden, seeing Quinn's action made something click in his head. The spear flew, going at lightning speed, until the tip had touched the black circular shadow. At that moment, the spear looked like it had stopped in midair. Once the spear slowed, Quinn moved to the side. He took the shadow away and allowed the spear to continue moving forward and out of the shadow void. This is perfect, Vorden said. Quinn, as a vampire, was the perfect counter to the Dalky. Vorden threw an ice spear at the Dalky. It shattered into a million pieces once it hit the Dalky's body. However, it did catch Dalky's attention, which was what Vorden was aiming for. You are boring, the Dalky said. I'm far more interested in that one. Hey, brat, Vorden shouted. Its skin is too tough. Use an attack that can hurt it on the inside. On the inside? Quinn thought. When the Dalky was a few meters away, it leapt up into the air with its claws out, and with both of its hands above its head, ready to smash down. MC 20 of 100. The Dalky could feel its attack slowing down as soon as it touched a strange, shadow-like substance, but by using its considerable strength, it was able to pull its hands from the shadow. MC 10 of 100. His attacks are so strong, I can only take one more, Quinn thought. As the Dalky threw another punch towards him, Quinn moved the shadow and wrapped it around the Dalky's fist. MC 0 of 100. Quinn could see the Dalky's other hand coming straight at him. He looked the Dalky in the eyes. Skill days. Days successful, your opponent has been stunned. He stepped behind the Dalky and prepared all the motions for the hammer strike. He added blood spray to the last part, turning it into the most powerful attack he had, a blood hammer. The Dalky still hadn't moved from his spot, but after a few seconds, he fell on one knee. This was Quinn's answer, an internal attack. When Quinn thought everything was over, a large fist had come out of nowhere, swinging out and hitting him right in the ribs, sending him flying through the air. Critical hit! Your ribs have been broken. The Dalky stood up from the ground and smiled, wiping away the green blood from its mouth. I'm not done with you yet, boy. As Quinn hit the building, his body crashed through the wall, and he fell to the floor. Now that was impressive, the Dalky said with a smile on his face. Did you know the more a Dalky gets hurt, the stronger they get? When the Dalky tried to take another step forward, it felt something akin to a force field that was pulling him back and slowing him down. Syl had taken over. Are you trying to take Quinn away from me? He yelled. You Earthlings are nothing like we were told, and you're not even adults, you're just students, the Dalky said. The whole situation was filling the battle-crazy Dalky with happiness. At that moment, Quinn was just lifting himself off the ground. 100 millimeters of blood used. Blood bank is now empty. Vorden, how long do you think you can hold him? Layla asked. At the same time, she saw Quinn lifting himself off the ground and the sun continuing to set behind him. Even if it turns to night, how is Quinn going to be able to fight such a thing? It's just too strong, Layla thought. Then she seemed to recall something Quinn had told her in the past, that he seemed to get stronger with each person's blood he drank. The next thing Layla did, she grabbed one of the arrows from her quiver and used the tip to make a small cut on the palm of Erin's hands. Then, using the bowl of ice, she allowed the blood to drip into it. Once there was a good amount of blood, she continued to do the same using her blood. Next up was Peter. The Dalky continued to move towards them, and the sweat was running down Syl's face. The stupid dinosaur's strong, Syl said to Vorden and Rayton. Suddenly, Layla appeared by his side. She created a small cut on the back of Vorden's leg. When the bowl was finally full, she started to make her way towards Quinn. Just what is that girl doing? The Dalky thought. "Here, drink this," Layla said as she handed over the bowl full of blood. He took the bowl and gulped it down in one go. 65 of 65 HP. Blood bank has been filled. 2 points have been added into agility. 1 free stat point has been added. You are no longer affected by sunlight. All stats have returned to normal. After consuming the blood in the bowl, Quinn felt like a whole new person. "I can't hold on any longer, I'm too tired," Syl whined. The struggle against the Dalki was too much for him. He wasn't fighting obsessed like Rayton, so he gave up control and left Vorden in charge once again. The Dalki could suddenly move 1 foot in front of the other again. The amount of force it felt being exerted on itself was like nothing compared to before. Quinn, seeing this happen, knew he was in trouble. He put the free stat point into agility without hesitation. It now brought his agility stat up to a total of 23. Then, using all the speed he could and activating his boot's wind walk ability, he rushed over to where the Dalki was. Moving at an incredible speed, Quinn managed to cover the distance from the building to where the others were in only a few seconds. As soon as he was in range, he cast another blood swipe. The attack ripped through the sand and was heading straight for his target. The Dalki pulled his head back at the last second, and the attack skimmed right past its nose. "But how is this possible? I'm certain you should be at the death's door by now," the Dalki said. The Dalki charged towards him. A swing made its way to his head. Quinn ducked down and threw out a punch, performing blood spray at the same time, taking advantage of the close range. 60 of 65 HP. The fight continued in this fashion, with Quinn avoiding each of the Dalki's attacks, and whenever it would get too close, he would use his blood abilities to push it away. 48 of 65 HP. Quinn had to be sure not to get a hit from the Dalki. Another claw was coming at him, and it looked like he was about to get hit. He had no choice but to perform the flash step and appear directly behind the Dalki. "Damn, I can only use the flash step one more time," Quinn thought, but the Dalki was getting equally frustrated. "You little Keenan, I will squash you." It lifted both fists and smashed them into the ground. It didn't seem like an attack made to hurt anyone. The rocks just lifted into the air and quickly fell back to the floor. It was just a way for it to let out a little bit of frustration. Quinn had taken a few steps back away from the Dalki and quickly opened up his status screen. MC points 40 of 100. This was what Quinn was waiting for. He was waiting for his MC points to return so he could use the shadow ability again. The Dalki was surprised to see that Quinn was the one coming towards it. "So you finally decided to attack, I see," it shouted. Quinn flung his hand out with his fingers held together, casting a single red line of aura. Then, before it could move away from him, the shadow underneath his feet started to move. The shadow reached out and grabbed the blood aura, holding it in place, and now the other end of the shadow was attached to Quinn's hand. The two opponents were still quite a distance away from each other, but Quinn still swung out the shadow scythe. Seeing this, the Dalki wasn't afraid. It was slightly confused, actually, as the scythe would be able to reach him. Suddenly, as the scythe was swung outwards, it seemed like it was starting to extend. With Quinn's new attack, combining his shadow control with the blood swipe, hit the Dalki's body. 47 of 65 HP, 35 of 100 MC. The Dalki's blood continued to drip from its side and fall into the sand, but now the spike on its back was pulsating faster and glowing brighter. Seeing the Dalki injured and bleeding made Quinn feel excited. He charged forward once again. "Come on, attack me again," the Dalki shouted. And Quinn did just that. The attack was a success, and it caused the Dalki to fall onto the ground. Its forearms were dripping with green blood, but it ignored its wounds. It just stood up once again and charged forward. At this point, even Quinn was starting to worry. He went to attack once again with his shadow scythe. Only this time the Dalki managed to jump and avoid the blow. "Did it just get faster?" Quinn said. "You seem to have forgotten," the Dalki said. "I told you already, the more we are hurt, the stronger we become." "I can't win," Quinn said. "Even with my full power, it's still too strong." "Snap out of it, Quinn," the system shouted in his head. "You only became a vampire a couple of weeks ago, and you think you can already take out an enemy like this? You will grow in due time, but the important thing right now is to survive." "I can do this! I have to do this!" Quinn shouted. Running forward and not changing his direction, he went straight ahead. Then, just as the Dalki was prepared to attack, flash step! He used his skill, allowing him to avoid the strike and go right past the Dalki. "What is he doing?" Layla thought. "Should we run? Is that why he's coming towards us?" "I need blood!" Quinn yelled. "I can't fight the Dalki like this. I need more blood!" Layla didn't ask any questions and immediately started to make another cut on the palm of her hand, and Aaron had already formed another ice bowl. But when they all looked up, their faces had dropped entirely, for the Dalkey was already right behind Quinn. Not only had its strength gotten higher, but so had its speed. Everything about the Dalkey had improved. It was too late for Quinn to notice, and the Dalkey was already mid-attack. The fist flew forward and penetrated right through flesh and bone, going straight through his body and out to the other side. Bright red blood could be seen dripping onto the ground with a fist through his body, but it wasn't Quinn's body that was penetrated. The person who had been hit was Peter. "Quinn," Peter said weakly, coughing out blood that filled his mouth. "Please, forgive me." His body fell to the ground and hit the soft sand. His blood continued to soak the sand, turning it red. At the moment Quinn needed help the most, the only one brave enough to step up and come to Quinn's side was Peter. However, it came at a terrible price. As Quinn saw Peter's body hit the ground, a certain reality hit him. He had seen people die before, but this was the first time that someone he knew personally had died. "Peter!" he shouted. "When did he get over there?" Layla asked after hearing Quinn shout. "He must have started moving towards Quinn as soon as he saw the Dalkey," Borden said. The Dalkey looked at Peter on the floor. "That's quite noble of you. It's a shame, though, since you will all be dying with him." "I'll kill you!" Quinn shouted, "even if it means killing myself." Quinn rapidly fired out multiple blood sprays. "Hey, it seems to be working!" Layla shouted out. "I'll kill you!" Quinn shouted, "and once I'm done with you, I'll suck out your blood until you're nothing but a walking skeleton." He continued to shout out words of abuse, but he wasn't sure what he was saying. Fortunately, a nice surprise came to him amidst his combat. Blood spray has leveled up. Blood spray is now level 2. As it hit the Dalkey this time, its wound seemed to be opening up, as more green blood was leaking out of it than before. Now that the two of them were a distance away, the group ran up to Peter to check on him. Surprisingly, even though he had such a big wound, he was still breathing. Layla cried out, "He'll bleed to death like this. It might be best if we kill him here," Vorden said all of a sudden. The two girls looked at Vorden with expressions of shock. "Look at him, he's in pain. He's been bleeding for the last 2 minutes, and at most he only has another 3 before he's completely gone. It'll be more peaceful to get rid of him now." But the group didn't have time to decide, for they were distracted by something else. When they looked over, they saw Quinn kneeling on one knee, while the Dalkey was still standing, but green blood was oozing from the multiple wounds on his body. Quinn hadn't paid much attention to it, but he had unfortunately ran out of stamina. With the increase of firepower in the blood spray, it also took up more energy to use it. He looked at the Dalkey that was still standing, unbelieving that it was still alive after it had received so much damage. The Dalkey soon started walking over, while Quinn looked at it directly in the eyes. Daze. Daze skill ineffective. And just like that, the last thing he could do had been tossed out the window. "Damn it! If Peter can go forward, then at least I can as well," Vorden shouted all of a sudden as he charged in with what little power he had left. But all of a sudden, a large metallic object went flying right by Vorden's head, landing directly between Quinn and the Dalkey. "You kids get back! Get out of here now! That's an order!" It was a mech. The mechs had humongous strength, and were equivalent to that of the Dalkey they were currently facing. "Come, Quinn!" Vorden yelled, putting Peter on top of his shoulder. "Let's get out of here!" And with that, the two of them went over to where the others were by Peter's side. Right now, his face was much paler than before, and not to mention, his eyelids were drooping as well. Quinn knelt by his side and looked him in the eyes. "I'm sorry, Peter. You saved me." "If you wish to save him, you must act quickly," the system said. "I can save him? But these wounds are impossible to heal with no healer around." "That is indeed the case, but if he was no longer human, and a supply of blood from each of you, he would be able to overcome this fatal wound. Would you like to activate the blood ritual?" The system had given him an option at the most crucial time, whether to make Peter into a blooded one or not. Surely becoming a vampire was better than dying, right? "I'll do it," Quinn said. "Quinn, what's up with your eyes?" Layla asked. Quinn didn't know it himself, but as soon as he had accepted to activate the skill of his blood ritual, his eyes started to glow. Right after, he started to follow the instructions one by one. Please proceed by inserting the host's blood into the mouth of the target. Then, using one of the tips of Layla's arrow, he inflicted a cut on his hand, creating a brand new wound. He held his hand just above Peter's mouth, who was now barely breathing, and allowed for the blood to drip in. Peter's eyes then opened wide, and now he had red rings around his eyes. Quinn, this isn't enough. The transformation has only just begun, but he now needs the blood of the others to live, the system shouted. Guys, please, I need you all to do the same, Quinn asked. Just then, Peter's body started shaking uncontrollably. Quinn quickly grabbed both of his hands. Someone hold his mouth open, Quinn shouted. Vorden quickly moved to the top of Peter's head and held his mouth open wide. The others did as instructed, and each one squeezed out the blood from the previous wound they had made before, reopening them. Finally, a result. The wound around Peter's stomach started to heal as his cells slowly patched them together. It was at a speed unseen unless one was using a healing ability. What magic is this? Aaron said out loud. Peter started to struggle less and less until he eventually calmed down and his eyes were finally closed. Is he still alive? Layla asked. At that moment, Quinn received another message. The ritual was a success. The human has successfully been blooded 1/2. A vampire ghoul has been created. A new family has been created. What would you like to name your family? Now that you have turned someone, he falls under your ranks. He has your blood, so he is part of your family. Every vampire that turns someone has the responsibility to look after their family, the system explained. Right now, Quinn could only think of one thing. Although he had gotten stronger thanks to the ability, he now relied on one thing: blood. Without it, he didn't know how he would survive. Family name the Cursed. This was how Quinn felt at this moment in time. Just then, a loud crash was heard. As the group turned their head, they could see a Dalki on top of one of the mechs, ripping off one of its arms. Well, well, looks like we lucked out and it's only a single spike. A voice was heard from behind the group of students, and when they turned to look, they could see Leo standing there. But right now, he had a light set of black and red beast gear on, and his chest had the design of a Japanese demon, an Oni with horns. There will be no need to call the others, or use my soul weapon for something like this. At the second military base inside one of the schools, another meeting was taking place. There's been a report of a Dalki ship crash landing on the planet Kaladi, Nathan reported. The tower made communications with the Dalki, and of course, they said it was a member who had gone rogue. Before Nathan could even finish his sentence, Leo stood up from his seat and bowed down in front of Nathan. Please allow me to go. Those students are too young to experience something like this, especially on their first outing. They must be protected. As long as the Dalki had no more than 3 spikes, then Nathan was confident in him. Faye, Haley, I want 2 of you on standby just outside the portal for their return. If any backup is needed, then you go straight through. Haley, heal anyone who needs immediate medical attention. It seems like Dell's class is having it tough this year, Haley said. I couldn't agree more. It's almost as if bad luck has been following them around wherever they go, Faye replied. Leo was eventually ready, unhesitatingly entering the portal soon after. The shelter had responded to the emergency response and had closed all shelter gates. 2 mechs had been sent out to look for the Dalki, with both of them arriving at the crash sites. But once the mechs had discovered their location, they were able to tell Leo exactly where they were. Men, fall back, Leo shouted. The 2 guys in the mechs did as ordered. Another one, the Dalki said as he saw Leo walking towards him with his hand on his sheath. The Dalki looked like he was heavily injured, but that didn't fool Leo. Using his ability, he could see the strong aura emanating from him. Why did you fight us? Leo asked. In response to his question, the Dalki ignored him and went in for a strike. Leo responded to his actions by pivoting forward and using a quick draw, pulling out the katana from its sheath and putting it back in an instant. The Dalki felt nothing, as his arm had been cleanly sliced off. There was no resistance like everything else beforehand. It was as if the sword was able to ignore all attributes. You, the Dalki pointed with his other hand. I know who you are. The others had warned me about you. Unfortunately for him, before he could finish talking, its head had also been cleanly cut off. Was this the only one? Leo asked. For a moment, the students had forgotten to speak as they were too amazed at what they had just seen. Yes, that's the only one we saw, Layla replied. The 2 mechs soon ran forward and went down on their knees. Thank you for protecting us, Sergeant Leo. Don't thank me, Leo replied. Thankfully, the Dalki was already on its last legs. You 2 must have done a good job in injuring the Dalki before I got here. The 2 soldiers looked at each other in response. They hadn't even managed to land a hit, even once. Nearly all of the wounds that were on the Dalkey were on it before they had even gotten there. It couldn't have been the students, could it? They simultaneously thought. In contrast, Quinn's attention was focused on something else. His eyes were fixated on the Dalkey's hand that was not too far away from them. He started walking over, and Vorden soon noticed what he was looking at as well. Inspect. Dalkey, a half-human, half-beast race. Half-human, half-beast? Quinn looked at it with a confused expression. Aren't the Dalkey aliens? Inspect. Dalkey blood. Consuming the blood will have unknown effects on the host. System, do you know what the Dalkey blood will do? Quinn asked. No, the system replied bluntly, but I will tell you this. If it did harm to your body, the system would warn you. Should I? Quinn thought. The system said it wouldn't hurt me, right? Well, here it goes. As the blood touched his tongue, a mint sensation entered his body. Level 1 Dalkey blood has been consumed. A 10% increase in all stats. Will last 1 hour. The tingling feeling Quinn felt through his body was hard to describe, and the buff that he got from obtaining it was amazing. Quinn looked at the arm again and thought if there was any way of him taking it back with him. Unfortunately, it seemed like non-living matter was unable to enter the dimensional space. But by that time, Leo and the other two were already done with checking out the dead Dalkey body. These two will escort you back to the school. Make sure that all your injuries are dealt with. As the others walked off with the soldiers, Leo grabbed onto Quinn's wrist. It looks like you stayed true to your word, and you protected them, Leo said. I guess you are on our side after all. But as Leo looked past Quinn, he noticed Peter, and he looked slightly different and had a slight tint of purple to his aura, similar to Quinn. I'm still keeping my eye on you two, Leo said, but for now, go rest. Just then, as the group continued to carry Peter on their shoulders, it seemed like he was starting to wake up. As he opened his eyes, Vorden and Layla slowly allowed him to stand on his own 2 feet. What happened? He asked. I think you should talk to Quinn once we have the time and this is all over, Vorden replied. Anyway, how are you feeling? Layla asked. I'm feeling good, Peter replied. Better than usual, actually, although I am a bit hungry. Somewhere in an unknown place in a large room, there was a large rectangle table that stretched out far and wide. On the table, there were a total of 13 seats, and each one had a person sitting in them, all apart from one. It was a mixture of men and women, and they all looked all sorts of ages. But they all had one thing in common as they sat in their seats, and that was their red-colored eyes. Behind each of the seats was a single purple-colored flame, just behind them attached to the wall, and behind the empty seat, there was one that had been lit up as well. A single man sat at the head of the table and started the conversation. As you can see, the flame has been lit above the 10th chair. Does that mean he's back? But I thought he had died. No, I believe he managed to somehow find someone before he left this world, and they have officially bloodied their first, creating a new family. But why now? It's been 100 years. I don't know, but what I do know is we must find this new family and bring them in as soon as possible. Make sure they uphold our laws, and if not, we shall get rid of them all. Inside a pitch-black training hall, a certain boy was creeping his way forward towards a door, and just hovering above him was something that looked like a miniature bull, a little larger than a human's fist, although this one also had tiny wings and 2 large fangs on the front of his face. Did you spot anyone, Ham? The kid asked. His name was Fex, and today he had come to the hall inside his family's castle for one reason, to go to the human world. Just then, out of his backpack, Fex pulled a small silver ring that had 10 crystals embedded on the inside and all around. I have to thank you again, Bloody Volver, wherever you are. Because of you, I can finally leave this place. He then placed the ring on the ring finger of his right hand and was finally ready to go. Wait, I think I hear someone, Ham said. Well, let's hope I don't end up somewhere too bad. Fex then rushed over to one of the square machines on the floor and tapped on top of the machine. Access code accepted. From the hallway, one of the guards who was roaming could hear the mechanical sounds coming from the room. Is someone using the teleporters? I don't remember an outing planned for today, the man thought. He quickly ran into the room, and just then he could see Fex standing in front of the circular teleport device. Fex turned around and looked up at the man. He gave him a huge smile before saluting the man. He grabbed Ham and jumped back into the teleport circle. "Ham, you need to transform. The humans will have a fit if they see you flying above me." A small puff of black smoke appeared around Ham. When the black smoke went away, it was replaced with what looked like a black dangling earring. It was round at the top, with a little symbol of a bull on it. When Fex opened his eyes, he found himself in a large dome-like building with digital signs going all across the walls, showing all sorts of advertisements. But the biggest one of them all was one that said, "Welcome to Toklon City." Fex headed for the exit, as if he didn't worry about the world, but just as he reached the exit, he could see the doors to the outside where the sun was glaring. "Time to put this ring to the test," Fex said. He closed his eyes and took one step out into the open sun, and nothing happened. With a big smile on his face, he continued to walk forward and started to explore the city. After walking a while, Fex decided to stop by what looked like a food shop. "Perhaps I can get this thing called wine, the drink my grandpa was talking about, from this shop," Fex thought. As he went inside, he started to look around the shop in the drink section for an item labeled as wine. He grabbed a random bottle and rushed over to the counter, waiting for his turn. "ID, please," the counter clerk asked. "ID?" Fex was confused. Unknown to him, every citizen of Earth was required to carry around an ID. "How old are you, kid?" 16. "Can I not purchase this drink, then? I have the money," Fex said, with an innocent smile on his face. "No, of course you can." Then, as Fex had left the shop, the clerk immediately opened up his screen and dialed the number 111. "Hello, I'd like to report someone on Bader Street. Yeah, it looks like a student who is committing draft evasion. Black hair, gelled back, with an earring. He didn't seem to have an ID on him either." Walking down the street with his backpack in his hand, Fex was smiling broadly. Of course, it had been many years since his grandpa had visited Earth, but the one thing he would never stop talking about was this drink called wine. This was why Fex put it at the top of his to-do list when he would finally visit Earth. "You're being followed, you know," Ham said. "Yeah, I can tell," Fex replied. "Did the family find us already?" Ham asked. "No, they don't smell like vampires. Most likely they are humans. But why are they following us?" Fex said. Although Fex didn't pay much attention during his lessons, there was one law that was hammered into his head. Never, under any circumstance, reveal yourself to humans. If they found out what you are, you had only two options: bring them back with you to turn them into a blooded, or kill them. Fex decided to turn around a corner into a dark alleyway to confront the humans following him. "I know you're following me," Fex said. The two men stepped towards Fex. "Fire when you're ready," the first man said. "Looks like I might have to fight my way out of this one," Fex thought. He took a step forward, and a small, sharp pain was felt in the side of his neck. "What the—" As he looked to the side, he noticed that something that looked like a dart had been shot into his neck. Inside the dart, a green liquid could be seen. "Why am I suddenly feeling so sleepy?" His eyes started to close, and he collapsed onto the floor. Back at the castle, a certain man was sitting in a large, throne-like chair. This man was Fex's father, Lee Sanguinus. "Is there any update?" he said. Kneeling in front of him were 5 of his subordinates. "Unfortunately, it seems like the humans have managed to get to him before we could, sir," one of the subordinates said. Lee said, "The silly boy never paid any attention to his classes, yet he always listened to my father's crazy stories. Do we know where they have taken him?" "Our resources say that he was taken to one of the military bases to be admitted into military school," the same subordinate replied. "Silver," Lee said. "Yes, sir," a female subordinate replied as she stood up. Just like her name suggested, she had bright, long silver hair that was tied in a ponytail that nearly went down to her knees. "As you are the faithful blood knight of the Sanguinus family, I task with retrieving and returning Fex to us." Silver then bowed down once again. "I shall complete my task without fail." The meeting had ended, and each of them had left the room, leaving Lee with his thoughts. Perhaps this will be a good learning experience for him. Remembering his own time on Earth, a rage inside his body started to consume him, and the glass he held in his hand shattered to pieces. It will teach him just how cruel those damn humans are to the other worlds. All of the students from the expedition had been gathered and were taken to the first-year assembly hall. All they could do was talk to one another and speculate why the expedition had been cancelled. A student spotted black smoke in the distance in the desert. It seemed like it was coming from a ship. That's right, I heard it might have been a Dalkey. All Faye could do was clench her fist. The report had stated that they had found both Hugo's and Ben's bodies out in the desert. They were able to confirm they had died from the Dalkey. However, the other 3 in their group were never found. "Attention!" Faye shouted. The students immediately got in line and saluted her. Then a holographic screen appeared behind them. It was a scoreboard with all the team scores. "First things first, as you may know, the expedition has been cancelled," Faye explained. "What that means for all of you is that the points you had obtained in the first 2 days before the expedition ended will be your final score for this exam." "What?" Aaron blurted it out, and she wasn't the only one. "Enough! There are more important things than the test," Faye shouted, calming down the chatter amongst students. "Right now there's a high possibility that some of your fellow students have died on this test, and worst of all, it was to the threat we have all been training against, the Dalkey. The Dalkey has been swiftly dealt with, and it seems like this was not a planned attack, but a stray ship. But this is a reminder to you all why we need to train so hard every single day, and I hope you will remember that. You are dismissed," Faye said, ending her speech. But Aaron wasn't bothered about any of that. "You!" she shouted and pointed at Quinn. "Why did you hide your strength? If you have fought with us that day instead of hiding under that umbrella, we would have gotten a better score. And what's with your strange power? How did you heal Peter? He should have died. No more excuses. I want answers for everything that happened," she screamed. "If you were that strong, then why didn't you help?" Tears streamed down her face. "I think it's best if we all head back to our room," Layla said. "We can explain everything there, and I'm sure Peter has a lot of questions of his own." While the first-year students were being informed of what happened, the 3 generals were having a meeting of their own. Nathan, the head of the first years, Duke, the head of the second years, and the last general, Mike, who was head of communications. "I wonder how many of your students would have died on that expedition if it wasn't for that Sergeant Leo of yours," Duke said. "I doubt you even have the strength to take on a Dalkey yourself." "Are you upset because you can't bribe him to come over to your side with one of those Earth ability books of yours?" Nathan replied. "It's a pity that your tactics of recruiting only work on those weak-minded fools." But then the one person who could calm them down entered the room. The door swung wide open, and a middle-aged man wearing a business suit came walking in. "We welcome the head general," they all said at once. The head general proceeded to sit down in his seat as he brought up an initial report for all 3 of them to see. "We all know these odd attacks have been happening on our beast planets for a while. Every single time an attack takes place, they seem to be getting closer and closer to our starting planet." "Do you think they're aiming for the city station?" Mike asked. "For now, I believe these solo Dalkey are just sent as scouts. They have no clue how strong we have become in this time frame, and they have no clue what security measures we have, but I fear this may mean that the war will be starting again soon. In a couple of weeks, we have a visit from Mr. True Dream, which means I will need you to prepare some students for him." The 3 generals gave awkward glances at each other as they heard this piece of news. "Duke, I expect you to do well like you always have," the head general said. It was already night, but there was still some time left for the group to talk before their curfew would start. Therefore, they all decided to head to the boys' room to discuss what on earth had happened during the fight with the Dalkey. The 3 boys promptly sat on Vorden's bed, while the 2 girls sat on Quinn's. "I suppose I should be the one who starts explaining first," Quinn said while standing up. He moved towards the center of the 2 groups. "Recently, as you may all know, Vorden and I have entered the Red Portal planets. While we were there, I discovered a strange ability book, one that allowed me to control shadows. It was a strange book because it disappeared the moment I learned the ability." Quinn then tapped the surface of his wristwatch 3 times. The number suddenly changed from a 1 to a 6. When he tapped it another 3 times, it changed back to 1 again. "I knew it," Aaron said. "But why did you have to hide it from us?" At that point, Quinn took a deep breath. "That's because I have an even bigger secret that I was hiding. I'm a vampire," Quinn said, looking at Aaron and Peter with a nervous look on his face. "So, this is what you guys came up with to try to give an excuse why Quinn didn't use his powers?" she said. "Well, I'm not buying it. I don't believe that a human that needs blood to survive exists. If there were such creatures as vampires, why haven't they revealed themselves to the world already?" Aaron then went towards the door, pulling it open before saying her final words. "You guys disappoint me. I was starting to think that we were a team, not a bunch of liars." With that, she closed the door behind her and stormed off. "Do you think she'll tell anyone?" Quinn asked.
Are you kidding? With a reaction like that? Vorden replied. She didn't even believe it herself. Well, how did we expect her to react? Oh, it's okay. You can have my blood anytime. She's not Layla, for goodness sake. I'll go up and check on her, just to make sure she doesn't tell anyone. I'll give you an update about it tomorrow, Quinn. Although Aaron didn't seem to believe it, Peter, for some reason, did. He didn't know how to explain it, but ever since he had left, his body felt different. There was some sort of connection that he felt between Quinn and him. The last thing that convinced him was the fact that he wasn't dead. Quinn, does it mean that I'm a vampire now too? Peter asked. Just what was a vampire ghoul? Quinn thought. I'm afraid it isn't good news, the system said. Out of all the possibilities he could have turned into, this was the outcome I was hoping for the least. The system's words didn't give Quinn great hope, and what he was about to hear lessened his optimism even further.
Anyway, let me try to explain everything I know, Quinn said as he grabbed the pencils and wrote a pros and cons list right next to Peter's name. Are you ready? The system asked. While the system explained the difference between a vampire and a vampire ghoul, Quinn would write it down on a piece of paper while explaining it out loud to the others. Why don't we start with the positives? The system said. First, unlike a vampire, a ghoul is not affected by sunlight. The system continued, and so did Quinn. Ghouls are stronger, faster, and can see better than a human, but their main strength is their incredible healing abilities. They are even more impressive than yours, Quinn. Broken bones, chunks of flesh will be instantly healed on the spot, Vorden said. Peter, this means we can just say you have a self-healing ability. There are a few of them out there, although we will have to keep it a secret from the school, since they all think you have an earth ability. Now the next bit of information is more for you, Quinn, the system said. Ghouls are most loyal to their maker. The main reason for this is because your blood resides inside their body. Unfortunately, what this means is you will need to supply Peter with your blood, otherwise his body will start to deteriorate and eventually will cease to exist. As long as he gets a supply of your blood, then he will live on forever by your side. What do you mean by loyal? Quinn asked. Similar to how your charm skills work, whatever you command, Peter will feel like he has no choice but to obey, although this does depend on the amount of your blood that remains inside his body. The longer he goes without a new dose of blood, the less inclined he will be to follow your orders. What about human blood? Will I need to drink that? Peter asked as he gulped, feeling a strange new hunger in his stomach. No, there is no need to drink human blood, Quinn replied. Actually, unlike me who gets stronger from human blood, it will not affect you. Now, time for the cons, the system said. Hearing these words made Quinn's hand shake a little, and the others could see this as he was getting ready to write down what the system was telling him. First off, the ability for Peter to eat regular food has completely disappeared. If he eats regular food, he will immediately throw it back up. Then does he just have to live off my blood then? Quinn asked the system. No, the blood is a rare thing and will hardly be needed. I would more often feed Peter just to keep him loyal to you, but still, a ghoul needs a food source, the system replied. A ghoul needs to feed on human flesh. The pencil in Quinn's hand had dropped onto the table and rolled onto the floor. Peter, you're not feeling hungry by any chance, are you? Quinn asked. I'm feeling a bit peckish. I haven't eaten since this morning after all, Peter replied honestly. Peter, maybe it's best if you sit down for this, Quinn said. What? Why? Peter looked at him, fidgeting. You're making me even more scared. Just sit down, Quinn said. But as he said these words, his eyes started to glow a little. Peter didn't know why, but he felt like he needed to complete the task immediately. After sitting on the bed, Quinn was trying to find the best way to put the bad news into words. I can see this is troublesome, so let me give you a solution for now, the system said. As a temporary measure, he might be able to last a few days on raw animal meat, but sooner or later you will have to grab him human flesh. He looked Peter in the eyes and finally found the courage to tell him, Being a ghoul means you can no longer eat regular food. You're going to have to eat raw meat from now on. Just then, Vorden and Quinn decided to head to the nearby convenience store to grab some things as a test, while they asked Peter to stay in the room. Once again, although Peter was scared and wanted to come with them, a certain feeling was passing from Quinn and on to Peter, making him feel like he had to obey. As the two of them walked to the convenience store, Quinn was awfully quiet, which made Vorden suspicious that Quinn was holding something else back. Go on, tell me then, Vorden said. You could have gone to the shop on your own, but you wanted me to come along. It's about Peter, Quinn said quietly. I didn't tell Peter everything.
Being a ghoul doesn't mean he has to eat raw meat. He needs to eat raw human meat. Raw animal meat will only work for a short time. Suddenly, Vorden stopped in his tracks. Quinn, I'm being serious when I suggest this here, but wouldn't it be better to just kill Peter? And before you say anything, hear me out. He's not the type of guy who can handle this, and if he gets caught, then don't think he won't give you in. He won't. He can't, Quinn replied. How can you be so sure? Vorden asked, a bit surprised by Quinn's sudden answer. It was hard for Quinn to explain, but he could feel the connection between the two of them now. Essentially, Peter's whole existence now depended on him, and as long as Quinn asked for it, Peter would do it. Well, I can tell you won't take my suggestion, but let me tell you this then, Vorden said. Taking a life isn't as easy as you think. Finally, the two had returned to the dorm room where Peter had stayed waiting for them. He was in the same spot as when the two had left him. That smells nice, Peter said. What did you bring? They placed the raw steak out on a plate and put it right in front of Peter. Is he going to eat it? Vorden said. I don't know, it looks pretty good to me as well, Quinn replied. I can't tell if you're trying to be funny or what, man, Vorden said, with a disgusted look on his face. It didn't take long for Peter to dive in. His once dull teeth had turned sharp like a lion, helping him rip the meat to pieces, and after only a couple of minutes, the whole steak had been devoured. But the only one that got a good night's sleep was Peter. The other two were lost in thought. Vorden couldn't stop thinking about the fact that he was sleeping in a room with a cannibal. At least Quinn would only suck his blood, but with Peter, he might wake up with an arm missing. While Quinn was thinking along similar lines. System, do you know how long until he starts craving for human flesh, and will I still be able to control him? Quinn asked. His hunger will outgrow your commands, but he will not attack you. However, about a time frame, I am unsure. Best case scenario is a week. And worst case? Quinn asked. Tomorrow.
The next day had arrived, and when Vorden had woken up, he had faint bags under his eyes. Quinn eventually managed to get some sleep, but he didn't seem to have fared much better either. Didn't get much sleep? Quinn asked. Vorden shook his head while looking at Peter, who seemed to still be sleeping peacefully away. At least he still looks like a human. Within the next 2 days off, Quinn knew he needed to hurry and find a solution to Peter's situation. While Quinn was thinking about what to do, a knock was heard at the door. When they opened the door, they were surprised to see Layla there. It seems like she has calmed down a bit, Layla said. Anyway, what about him? Quinn then went on to explain what had happened to Peter and how he had turned into a ghoul. When Quinn mentioned this, her face immediately dropped. Oh, I almost forgot, Vorden said, as he went under his bed and pulled out a small bag before throwing it over to Quinn, who caught it. Quinn opened the bag and noticed that it seemed to be full of crystals. You mean these are? Quinn asked with a look of excitement on his face. Yep, the winged lizard crystals you asked for, Vorden replied with a smile. Looking in the bag, there looked to be around 30 of them. Quinn couldn't imagine what the group must have done to be able to obtain this many. Right now, though, he had enough crystals to create a costume for himself. If he could use this to create a full set of clothing, then he would finally be able to fight during the day. Vorden could see that Quinn seemed to be struggling with something. Just go do whatever you need to do, Vorden said. Layla and I can deal with the problem. I have an idea anyway. Are you sure? What about the others? Do you want me to pay you guys for these? Quinn asked. Are you joking? Layla said. Quinn, if it wasn't for you back then when the Dalki attacked, we would have all lost our lives. The least we could do is give you these crystals for free. Quinn looked at them one more time. All right, just let me know if there are any problems. I should be in the VIP area just above. After that, Quinn quickly rushed out of the room with the crystals in his hand. Inside the second-year building, Duke was sitting down at his desk smoking a cigar in his office. Damn, that True Dream guy is coming again, Duke said to himself. The door to the room then swung open as one of the sergeants with an afro on the top of his head and sunglasses came walking in. Sir, I brought the list of names that you asked for. Let's see. Looks like we have a good mix of abilities here, Duke said. And you've checked the background of all of these? There will be no complaints from important families if something was to go wrong, correct? Yes, sir. At the top of the list of names, one of the students' pictures was being displayed. It was a picture of Peter Chuck. It was their day off. Early in the morning, Quinn went out to meet up with Logan. He had left both Layla and Vorden behind to keep an eye on Peter. Quinn had told them that at some point Peter would be required to eat human flesh. It could take up to a week, but it could also be tomorrow. It could also be as soon as today, Vorden thought to himself. Come on, Peter, Vorden said. Let's head outside. Outside? Peter asked, his tone slightly confused. Well, if I were you, the first thing I'd want to do was to test out my new powers. Why don't we take a look at what you can do now? I think that's a great idea, Layla said. The three of them grabbed a few things and got ready to go outside. Just as they were about to leave, Peter stopped by the entrance. Don't worry, Layla said. Even Quinn doesn't burn under the sunlight. He just feels weak and sluggish. Besides, just in case Quinn was wrong, I brought an umbrella with me. Peter closed his eyes and stepped outside under direct sunlight. Just as Quinn had said, he didn't feel any weaker than before. He felt the same on the inside as he did outside. The group walked toward the park. They continued to walk until they had finally found a quiet and clear area in the woods that was devoid of trees. It was also hidden from view. This place is perfect. Besides, if anyone comes close, we will be able to hear them in time, Vorden said. What should we test first? Layla asked. How about strength and speed? Vorden said as he walked up to Layla, holding out his hand. Do you mind? Fine. She held out her hand and allowed Vorden to copy her abilities. The two of them then lifted a bunch of branches and sticks off of the ground. Just do your best to avoid the sticks as much as you can, Vorden shouted. Looks like not only has his speed gotten better, but his reflexes as well, Vorden said. But he's still Peter. Peter nodded when he was ready, and the two of them immediately started to hover the sticks up in the air, aiming to hit Peter with them. For Peter, it was the first time that he felt confident during practice. It was like he could see the attacks coming towards him. Just then, Vorden timed both sticks at the same time. Peter pulled his body back, avoiding the first stick. Then, the second one from behind came right at his face, but he still managed to catch the second stick out of the air at the last second, just as he pulled his face back. However, the tip of the stick still managed to cut his cheek, drawing the smallest amount of blood. "Oh, sorry, Peter," Vorden yelled as the two of them rushed over. But by the time they reached him, the blood had fallen to the ground, and the cut that was once on Peter's cheek was no longer there. "Looks like the super healing can be checked as well," Vorden said with a smile on his face. The next test they had for Peter was his strength. For this trial, they used a simple tree. "So, you want me to just punch a tree?" Peter asked, looking at it carefully. "Just go for it," Layla said. "You already know that you have super healing." "But that doesn't mean I don't feel any pain," Peter said. But he was also curious to see how much stronger he had gotten. He readied himself and looked at the tree, then pulling back his fist, he swung it outward. As he hit the tree, he had done so at an odd angle, causing his wrist to bend on impact. He screamed out in pain. When they looked at the tree, there was a large dent that had been made. "Well, we know you have abnormal strength, that's for sure, but I think there's a clear difference between you and Quinn," Layla said. "What do you mean?" Peter asked. "Well, let's say if Quinn was to do the same thing. Even if he didn't punch the tree dead on, his wrist probably would have been fine. I think that's because his body is stronger than that of a regular human," Layla explained. "While yours, although you have super strength, your body is still just like ours, made of regular bones and flesh. If you attack at full power, you will probably end up hurting yourself." As soon as Layla had finished explaining, the wristwatch on Peter's arm lit up. When he looked at it, he could see a voice message that had been left. "This is General Duke. Peter Chuck, you are required to come to my office in the second-year building immediately. I have some important things to discuss with you." As soon as Vorden heard the message, there was no longer any need for him to ask Peter who was behind everything. He had already figured it out. Why else would the head of the second year have anything to do with the first year? The problem now was, how could he go up against a general of a military base? "What should I do?" Peter asked as he walked back to the military base with the other two. "We'll follow along as far as we can go. Just agree to whatever they ask of you for now, and we can figure it out later," Vorden said. Just then, as they were about to exit the forest, Vorden suggested that Peter walk up ahead while they followed him from behind. "Peter, I'm taking my chances with you this time. I have forgiven you. It doesn't mean I trust you. Not yet, or maybe ever." Layla nudged Vorden in the ribs. "Give the guy a break, will you?" she whispered. She gave Peter an encouraging smile.
However, Vorden was dead serious. They had finally arrived at the second-year building. From this point on, Vorden and Layla could no longer follow. Peter entered the building and walked into Duke's office. "Please, come and sit down, Peter," Duke said. "It seems the two of us haven't been able to talk since the last task I had set for you." Duke then went under his desk and pulled out several books and placed them on the table. There were 3 Earth ability books numbered from 2 up to 4. "Although things didn't go quite according to plan, you still held up your end of the bargain, and I don't want to seem like a person who doesn't keep his promises," he said, smiling. If Peter didn't notice it before, he could notice it now. There was something sinister about Duke's smile. Just why was he trying so hard to get rid of Vorden in the first place? Peter thought. Isn't everyone on the same side to fight against the Dalki? "Thank you, sir. Is there anything else you would like me to do?" Peter asked. "We have a visitor next week, and I'm going to need you to learn the Earth ability up to level 4. In a couple of weeks, come back and report to me. You're dismissed." Peter then bowed down to the general before leaving the room. "Looks like I've been able to convert another one. In the end, everyone wants to be at the top," the Duke thought. As Peter left the room, he spotted Earl waiting just outside to be called in. "What are you looking at, dog?" he snapped back. Earl still hadn't recovered from what Vorden had done to him before the outing. Hearing those words and seeing Earl again, sudden images started to appear in his head. Unpleasant images. Very unpleasant. "Hey, I know. Why don't you wait for me out back after this? I and the boys have a little surprise for you," Earl said. "Whatever you say, Earl," Peter replied, secretly smiling on the inside. While the others were busy doing their own thing, Erin had eventually calmed down from it all. When she thought back to the image of the Dalki, her body started to shiver uncontrollably. "Calm down, Erin. Deep breaths," she thought to herself. While she was fine with keeping Quinn's identity a secret, she was nervous about covering her own back and curious to see just how dangerous this vampire thing was. Eventually, that led her to the library. At first, Erin went down the non-fiction aisle to see if there was anything she could find, but there was nothing. There were no vampires, and there didn't seem to be anything close to describing them in the first place. This left her no choice but to head to the fiction section, and nearly instantly she found several novels about vampires. But just from looking at the covers, she found it hard to tell what vampires were. Vampire the Last Blood, Bite Me or Love Me, Thicker Than Blood. Erin decided to just pick up one of the books at random. She picked up the book titled Bite Me or Love Me. She stood there in the aisle and started reading it. "So, you're interested in vampires, huh?" a boy's voice said, coming from her left side. As she turned her head to see who it was, "I didn't expect to see a beautiful girl like you here," the boy said as he swept back his black hair. "The name's Fex. Nice to meet you." Outside the second-year building, out in the open field, Layla and Vorden were still patiently waiting. Peter had gone in a while ago, but now they started to wonder what was taking him so long. They concluded that it wasn't likely that Peter was going to come out any time soon. They had a feeling something might have happened. With that in mind, the two of them decided to stop waiting out front and started to head around the back. There was no entrance to get into the school from the back, but perhaps they could find some other entrance, either by climbing some walls or through some other means. When they got around to the back side of the building, they could see another student standing guard there. Using Layla's powers, they both lifted a couple of stones and threw them to distract the student. "Are you ready?" Layla asked with a smile. She couldn't believe she was having fun sneaking around and causing trouble, and with Vorden of all people. "As I thought, you do look a little cute when you're smiling," Vorden said in response. Peter was patiently waiting outside the place where he had suggested. Hey, Peter, it's been a while, hasn't it?" Earl said as he walked closer before, adding, "You know, lately, Duke has been blaming me for all of the failed attempts against Vorden, so I haven't been getting any rewards. How are you going to solve that for me?" While walking closer to Peter, Earl looked at what was in Peter's hands, which were the level 2, 3, and 4 Earth ability books. Although Earl was already a level 4 Earth user and had no need for the books himself, he could always sell them on the market to earn some money. "Hand them over, you piece of crap," Earl said as he slapped Peter across the face, leaving a red mark. Peter looked at the mark on his face. Usually, in a situation like this, his hands would be shaking. Earl then proceeded to kick Peter in the stomach before grabbing him by the collar and throwing him onto the ground. Peter was now in a space between two buildings, namely the second-year building and one of the storage rooms. It was a place that was quite dark, and unless someone purposely went around the back to find them, no one would find out. "Well then, isn't this a quiet little place for the two of us to carry on our usual business?" Earl asked with a smile. Peter then stood up and responded with a smile, "Indeed it is." After distracting the students who were standing by the side of the building using the floating stones, they were able to gradually make their way towards the back of the second-year building without being seen. "Come on, let's keep looking," Layla said. "There must be some way to get into the school. Maybe there's a pipe or something we can use to climb up to the windows." "You have been watching way too many martial arts movies," Layla said. Still, they decided to check it out now that they were here anyway. As they made their way to the space between the two buildings, certain cracking and gobbling noises were made, as if some type of wild dog was wolfing down its meal. Finally, they turned the corner, only to see Peter there. However, he wasn't alone. His hands and mouth were covered in blood, while a dead body wearing a student's uniform laid in front of him. The student's body had parts of its limbs torn off. Also some bones with little bits of flesh still attached could be seen, and they looked as if someone had hungrily ripped the meat right off the bone. "Peter?" Layla said. "What have you done?" The VIP dorm rooms of the first-year building were on the third floor. Quinn had decided to head here to meet someone. At first, Quinn knocked on the door, but there seemed to be no answer. When trying to push the door open, he was surprised to see that it wasn't locked, nor shut properly. "Hello?" Quinn asked as he crept into the room. Just at the other end of the room, he could see Logan in his chair. He had some sort of metallic tool glove in his right hand, while a giant pair of goggles seemed to be hovering over his eyes. Oh, he was just busy as usual, Quinn thought to himself. Quinn then started to look around the room at all the gadgets around him. He knew when Logan was in his concentration mode, no matter what you did, you wouldn't get his attention. But as Quinn was looking around, he spotted a strange object on one of the shelves. It stood out compared to the rest, because most of the things in the room seemed to be covered in dust, but not this one. It was a square-shaped device no bigger than a laptop, and on the top, it seemed to have some type of digital display. Inspect. A return portal device. When the correct access code has been entered, it will return you to the destination that has been preset. Creator, Richard Eno. Quinn moved in to take a closer look. It seemed to be the only item that wasn't made by Logan, and on top of that, it was a teleporter, but it was one that he had never seen before. The portal teleporters they currently carried were quite large devices, but this one was small and compact, as if the technology was ahead of their current time. Quinn reached out to grab it, but just then a voice from behind spoke to him. "Hey, if you want to get your fingers blown off, then please be my guest. Carry on and touch it," Logan said sarcastically. His seat was turned around, and he was staring at Quinn. "Then again, I would love to see whose ability is stronger, mine or yours," he continued. "Sorry about that," Quinn said as he pulled back his hand. "It looks kind of interesting. What is it exactly?" When Quinn finished talking, the robotic gauntlet that was one of Logan's hands started to break down. It appeared to break into smaller parts until they looked like little bugs. Then, the bugs went over to where Quinn was. They grabbed the case and brought it over to Logan. "The thing has been the bane of me and my family's life," Logan said, looking around it. "As you know, my family are originals who hid their abilities from the world. Before the war started, they were researchers who worked privately for different corporations, sometimes even governments, different armies, and all sorts of companies. Anyway, on one of their trips around 50 years ago, they discovered this device. At the time, no one knew what it was, and it seemed like our ability didn't work on it either. Of course, my family tried to research it, and eventually, when we discovered the Dalki technology, we found similarities between this and the Dalki technology. It appears to be some type of teleporter, but the question is, why would Dalki technology exist on Earth before they even arrived? Then that just brings us even more questions. Why did the Dalki attack us? Were they here before? But did we just never know about it? Hearing all of these questions were causing Quinn to think about it. "Anyway," Logan said, "it's not like I'm expecting you to know any of these answers. The one thing we do know is whoever was able to create a compact teleporter such as this is a genius. Oh, how I wish I could meet him one day." "Wait, what did you say?" Quinn replied. "Did you say you don't know who created it?" "Of course I don't. If I did, my family and I would have been chasing him for generations." This made Quinn sink even deeper in thought. Richard Eno was a well-known scientist, the person who had discovered not only the power of beast crystals, but also how the Dalkey portals worked. Could he have known everything all along? Right now, though, this was too big of a problem to solve, especially for someone like him. He was just one person in this whole thing, and he had his problems to deal with. "Anyway," Logan said, "what did you visit me here for? Did you want to play the game again?" "Actually," Quinn said, "I was wondering if you could help me make a suit." "Well, it seems you've come to the right person," said Logan. "I can design you one myself." "Really?" Quinn asked, surprised. "Of course, it will be easier than making some of my other contraptions," he said, smiling. The two of them then sat down together. The crystals were placed in a seemingly special container while they were going through some type of melting process. On top of Logan's desk, a large metal sheet was placed. Logan then placed his hand on the sheet and closed his eyes. Just like with the gauntlet before, the metal started to break down and move, eventually turning into little metal bugs again. The metal bugs started to form a human figure until it molded something that vaguely resembled Quinn. The two of them continued to go through the design process, altering what the metal model looked like. Each time Quinn would give a suggestion, the robots would move in place. There was not much that could be done with the suit. It had to be black in color and skin fit tight. However, the mask could be altered greatly. When using the outfit and mask, Quinn wanted to strike fear into his opponent's hearts. He wanted something quite scary looking. They went through several designs until it was finally done. "It's amazing," Quinn said as he walked over to it and started to stroke the model. The black suit was skin-tight, but had a scaled pattern like that of a snake throughout its entire surface. However, there were a few design touches added to it from Logan that Quinn hadn't asked for. "Do you like the additions that I made?" Logan asked. On the forearms going up to the shoulder, 3 red claw-like marks could be seen on both sides. Although it looked nice, Quinn was hoping for the suit to be all black. If he was also to use this at night, he probably would have been seen. Nevertheless, when he looked at Logan's bags and his tired face, he found it hard to say no. "It's great," Quinn replied. "Now, I do have to warn you, although expensive metals were used when making this, there is a limit to how much it can endure," Logan explained. "They were only basic tier crystals after all. It will fare well against intermediate weapons, but anything stronger than that and it will tear apart." Quinn made sure to make a note of that since it would be the same while facing beasts. If he was fighting during the day, he would be sure to pick and choose his opponents. Although suddenly, Quinn's body started to feel a strange sensation. It was a similar feeling to when he consumed blood, only a tad different. His eyes started to glow once again. A strange power was surging through his body. "What the hell is happening?" Quinn thought. "Hey, are you okay?" Logan said. "Do you need me to go get a doctor or something?" As Logan stood in front of Quinn, he could see the color in his eyes change, and even Logan stepped back a bit. At the same time, little metallic bugs started to come over and built a metallic suit of their own over his body. Eventually, the bugs had completely formed a metallic suit that looked like that of a small mech suit, only without all the clunky parts and more in line with the shape of a human. These were all precautions that Logan took just in case Quinn was to go out of control. But then the feeling died down and his eyes returned to normal, but a message had appeared. "A family member has grown stronger."
Hi, Quinn here. Wondering what happens next? If you want to jump the queue and unleash all episodes, click on the link here and install the Pocket FM app.
Standing alone in the fantasy section of the library was Erin and a strange boy known as Fex. Erin was still holding a vampire love story in her hand, and her face had gone bright red as she couldn't believe someone had just caught her reading such a dirty book. Quickly hoping to avoid further embarrassment, Erin put the book back where it was placed and started to walk over towards the boy. Fex started to smile. "Now, why don't you lift your head so I can take another look at your pretty face?" Erin lifted her head, but dashed forward in an instant. A type of ice sword was forming in her right hand. Using her forearm, she pushed Fex up against the wall right by his neck. The area started to freeze, and now the ice sword was pointed right at his throat. "If you tell anyone about what you saw today, you're dead, you hear me?" "Look, I don't want to cause any trouble," he said. Erin looked at him carefully, noticing all the features that he had. "Good. I will remember you, and if anyone finds out about what you saw today, I'll be coming back for you," Erin said as she took away the ice sword. She then started her exit, leaving Fex in this sticky situation, frozen to the wall with the ice, still confining his body. "Wait!" he shouted. "Aren't you going to let me go?" Eventually, Erin had left the library. The other people who were nearby going to look at the commotion down the aisle, wondering what was going on. However, all they could see was a single man stuck up against the wall. A few laughed and giggled, as it wasn't the first time they had seen something like this. After all, few of the braver boys among the first-year students had tried to confess their love to Erin. She would often leave them there frozen in place while waiting for the ice to melt. She did this as a warning for other suitors in the future. While no one was looking, Fex used his strength to break free both of his arms from the ice. He then used his hands to crack the ice that was around his neck as well. "Looks like someone was able to resist my charm already," Fex said. "Well now, that just makes me want to go after her more." Fex's original plan was to travel and explore the human world, to experience all the things his grandfather had told him, but his plans were quickly stopped once he was caught. When he woke up, he was in front of General Nathan. However, Nathan did say that as long as he contacted his guardians, informed them, and showed proof of his age, they would set him free. A digital display then appeared in front of Fex's face with a little digital keyboard. It asked him what type of ability he had. For this question, he had a plan. After checking over the details and seeing Fex's ability, no more work needed to be done. A wristwatch was given to Fex before leaving. The display on the device was showing the number 1. Not knowing what to do, and knowing nearly no one at the base, Fex decided to head to the library to update himself on current events. This led him to his first real encounter with another student, Erin. The rest of the story was what got him frozen to a wall. After looking at a few books about vampires, he quickly realized that most of them were just a bunch of nonsense. As Fex was leaving the library, he had no idea what to do, so he decided that he would just go to his dorm room. While walking down the hallway towards the staircase, he caught a whiff of scent with his nose, and a familiar smell registered in his mind. "Now this is interesting. I wonder what family he belongs to. What on earth is he doing at this base?" Fex thought. In the dark alley away from the prying eyes, the two of them stood there in shock as they watched Peter feasting on a human body. Seeing the atrocious sight, Layla could no longer stomach it. "I think I'm just going to step out of the alley for a bit and keep watch," Layla said as she quickly rushed out. "Peter!" Vorden said in an aggressive but quiet voice. "Peter!" Suddenly, Peter seemed to snap out of whatever daze he was in. He immediately dropped what was in his hand and started to scurry away into the alley. "Was this me?" Peter said as he thought back to what had happened just moments ago. When Earl had called out to him and kicked him down the alley, a type of rage had consumed him. Then, soon after, Earl became a tasty snack for Peter. Peter would have liked to say his mind was out of it. He didn't know what he was doing, but he knew that was a lie. Peter knew exactly what he was doing. The only thing Peter didn't plan for was what happened after. Right now, in front of Vorden, Peter needed to keep up his act as a weak-minded boy. He was too worried about what the others would think of him if they found out he knew exactly what he had just done. I just killed someone," Peter said. "Cut the crap," Vorden said. "Now is not the time to act like this. How long has he been dead for?" "What do you mean?" Peter replied. "I said how long. It's important, Peter. 5 minutes? 10 minutes? The panic in Vorden's voice seemed to be getting urgent. "I don't know, maybe 10 minutes, I would say," Peter answered. Wasting no time, he then grabbed Peter by the arm and dragged him out of the alley. "We have to get out of here now," he said with urgency in his voice. When the area was clear, they would walk again until they finally returned to the open spot in the forest where they were practicing a while ago. "What was the big rush back there? We just left the body in the alleyway. Won't the school find out that a student died?" Layla asked. "We had no choice," Vorden replied. "Maybe if we had gotten there a little earlier, we could have done something, taken the body with us. But once the watch is taken off or detects no sign of life, it pings a message to the school. Fortunately for us, the watch waits a full 5 minutes before sending this type of thing. That's why I was in a rush. If we were seen, there's nothing we could have done. At least now we won't be caught." "But what about the body? Won't they search for whoever did this?" Just as Layla said this, the sound of leaves ruffling on the floor could be heard as another person entered this part of the forest. It was a student holding an umbrella in his hand. "What body are you guys talking about?" Quinn asked. Once the strange feeling had come over, Quinn's body had disappeared. A message appeared, one stating that one of his family members had gotten stronger. The strange sensation and connection between him and Peter. It was a similar feeling to when he consumed blood, but it wasn't getting him stronger, it was Peter. "I'm sorry, Logan. Thanks all for your help, but I don't have time to talk now. I have to go," Quinn shouted. With that, Quinn ran down the hallway and the staircase, rushing over to where Peter was. Without slowing down, Quinn ran down the stairs and out the hallway, ignoring everyone he went past. But for the first time, a strange scent entered his nose. It was unusual for Quinn, as he had never smelt this before. If he wasn't in such a rush and panic, he would have turned around to see who was giving off such a strange smell. Before leaving the school, he grabbed a random umbrella at the entrance. Once he had left the academy, he continued to listen to his body, following the connection, which eventually led him to the park and finally inside the forest. As he arrived, he managed to hear the last few words that Layla had said. However, there wasn't much to ask. Judging by the system's message, Quinn could guess what had happened already. Peter had eaten human flesh, and most likely killed someone in the process. While Quinn wanted to blame Peter for the actions, he really couldn't. Quinn was the one who turned him into this creature, and he knew exactly what it was like. As Vorden was exiting the forest from where Quinn had gone, he whispered into Quinn's ear, "You need to do something about him, and fast." "Now, can one of you please tell me what happened?" Quinn asked. Meanwhile, Vorden made sure to cover the clothes as best as he could. Then, from his and Peter's closets, he grabbed a change of clothing. With a new set of clothes for Peter in one bag and the bloody clothes in the other, he needed to find a way to get rid of the evidence. Just as he was walking down the hall wondering what to do about it, he spotted someone who would make his life a lot easier for him. "Hey, Berg," Vorden said. "How are you doing?" Placing the bag in his left hand into his other hand, he touched Berg on the shoulder and successfully copied his flame abilities. "Oh, Vorden," Berg said with a fake smile on his face. "It's so nice to see you. About those crystals, you don't have to worry about giving them back. Think of it as a gift from my family to yours." "Oh, thanks. I was just coming to check if that was okay with you," Vorden replied. But while Vorden was doing his best to fake a conversation, he noticed that many of the students in the hallway were gossiping about something. "Did you hear about what they found?" one of the students said. "You mean that thing they found behind the second-year building?" another replied. "Yeah, all the students are outside, while the school's investigation team is trying to find out what happened. I think maybe a student got killed." Using this opportunity, Vorden was able to sneak off into a secluded area and burn all the evidence without anyone noticing. Several soldiers were standing outside the second-year building. They were blocking all the entrances both at the front and backside of the building. Looking around the gruesome scene of the murder, Haley and Faye were reminded of things they had seen on the battlefield during the war. That's how bad it looked to them. As Haley was kneeling on the floor and examining body parts, she seemed to be unaffected by the whole thing. After she had looked around for a while, it seemed like she had spotted something interesting. She started to pick up body parts one by one and place them in a specific order. "I noticed something strange about all the parts I've gathered and lined up. They all have one thing in common," Haley replied. "As far as I can see, the only thing they have in common is that they are spattered with blood all over. So what did you notice?" Faye asked as she looked around. She was trying to see what Haley had noticed. Haley picked up one of the body parts which looked like part of a leg. She then showed it to Faye and said, "You see this here?" while she pointed at 2 puncture marks. "For the most part, it looks like whoever or whatever did this used some type of claw to dig into this student's flesh, but on a few body parts, I noticed those puncture wounds that look like teeth marks." "Okay, I see what you're saying," Faye said with confusion on her face. "Well, the thing is, this isn't the first time that I've seen these kinds of marks. Do you remember when we went through the red portal and we discovered the true dream member?" Haley asked. "Well, he wasn't the only one. I've seen the same marks on other students in the sickbay before." "You're not saying those 2 students could have anything to do with it, are you?" Faye asked incredulously. "I'm not saying that they are the culprit, but whatever it is, it's following them around or linked to them in some way," Haley replied. Inside the first-year building dorm room, the group had gathered. "Damn it!" Layla shouted. "Now that I've witnessed everything, I'll be called an accomplice. If they find out about this, we could be put in the dungeon. What will I tell my parents then?" It was the first time the group had seen Layla so freaked out. "Peter, I think you owe us an explanation," Vorden said. "Fair enough, if you were hungry and needed to eat something, why didn't you come to us?" "I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me," Peter said. "When the hunger grew and Earl slapped me, I just lost control. When I finally regained control, I was already eating his corpse. I don't know what happened in between." Peter turned out to be quite an impressive actor. He looked frightened and worried, and everyone there bought it. Although, there was one exception. "He's lying," the system said.
Hi, Quinn here. Wondering what happens next? If you want to jump the queue and unleash all episodes, click on the link here and install the Pocket FM app.
"What do you mean?" Quinn asked. "If you want to find out the truth, here is my advice. This is what you need to do. You need to tell me the truth, Peter. Why did you kill him?" As Quinn asked this question, he bit down on his thumb using his fang. He then lifted his hand, and like some type of magnet, Peter was attracted to it. Peter immediately leapt up from where he was and started to suck on Quinn's thumb. The connection between the two started to grow stronger again, and both of their eyes started to glow. "Now, tell me, why did you kill that student?" Quinn again used that authoritative voice. Peter's eyes lit up red and felt an urge to answer truthfully. It was like a magic truth spell. It forced Peter to be truthful with his master. "Earl, if it was anyone that deserved to die, it was him. Any day whenever I was on my own, and when your backs were turned from me, he would come to torture me. After I met with Duke, I got rewarded with the ability books, but he didn't get anything from Duke, so he wanted to take out his anger on me. But this time, I finally had the power to fight back, so I decided to show him he can't mess with me anymore. Eating him was just a little bonus, and I might have overdone it a bit." Hearing the truth come out of Peter's mouth made Quinn feel a lot better. "Peter, your actions aren't wrong, and if I was in your shoes I would have done the same thing," Vorden said. "But here is where you and I are different. Your actions also put Quinn in danger. If you're caught, there is always a chance that it could lead back to him, and what's even more dangerous is that we are involved as well." Vorden glared at Peter before continuing. "I plan to take my revenge on Duke and Momo in our second year, but when I do, I will do it carefully so no one else gets hurt." "System, is there any way for Peter to stop consuming meat, any way at all?" Quinn asked. "Of course there is, but you're not going to like the answer I'm about to give you," the system said. "Just like yourself, when you consume blood, you grow stronger. The same goes for Peter when he eats human flesh. Although for him there is a limit. Eventually he will grow so strong that he will be able to evolve and will no longer require human flesh." The next day had arrived, and the usual suspects were inside the same room once again, all deciding on what to do with Peter. "So, do you feel hungry right now?" Layla asked. "Not any more than usual when I wake up," Peter replied. Vorden and Quinn had already bought plenty of raw food for him to eat, and for now, it seemed to have been working in suppressing his hunger. "Guys, relax," Peter said nervously. "I promise, as soon as I get hungry again, I'll let you guys know straight away." "Still," Vorden said, "that doesn't solve our problem of feeding you when you do need to be fed. We may have gotten away with it this time, but we need something consistent." Quinn had thought of these suggestions early, but once again the system had informed him of bad news. The meat being used had to be fairly fresh. The pressure was getting to Quinn. "Quinn, relax," Vorden said. "I have an emergency if it comes to it. For now, spend your day like a normal person, while Layla and I will try to come up with something. If it doesn't work out, then we can use my backup plan." "What is the backup plan?" Layla asked. Vorden then called Quinn over and whispered into his ear while looking at Layla out of the corner of his eye. "Vorden, I can't let you do that," Quinn said. "As I said, only if it comes to it. It's the only thing that won't put us in any danger," Vorden replied. There were plenty of cases where soldiers would get injured in mock battles or out on expeditions during portal training, and sometimes there would be lethal damage. But while Quinn was outside, he decided to stop off at a certain spot. Quinn needed to make sure he was fine first. "You are being hit by direct sunlight. All stats will be reduced by 70%. Shadow equip," Quinn called out. The shadow started to wrap around his whole body this time, and a few seconds later, the black suit that Logan had designed covered his entire body, and the demon-like mask was planted on his face. You are no longer being affected by sunlight. All stats have returned to normal. With his white glaring eyes and demon-like mask, then the red claws ran up the side of his arms. He truly did look like something out of a kid's nightmare. After testing out his new suit, he put it back away in his shadow void and decided to start heading towards the hospital. In nearly every corner of the room, there was a round object with a blinking red light. They were cameras. This was a major problem. If Quinn or the others were to try to take anything, they would be caught on camera. And he couldn't use the suit, otherwise, when he would reveal himself, everyone would know it was him. There was the option of using a shadow cloak. Although that made him invisible, the same couldn't be said for the objects he or others were touching. With nothing else to see, Quinn decided to head back, although while doing so, he couldn't help but notice all the blood bags around him. Just as Quinn was leaving the hospital, a voice message seemed to appear on his watch.
Quinn Tayland, you are to report to General Nathan's office immediately. If you are not here in the next 30 minutes, then we shall have guards come and escort you here immediately.
The message ended, and Quinn couldn't help but feel nervous. Had they found out about him being a vampire? Or maybe Peter had been found and he had been ratted? He stood in front of Nathan's office and gave a knock before entering. "Come in," Nathan said. As Quinn entered through the door, he could see Nathan standing there with Haley and Faye in the room. But that wasn't what worried him. The person that worried him the most was the female who sat at the desk in front. It was a person whose abilities could tell if one was lying or not. "Please, Quinn, take a seat," Nathan said.
I'm going to head out for a bit. There's something I need to do, just in case we can't come up with anything, Vorden said. Do you mind telling me what the backup plan is? Layla asked. Trust me, even if you did know, it wouldn't be possible for you, and I don't think you would want to do it. Why don't you try me? She said with a smug look on her face. Vorden then walked towards the door to leave the room where Layla was standing, and as he walked past, he whispered the plan into her ear. After hearing Vorden's plans, her eyes opened wide, and her face dropped to the floor. At that moment, her whole opinion of Vorden had changed. In fact, what he said was true. If it was her in this situation, she was unsure if she could do the same thing. With Vorden gone to make sure his backup plan was ready if all else failed, Peter and Layla were left alone in the room together. As the two of them sat there awkwardly in silence, Layla was starting to miss the crazy boy a bit. At least he was a conversation starter. All the pain he had suffered from Earl had gone just like that, in an instant. If Quinn had this power all along, why didn't he do anything? Peter thought to himself. It's a waste on him, Peter thought. As they continued to do their own thing, a rumbling sound was heard. It immediately made Layla jump from the bed she was on and look for the door. Peter, she eyed him warily. You're not getting hungry, are you? I think it's starting, Peter admitted. Although Quinn said it was unlikely he would get hungry within one day after feeding, there was still a possibility that something could happen today. Which meant Vorden would have to make sure his backup plan was ready each and every day. As he opened the door, though, he was surprised to see Layla standing in the corner of the room while having her bow pointed at Peter. Whoa, what is going on here? Vorden asked. But before either of the two could say anything, a message was received on Vorden's watch. Vorden Blade, you are to head to Nathan's office immediately. Judging by your location, you should be able to reach us in 5 minutes. If you are not here, then prepare to face the consequences. What is this about? Vorden said. You heard the message. I've got to go. And you two, stop fighting and make up. We have enough problems as it is. No, wait, Layla cried, but the door had already shut, and Vorden was rushing off to the office. I'm sorry, Peter, Layla said. Let's just keep it like this for now. I'll stay by the door, and if anything happens, I'll leave first. Well, why don't you let me head over to the fridge and see if I can try to make the hunger go away? Peter asked. Layla took a deep breath before replying. Fine. Using her telepathic ability, she opened the fridge door and pulled out a piece of meat for Peter, making sure Peter kept his hands up while she was doing this. After seeing what he was capable of and what happened to Earl, she wasn't taking any chances. Quinn, where the hell are you? Layla thought. Now, Quinn, I'm sure you're thinking why we called you here, right? Nathan said. Well, as you may know, there was a death yesterday, and we're trying to find out who's responsible. Wait, you're saying it wasn't a beast? Quinn said, trying to act surprised. Well, it might be, who knows? All we do know is there have been quite a few cases like this before. However, death seems to be following you around lately, and we need to know if it's bad luck Or maybe it's someone with bad luck that is following you around. So please, if you could touch the pretty lady's hand, we can begin the questioning." Quinn obeyed the order dutifully. At first, there was no reaction as the woman had yet to activate her ability. All Quinn could hope for now was that they would ask him simple questions like last time. But this time was different. It was the second time he was being interrogated, so they must have found some type of link, linking him to the others. But the truth was he really did have no clue about what happened to Brandon. He only knew about Loop. "Now, Quinn, do you know the truth of what happened to Earl Hampton yesterday?" the lady asked. This was it, Quinn thought. Her hand started to glow, and energy started to enter Quinn through his hands. Then a message from the system appeared. "An ability has been detected. User's mental strength and charm is strong enough to block the ability. Would you like to block the ability?" To his surprise, a new message had appeared, unlike what happened last time. It was an unexpected but welcome result. It seemed like the charm stat was becoming more useful with every new problem he faced. The issue now was if he blocked the girl's ability, would she be able to tell it was blocked? After confirming with the system that he wished to block her ability, Quinn answered the question. "No." She then let go of Quinn's hands. "He's telling the truth," she said. The reason why she believed this was because of how her ability worked. It couldn't actually tell if someone was telling the truth or if someone was lying. The ability could actually only determine if someone was lying. The interrogation went on after the girl touched Quinn's hands again. Nathan was asking Quinn questions about the missing students from before, and eventually this line of questioning led to the bite marks. Quinn answered the questions he could as truthfully as possible, but whenever he wanted something to stay hidden, he would use the system to block the girl's ability. "All right, the interrogation is over, Quinn," Nathan said. "It seems like you were innocent, just like we thought." "Oh, then why did you try to question me?" Quinn asked. "Just to be absolutely certain," Nathan replied. Then, a few moments later, a knock at the door was heard. "Come in," Nathan shouted. Vorden had walked through the door, and to his surprise, Quinn was there with them. "Please, Vorden, is it? If you could sit in this chair, we would like to ask you a few questions." As soon as Vorden had entered the room and saw Quinn and the others, he tried his best to figure out what was going on. "Please sit down," Nathan said politely. Vorden sat down in the chair opposite the woman. While he was sitting, he would give the odd glance towards Quinn. He could see that Quinn had a worried look on his face, which meant something was going to happen that he wouldn't like. "Now, we're just here to ask you a few questions, Vorden. Simple, right?" Nathan said with a smile. "But I warn you to answer truthfully now, for our beautiful woman here can catch your lie in an instant." The woman then held out her hand for Vorden to touch it. "Did you have anything to do related to the death of the student named Earl Hampton?" she asked. Vorden didn't answer immediately because he was trying to think. The teachers had made one mistake before interrogating Vorden, and that was telling him the abilities of the female in front of him. Although Vorden was there, the same couldn't be said for Syl. Syl spent most of his time sleeping in the room or just sitting in the back, staring blankly in front of him. "If you don't reply, Vorden, we have to take your silence as a confession that you were involved somehow," Nathan said. "You have a question for me?" Syl said, pointing at himself. Even the woman was a little taken aback by the change in attitude, but decided to press on. She repeated the question and asked again. "No, I wasn't there," Syl replied. "I don't even know who this Earl is. The only person I know is Quinn," Syl said, pointing in Quinn's direction. The woman continued to ask questions that Nathan had presented, and Syl continued to answer in a naive, childlike manner. "He's telling the truth. Not a single time did either of them lie." Nathan then went to adjust the glasses on his face, a habit of his when he was stressed out. "Maybe we do have a beast roaming around the school." Nathan then looked at the two of them. His gut feeling was telling him something was wrong. "You two stay here for now," Nathan said. "We're going to keep you here for a while and pull up some people who were around the scene at the time, see if anyone spotted you there too." "Huh? But we already answered your questions," Quinn complained. "Look, if you're not guilty, then you have nothing to worry about, right?" Nathan replied. "All I ask is that you stay here a little longer." With that, most of the sergeants had left the room to try and gather more information. Right now, Faye was busy looking over some documents with the woman, while the two boys were sitting next to each other. But while doing so, Syl couldn't help but keep smiling at Quinn. Vorden, are you okay?" Quinn asked.
Syl then turned his head to the left and right to check if anyone was nearby, before placing his hand over his mouth and whispered, "Oh, I'm not Vorden. My name is Syl." Quinn did not know how to react to this. He calmed down and started to think. Maybe it is an ability he copied before coming here, Quinn thought. A mind swap ability which allowed Vorden to fool the woman. Vorden, you are a genius. Nice to meet you, Syl, Quinn smiled back. Thanks for helping us back there. We owe you one. No problem at all, Syl said. He lifted his hand and started rubbing Quinn's curly hair as if he was a cute dog. If you ever need any help, you can always call me. Inside the black room, Syl left the chair and walked away. Sorry about that. That was... Vorden started to stumble on his words. That wasn't you, I could tell, Quinn replied. Good thinking on the mind swap, then. For now, as long as none of us was seen that day, we have nothing to worry about. As the words left Quinn, he felt something fade away from his body. What's wrong? Asked Vorden. Grabbing his chest, Quinn replied, I think it's Peter. He is hungry. I can't control him for much longer. I'm already losing the connection. But it was only yesterday that he had his fill, said Vorden, making sure to keep his voice down. I know. Guess we are just unlucky. At this rate, if he doesn't get it every day, he will continue to starve. And I'm afraid when he is hungry, I can't control him as I did earlier. Quinn, we have to get out of here, Vorden said, grabbing him by the hand. I think Layla's in trouble. A beep was heard in the room as the door slid open, and in came Nathan. Looks like we're in luck and someone found something, Nathan said with a smile. Inside the dorm room, Peter had eaten every single bit of raw meat he could find in the fridge, but it didn't help his hunger at all, and the pains in his stomach were starting to get worse. Peter, please, you're starting to scare me, Layla said. He was now hunched over the floor, grabbing his stomach. Layla, please, just leave, Peter shouted. I can't. What if you go kill someone again? I would rather it be someone who deserved it than you, Peter said as he looked up at her from the ground. A few seconds later, everything that Peter ate came back up, along with some greenish liquid. Peter, are you okay? Layla asked, with a concerned look on her face. As Peter raised his head, his eyes were glowing a bright red. His two front fangs grew larger. They were sticking out over his lower lip now. He slowly got up from the ground and made his way toward Layla. This was it. She reached for the door and tried opening it, but a loud crash, as if someone had just broken glass, made her pause. Turning around, she saw the bedroom window was broken. Peter limped in the darkness towards the forest. The fall broke his legs, but even as he walked, they continued to heal. I won't hurt any of you guys, I promise, Peter told himself, but I have to do something to get rid of this hunger. A student came out behind the teachers, one that Quinn wasn't familiar with. However, Vorden knew him quite well. The student was Berg Sunshield. Now, Berg here said on the day of the event he saw a student running through the halls looking quite panicked, Nathan said, while everyone else was heading to the second-year building to see what was going on. A single student was running in the opposite direction. Coincidentally, though, Berg's description seems to match one of you, a curly, black-haired boy. Vorden then started to laugh by his side. You think Quinn did it? Vorden said. Come on, the two of them don't even share the same classes. Besides, do you know how many curly-haired students with black hair there are in this school? Well, you see, Vorden, that's why we brought him here, so he could confirm who he saw that day. That day, Berg had seen Quinn running through the halls. As soon as he entered the room, he recognized him, but seeing Vorden defend him so suddenly, like he knew something was up. This isn't the kid I saw that day, Berg said. I'm pretty sure it was someone else. What? Nathan said. Are you sure? Come closer and take another look. Berg did as asked and stepped closer and looked at Quinn carefully, trying to act the best he could. I'm sure it's not him, Berg said. Do you mind if I go now? Let's call it a day. It looks like I've wasted everyone's time here for no reason, Nathan said. Quinn was unsure what had just happened. Perhaps Berg really did see someone else running through those halls and it wasn't him, but whatever the case, they were now free to go. Before leaving, Vorden turned and said, Thank you, Berg, I owe you one. Just remember this for the future, Berg replied. Outside, Peter was walking through the forest. He was no longer limping as his legs were now completely healed. However, the pain in his stomach still hadn't disappeared. It was a strange feeling. He slowly made his way through the woods until eventually he had reached a pathway.
Just as Peter was thinking of going through with his suggestion, he spotted someone walking down the path. His body wanted to lunge out at the person, but Peter tried to fight against it, staying in the woods. Suddenly, the person stopped and stood still. "I can feel your bloodlust from here," the boy said. "Come out, you ghoul, and tell me where the hell your master is." The boy's eyes glowed red in the dark as he stared right into Peter's eyes. Quinn and Vorden headed back to their dorm room, making sure not to walk too fast. They had finally arrived just outside the room, and when they opened the door, the first thing they saw was the broken window and glass shards all over the floor. "Huh? Where's Layla?" Quinn asked. "You don't think Peter already ate her, do you?" But if that was the case, Quinn would have gotten a message from the system, and also there was no blood to be seen in the room. That's when they heard a small little sobbing sound coming from one of the corners. "Oh," Quinn said with a sigh of relief, "you're still alive." "Where were you guys?" Layla said with an angry tone. "I can't believe you left me on my own. You know I'm not strong enough to deal with something like this." It was clear Layla had been given quite a shock. Quinn did his best to calm her down. Just then, Quinn wrapped his hands around Layla tightly. "It's okay, don't worry, Layla. I'm sorry about all of this. It's all my fault. I should have known better," Quinn said. The hug felt nice and warm and reminded her of her family. But what made everything even better was the look on Vorden's face. Layla thought that perhaps it was jealousy because she was getting closer to Quinn. But actually, Vorden was worried about Syl. Luckily, Syl was quietly sleeping inside the dark room and didn't get to see this scene. "Layla, you need to tell us what happened. Where's Peter?" Vorden asked. Layla recalled the events of what happened while the two of them were away. "If he's outside, I have to go find him before we have another Earl situation on our hands," Quinn said. "This is bad," Vorden said, "especially since they already suspect us. We can't deal with a situation like this right now. You two stay here. Worst case scenario, I have to use my shadow skill to hide. Besides, even if someone saw me, they won't know who I am." "Wait!" Vorden shouted. "I'm coming with you. If Peter is like Layla says he is, then you're going to need me. We're just going to have to go through with Plan B." Quinn didn't like it. He didn't like it one bit. Whatever happened, he didn't want to go through with Plan B no matter what. But right now, what choice did they have? "Quinn, sometimes I think you're too nice for this world," Layla thought. After clearing away the broken pieces of glass, Layla decided to head towards her dorm room. Underneath her bed, she pulled out a little chest with a digital lock. After entering the authorization code, the chest opened, and she took out a sphere-shaped object. Pressing the top of the ball caused it to light up, and she waited for a few moments as the light dimmed in and out. "Hello, Agent 84. Do you have another report to give?" a female voice said, coming from the communication ball. "Yes, ma'am. I wish to give you an update on the report I gave you earlier. It turns out what I believed would be good for our cause is not so good for us after all. I will send you the full details later." "That is a shame to hear," the female voice coming from the orb said. "I hope you do get to enjoy your time left at the school and continue with the original mission. Also, on another note, Mr. True Dream will be visiting the base soon. We are unsure of which candidates will be selected this time, but don't worry too much if you are selected." "Noted," Layla replied. "May Pure be with you," the woman said. "May Pure be with you," Layla replied in a way that made it sound forced. "Quinn, I hope I'm doing the right thing not just for my sake, but for everyone's," she thought to herself. "Vorden, I'm going to go on up ahead. I think I got Peter's scent," Quinn said. "Peter's scent? What are you, a dog?" Vorden said sarcastically. But the next second, a shadow had gone to Quinn's body, and soon after it was replaced with a black figure, a mask on his face, and his beast equipment on his arms and legs. Into the night he sped away, rushing into the forest. Peter's senses were all over the place. The pain had gotten the best of him, and he was willing to do anything to get rid of that hunger. As Fex saw the ghoul leap out from the forest, he prepared himself by getting into a fighting stance. Then, at the right moment, Fex lifted his head off the ground and swung it outward like a whip, hitting Peter right in the center of his body. However, nearly instantly, Peter was standing up once again. A few of his ribs had been broken in the process, but they regenerated almost instantly. Is he starving? Now, who would be stupid enough to turn someone and not have everything prepared beforehand? Fex thought, not knowing how Peter came to be a ghoul. The more times it would heal itself, the more energy it would use. It was starving itself more each time it healed, and eventually there wouldn't be any energy left, and healing would come to an end.
Peter came rushing forward once again, but Fex didn't look too worried. "I'm not into killing other people's family members. If I did, then it could start a civil war, and I don't want to be the one to blame for that." He ran towards Peter, and just when Peter was about to swing for his head, Fex ducked at the right moment. He dashed forward, not touching Peter, but swiping his hands around him in the process. This continued onward for a while. Peter would strike while Fex would dodge, staying close to him, moving his hands but not touching. Peter had fallen to the ground and was now completely tangled and tied up in some type of string. "It's a shame. If you worked for me, I could turn you into a really good puppet. You're quite strong for a ghoul. It took more strength than I thought to slow you down." He then lifted Peter's head off the ground and looked into his eyes, casting some type of spell. "Suppress the hunger within yourself. Calm down." After saying those words, Peter felt something inside his body change. The hunger suddenly didn't feel as bad as before, and he was slowly starting to get a hold of himself a bit more. "I didn't create you, so the spell won't last for long," Fex explained. "Now tell me, which family do you belong to?" "What do you mean, my family?" Peter finally answered. "They have nothing to do with this. They're just normal shopkeepers. Keep them out of this." Hearing Peter's words, Fex felt like something wasn't quite right about this whole thing. However, he didn't have long to think about it. When suddenly out from the side, a big line of red blood was shot out, but what was most surprising to Fex was the fact that he recognized the attack. It was a blood attack that only other vampires could use. As Peter looked up, he didn't even recognize the figure standing in front of him. But of course, it was Quinn in his new suit. While moving closer to the mysterious figure, Fex made sure not to make any sudden movements. "Hey, I know you might just be trying to save this." Fex then looked at Peter, who was lying on the floor between them. "Human, I guess. But I think you don't understand. I've tied him up for your and everybody else's safety." As he got closer, Fex started to notice something, or rather, the absence of something. "Where's his scent? I'm not smelling anything from him," he thought. Quinn, on the other hand, had no clue of his suit's side effects. His #1 priority was getting Peter out of the situation and back to their dorm room. In specs. Name, Fex Sanguinus. Race, vampire. After seeing the information, Quinn froze for a bit. He had to reread it twice just to make sure what he saw was correct. Then, a horrible thought ran through his mind. He remembered what the blonde vampire in the system had told him. Now that he was a vampire, they would come after him and be careful of them. It was too soon. Quinn didn't even know how strong he was compared to other vampires. But when Quinn tried to run away, something inside of him gave him a jolt. A force was pulling him towards Peter and refusing to let him leave. Quinn then fell on one knee, breathing heavily. "What is this?" Quinn asked. "It's your family bond," the system explained. "Similar to how Peter can never harm you as his master, you can never desert him." Skill Shadow Cloak activated. Right in front of Fex's eyes, his opponent had disappeared, and without giving off any smell, it was hard for him to locate this person. "Wait! You're a vampire! We're on the same side! Stop!" Fex shouted. Daze. Daze skill faded. After seeing Quinn struggling in hand-to-hand combat, Fex found everything quite strange. Does he not even know the basic martial arts? It was something all vampires were required to learn, but Quinn was throwing his punches out quite randomly. But then he also knew some advanced skills, such as the flash step. "Just get out of here!" Peter shouted. "Leave me! There's no point in both of us dying!" Once again, Fex was confused, but this time by the ghoul. If they belonged to the same family, the blood bond wouldn't allow one to be deserted in time of need. With nothing working, Quinn only had one choice. He threw out a blood swipe and caught it using his shadow control. With the scythe being held in his hands and his suit of armor and mask on, he truly looked like a Grim Reaper. "Is that the shadow ability? But that's been lost for years," Fex said. "Just who is this guy?" Suddenly, a beep was heard coming from all three of their watches. As they looked down, they noticed the time was 9:45. It was the 15-minute warning sound, telling them curfew time was coming. Running as fast as he could, Vorden desperately tried to catch up with Quinn, who was running in front. When he looked at the watch, the time stated that it was 9:45. This meant that they only had 15 minutes before curfew time, but for Quinn and Vorden, who were already suspected of perpetrating a murder, it would look suspicious if the two of them were out a night after curfew and didn't have a good reason for it. Knowing this, Vorden had no choice but to turn around and head back to the dorms. Seeing the message on the watch, Quinn started to panic. He didn't have time to rescue Peter. Once again, when Quinn tried to move, he was stopped by the bond. He tried to force through, but it was pulling him down to the ground. Fex could see something was up. Fex looked at Peter and had a little hunch on what the latter was thinking, but it wasn't something he could confirm right now. "Look, you aren't meant to be here, neither am I, so I won't tell anyone about you. I'll leave it in your hands, but if you need any help, then I suggest that you come to me." Soon after, a cloud of mist filled the air where Fex was once standing. After the mist started to disappear, it looked like Fex was vanishing away with it. "Is he gone?" Quinn asked. "That mist is a transformation spell," the system explained. "Most likely he has turned into something that allows him to pick up more speed." With that knowledge, a weight was lifted from his shoulders, but there was still another problem weighing on his mind, and he was soon reminded of it. Peter started to scream at the top of his lungs. It felt like he was being stabbed repeatedly in his stomach, and as his hunger grew, so did his strength. The tight strings that were once holding him down were starting to snap one by one. "Quinn, quickly, give him some of your blood. It will only be temporary, but it should calm him down as you have more control over him," said the system. Then, using the tip of his tooth, he bit down on his thumb, causing blood to be drawn. He walked closer to Peter, and after just taking a few steps, Peter lifted his head and turned it towards Quinn. Quinn then lifted his hand and started to squeeze the blood from it, allowing it to drip into Peter's mouth. Just like that, in almost an instant, Peter started to calm down. "How long will this last?" Quinn asked. "Long enough," the system replied. Placing Peter on his back and equipping his beast boots, he activated his wind walk. He no longer had any time to take it easy, so he ran as fast as he could back to the school without any intention of slowing down. Vorden had safely made it back into the room on time, and Layla had left long before to go back to her dorm room. In the kitchen, laid out on the table, he had gotten what looked like a meat cleaver. "Okay, Vorden, you can do this." Vorden then placed his arm on the table, laying it flat, while grabbing the meat cleaver with the other. "Here goes nothing." He swung it down, but at the last second, he stopped just inches above his limb. A thud sound was heard in the room, and as Vorden looked up, he could see that Quinn had arrived while bearing Peter on his back. The sound on their watches went off again, indicating that it was now 10 o'clock. A ping would then be sent to the security office, revealing the location of all those who were not located in their rooms at that moment. However, as soon as Peter had entered the room, the smell of fresh human flesh had entered his nose, and he once again succumbed to his crazed self. Quinn quickly held him down using all of his strength, but the struggle was tough. "Now is not the time to be hesitating," Vorden said, but once again as he looked at the meat cleaver and his hand, his heart started beating like crazy. "Ah, you big back, let me do it," Rayton said as he took control of the seat. Without hesitation, Rayton swung the meat cleaver down onto his arm. Unlike Vorden, though, he didn't hesitate one bit. "Here you go," Vorden said as he chucked over his arm towards Quinn and Peter. As Vorden's arm was flying through the air, Peter managed to overpower Quinn and push him off. Peter leapt into the air like a dog trying to catch the arm. It would have looked funny if it wasn't so gruesome. "Vorden, are you okay?" Quinn asked, with a worried expression on his face. "Don't worry, I'll be fine," Vorden replied with a little smile. "Guess we needed Plan B more than we thought." Vorden felt a bit strange, seeing Peter eating his arm right in front of him. Instinctively, he grabbed at his arm. He felt the part below his elbow was already starting to grow back. This made him sigh in relief. Luckily, the healing ability he acquired was already starting to work. "I hope this is going to be enough for him, because I don't feel like going through this again today," Vorden said. "It should be. When he finished eating, he will calm down a bit," Quinn replied. He was just repeating the words of the system right now because he wasn't sure of anything anymore. When Peter finally finished eating the arm, Quinn felt strange energy surging through his body. It felt the same as the first time Peter ate human flesh. Looking at Vorden, Peter noticed his arm was missing. With fear in his voice, he stammered, "Vorden, your arm." "I don't know." Peter felt appalled with himself. "This thing?" Vorden said as he lifted his stump. "Don't worry about it. In a few hours, it will have grown back. This was our backup plan in case you lost control before we had found a permanent solution for you. Before coming back to our room, I went down to the canteen and copied the ability of a student who has regenerative power. We didn't expect you to be hungry so soon after you fed on Earl yesterday. Well, I guess we better get started with cleaning this place before anyone finds out what happened here, Quinn said. When Vorden was cleaning the kitchen counter, he said, "Hey, Quinn, you fancy a drink?" At the same time, he was squeezing some blood from a towel. Quinn was amazed at how Vorden could still crack a joke in a situation like this, but then again, nothing ever seemed to faze the guy. Since turning into a vampire, Quinn wasn't affected much by the sight of blood anymore. Even Peter eating Vorden's arm didn't bother him much. What surprised him was how well Vorden was handling it. While they were busy cleaning up, Quinn had the chance to ask the system some questions, because right now he had a lot of them. "Do you know how long Peter will be required to eat human flesh?" "Well, for once I have some good news for you. Peter is the type of ghoul that needs to be fed daily," the system responded. "If that is good news, you have some sick sense of humor," Quinn thought. "Just wait, young one. The ones that require food more often quickly get stronger. If you carry on feeding Peter for a week, then by the end of it, he should evolve." In the middle of their conversation, a notification screen popped up. "New quest received. Make your family stronger. 2 out of 7 feed your ghoul, Peter, 7 different types of human flesh. Reward, family member evolution." The quest stated that they would need 7 different types of human flesh. Just like Quinn with his blood, he would only get stronger when consuming a new person's blood. The same could be said for Peter, who would have to consume different types of flesh. "If, and I mean a big if," Quinn said, "if we carry on using Vorden, will it still suppress his hunger?" "Yes, although he won't be able to evolve as quickly." He hated the fact that he had to rely on Vorden, and using him would only be delaying the inevitable. Right now he needed to find a solution as fast as possible. Vampires were a secret to the world, and he was sure Fex would want to keep it that way as well. It was a risk, but he would have to confront Fex and ask for his help. In the morning, Quinn and Peter didn't go down to the canteen for breakfast. They had decided to stay in their dorm room. Quinn couldn't bear for Vorden to go through so much pain again. That's why he offered to help. With his greater strength, he was able to cut through the entire leg in one clean stroke. Vorden looked scared when Quinn was about to cut his limb off, but all of a sudden his facial expression changed. Instead of fear, it now showed anger. Vorden shouted at Quinn, "Just do it, you little wimp!" Quinn now wanted Peter to evolve as soon as possible, as hopefully this would help with Peter's dietary problems. Quinn also realized he thought of Peter as a friend again. He suspected the strange bond between them might have something to do with this. Because the 2 days of rest were over, every student was required to start training in their combat classes again. The 3 of them split up. Peter and Vorden went to the elemental class, while Quinn went to his combat class. Now that Peter had been fed twice in a short time, the system assured Quinn that he could last at least 24 hours before he needed to feed again. At that time, Quinn needed to come up with a solution, or if he couldn't, he would have to find Fex and ask him for help. Vorden and Peter were together in the elemental class. However, they pretended to no longer be on speaking terms with each other, of course. Vorden still kept an eye on him. While everyone was looking at the teacher, Vorden noticed that a couple of students had come over to where Peter was standing, and it looked like they were nudging him a bit. The 3 of them started to move away from the crowd, towards the back of the classroom, out of sight of the main group of students. "Are they working for Duke?" Vorden thought. "They won't do anything to him here, and Peter has just been fed, so he shouldn't go on another rampage." One of the students whispered into Peter's ear, "Move to the back of the classroom." Once they were at the back, one of them whispered again, saying, "Duke has a message for you. Make sure you bring your Earth ability up to level 4 by the end of the week. If you do, there will be even more rewards for you." Peter agreed because he didn't know what else to do. Now that he had become a ghoul, he couldn't even use his Earth ability anymore. He was wondering how he was going to solve this in a week. "Quinn can change the number on his watch by tapping it. Maybe I can ask him how he does that," Peter thought. After staying at the school for only 2 days, Fex had already learnt something. Life at the school was quite boring. The first student that he had met was Aaron. Because Fex was a new student, he had to decide which combat class he wanted to go to, and after finding out Aaron went to the Beast Weapons class, Fex knew what class he wanted to sign up for. Along the way to the Beast Weapons class, Quinn met up with Layla and Aaron, who was trailing behind her. On the way there, Quinn was thinking of possible safe ways to approach Fex. He would need to talk to him in a public place where he couldn't use his abilities as freely, but before that, he needed to find out what class he was in or where he was. They arrived in the large training hall, and Leo was there as usual. This time, Leo gathered all the students at the front of the training hall, where a small platform had been raised. Leo stood on top of this platform as he explained the upcoming lesson to everyone. However, just before the lesson started, a new student had entered the room. Leo was completely distracted as he noticed something. This student had the same aura as Quinn did. "Hey, this is the beast weapons class, right?" Fex said as he walked through. "Who's that?"
"I think it's a new student."
"This late into the term, that means he must be a draft evader." When they looked at Fex, their interest quickly died down after seeing he only had the number 1 on his watch. Quinn and Fex looked at each other. They both knew instantly that this was the person who they had fought last night. Fex gave Quinn one look up and down before walking off to find his spot to watch the lesson. This reaction surprised Quinn, to say the least. "Isn't he going to say anything? I'm sure he realized I was the person fighting him last night. If I can smell him, he can smell me," Quinn thought. The lesson had started, but it was hard for Quinn to concentrate. "As you all know, we have been learning the basics of each weapon," Leo explained as he drew out his katana blade. "But there will be times where one's weapon will break, or certain weapons will prove ineffective against the enemy." Leo then threw his blade at the wall behind him. It flew fast, and half of the blade managed to go into the wall until it stopped. "In these times, we will have to use our fists. If we have abilities, why would we rely on our hands? Yeah, and even then, if I didn't have a beast weapon or was too tired to use my ability, surely guns would be better?" "I see. So you think that today's lesson is pointless, correct?" Leo asked. Suddenly, Leo started to tear off his military clothing, and underneath he revealed a chest-piece armor that had the face of a demon on it. Even armor-piercing bullets from a sniper rifle at most could knock a single-scale Dalki back. However, when activating the beast gear, the higher-level tier of equipment, the more empowered our bodies to become, Leo said. At first, the students thought they imagined it, but they could all see clearly that the blackish armor around Leo's chest was starting to light up and turn red. Little particles of steam were emerging from the piece as well. "Right now, if I was to throw a fist with all my force, I could crumble the foundations of this entire building." The steam started to disappear, and the chest piece's color started to return to normal. At that time, the students realized a certain pressure had disappeared, as if they were under a gravity heavier than they were used to, had disappeared from the room. "So they finally figured out how to properly use the power of the beast, huh?" Fex said. "Well, it looks like they advanced quicker than my father said they would." "The power of the fist is useless if you cannot hit your opponent, or if you do not know how to throw a punch," Leo explained. "So for today's lesson, I shall be showing you a basic martial art that all soldiers are required to learn. For this, I will need a volunteer." Leo then started to look around the room until his head had stopped at one person. "Quinn, how about another spar with me?" Having no good excuse to refuse, Quinn walked up onto the platform. Quinn and Leo were standing at opposite ends of the platform. "Now for this session, once again, I would like you all to not use any of your abilities. Later on, we will try to learn how to combine your abilities with our fists to make more of an impact, but for now, forget about it," Leo explained as he looked at Quinn. "Okay, when you are ready, I want you to come at me and don't pull any punches." Leo assumed a fighting stance, and at the same time, a quest appeared directly in front of Quinn. "High-level opponent detected. Defeat the opponent in battle. Reward, instant level up. Let's see if you are the person from last night," Fex, though standing by the sidelines. The fight had started, and while Leo didn't move at all, Quinn started to dash in as fast as he could. He didn't have any of his beast gears on, so his stats were lower than usual, but he also wasn't being affected by the sunlight so much. Seeing Quinn dash from his position, he was certainly fast, but not fast enough for people to think of it as an ability. Quinn threw out a punch fast, but didn't add any of his blood skills. However, Leo was able to move his head to avoid it. Quinn then changed his fist and went to grab Leo instead. He hoped to throw Leo to the ground, but it was too late. The man had already pivoted on his foot and went for a spin. While doing so, he lifted his other leg in the air and managed to kick Quinn right in the head. The force was strong and caused Quinn to fall to the ground. "Again," Leo said. Although the force was strong enough to cause him to fall, it didn't do much damage to a body like Quinn's. He tried attacking again, throwing punches of his own, but every time his attacks would come close, Leo would move or, using the palm of his hands, deflect the strikes. Then, when he was attacking, he would use his legs.
The confrontation lasted about 10 minutes, and finally, Quinn was starting to get worn out by the whole thing. Yep, those sloppy punches of his, that's the person I fought with yesterday, Fex thought. Okay, that's enough, Leo said. Quinn was now huffing and panting a little, even though he hadn't used any advanced abilities, like the flash step or hammer strike. It seemed to be more tiring fighting against Leo. He would always use the palm of his hands for defense, and whenever he was attacking, he would use his legs. What you have just witnessed is the martial art we teach our soldiers here. It is named the Pugna style. It's important. The reach in our legs is longer and more powerful than in our arms, but our arms are more versatile and flexible. Leo then started to look at the crowd of students again. Is there anyone here who would like to have a go? This is your chance to have a one-on-one battle with your teacher here. Most of the students were nervous. They didn't have many hands-to-hand combat experience because they focused on using their abilities or training with weapons most of the time. Out of all the students there, a single person had his hand raised. I wouldn't mind having a crack at it, a student announced as he sauntered forward out of the crowd. When he came into view, Quinn was surprised to see who it was. Just what is he thinking? Quinn thought. Oh, if it isn't the newbie, Leo said with a smile. Sweeping his black hair back with his hand and taking a look at Quinn, Fex had a big smile on his face. Bring it on. Now, Fex and Leo were up on stage, and even Quinn was a little excited to see the outcome of the match. When looking at the two, their fighting stances were quite different. Leo had both hands out in front of him, similar to karate or a little like boxing, while Fex had both hands down by his side, but his knees were slightly bent. Slowly, Fex was circling Leo. Fex was the first to strike. He came in throwing his fists in quick succession, two to the head and then another to the body. However, just like before, by using his palms, Leo was able to knock them away. He could block them, Fex thought, but I only pulled back on my speed a little. I was sure from watching the match earlier this would be fast enough. After blocking the attacks, Leo followed up with a kick aimed toward Fex's head. Seeing this, Fex jumped back and tried to grab the leg, but at the last second, it seemed like the angle had changed, causing Fex's grab to miss. Again, it's like he knows what I'm going to do. Fex inwardly was starting to get annoyed. Then, while bringing his leg back, he was able to catch Fex on the head with the heel of his foot. As the fight continued, Fex got more excited, and he started putting more power into his punches. It got to the point where it was power beyond a regular human with no ability. While looking at his energy grew wilder and stronger, it started to remind Leo of the Dalki, and this soured his mood. It brought back specific memories. Usually, the Dalki were reckless when they fought, but the toughest opponent Leo ever had to face was one which knew how to use martial arts skills, and right now, the resemblance was too close. Although he was banned from using his abilities, Leo's was slightly different compared to the others. His ability was always on. Since he was blind, he would constantly activate his ability to see the aura of living things around him. In turn, this also allowed him to see the flow of energy in his opponent's body. When an opponent attacks, their energy flow would move before the body of the person did. This was the same when a person used their abilities as well. Fex threw out stiff and straight fast blows with the fist, but knowing what he was going to do beforehand, Leo was able to block all of the attacks. What? But I was sure I increased the speed quick enough so he wouldn't be able to block it, Fex thought. Then, when Leo prepared for a kick, he could still see where Fex was planning to dodge. He continued to kick in rapid successions, aiming for where Fex would be at each time. Can he read my mind? What's going on? Fex asked himself out of frustration. When the kick stopped for a breath of a second, Fex thought he had finally gotten a break, but before he could do anything, another kick was aimed at him from above. An axe kick, which slammed down on the back of his head as hard as he could. The blow was harder than Fex thought it would be, so he was unable to prepare himself in time. His legs gave in, and his head bounced off of the ground. Before Leo himself had realized it, he had been too consumed by his past memories. It had affected his usual clear mind. However, he knew the student was safe since his aura was still burning brightly. Fex slowly started to get up, pushing his body up with his arms, with his nose slightly bent. Unfortunately, I didn't expect to meet such a skilled student, hence I might have taken the fight a little too seriously, Leo said. Thank you for the battle, teacher. You have taught me how useful your martial arts truly are, Fex said as he bowed down and walked off of the stage. Wait, Leo said. Please tell me, where did you learn to fight like that? As you can see, my ability is only level 1. My family has always been weak, so we decided to train in the form of martial arts to help build a good foundation, Fex answered. As Fex walked back to the crowd, he quickly snapped his nose back into place. He also had bruise marks all over his body, but they would soon heal, so there wasn't much to worry about. With the 2 demonstrations over, it was time for Leo to start the class. The first thing Leo started to demonstrate was the kicks. Leo asked the group to get into pairs and spar with each other. This was Quinn's chance to approach Fex, as he could see he was all on his own, since no one wanted to pair up with him. I guess you already know what I am, Quinn said while looking at Fex, keeping his fist closed, ready for things to turn at any second. Do you know who I am? Fex asked. Thanks to the system's inspect skill, Quinn did know. Fex Sanguinus, correct? Well, it's to be expected. I thought maybe my fame was starting to die around the other families, Fex said, swiping his hair back. I remember you saying that if I needed any help, you would offer your hand. Quinn then took in a deep breath. I need you to help me with the ghoul problem, the one that you captured the other day. Fex then smiled. I thought as much. He had seen Quinn use his shadow ability. It was an ability that other vampires hadn't used in years. Sooner or later, he would be caught by his family and be sent back. If Fex was able to get information from Quinn, how he got this and which family he belonged to, then perhaps the punishment he would receive would be lighter. Of course I can help you, Fex said. But I do have one condition, Fex said, looking over in the direction of the 2 girls. You see, the one with the golden hair? All I ask is for some alone time with her. There's no way we can trust that guy, Layla shouted. Currently, the whole group had finished their combat classes for the day and were inside Quinn's room. I hate to admit it, Borden said, but I kind of agree with Layla on this one. What is another vampire doing in this school in the first place? While the others were thinking about what to do, Vorden pulled Quinn off to one side so they could have a private conversation with one another. Hey man, not to add to your worries or anything, Vorden started, but I think we've another problem you should know about. Vorden then went on to explain how a few of Duke's men had come up to Peter in their training session, and how they had asked him to learn the level 4 ability by the end of the week. Then we have no choice, Quinn said. We don't know if Duke is going to keep a closer eye on Peter or what he plans to do. If we don't get Peter off this new diet as soon as possible, then we might have a serious problem on our hands. If it's about trusting the vampire boy or the Duke, I think right now I trust the vampire more. It was a calm day. Quinn stood there opposite Fex, behind the roof door. The door was slightly open as the 4 of them peeked to have a look at what was going on. Quinn said, We will be waiting just on the other side of that door, and if anything happens to her, we will— I know, Fex said with a yawn. And about the ghoul problem, you promise you'll help us straight after, right? Quinn asked. I already have it sorted, Fex said confidently. Just a fair warning, she knows what you are, so she will be cautious, Quinn replied. Looks like you're breaking rules all over the place, Fex said. I guess it isn't a problem if you plan to turn her eventually. Fex had never seen a vampire break all the rules so casually. There was only one person who was as daring as him, and that was Fex himself. At first, Erin walked slowly, but as she got closer and closer to Fex, she started to walk faster. The closer she got to him, the more annoyed she was at seeing his face. I thought I had already warned you. If you were to mention what you saw in the library, I would teach you a lesson, she shouted. Hearing Erin's words, Fex was a bit confused. He could tell she was angry, but apparently it had something to do with their last meeting. Wait, it couldn't have something to do with that book, could it? As she charged forward, her face had now gone bright red once again, and she pulled out her sword, but suddenly her movement started to slow as she felt something wrapping around her legs and arms. When she looked at Fex, she could see him doing something with his hands. The string-like substance continued to tangle all over her body. Finally, she was completely restricted and could no longer move. Erin was not at the level where she could use the ice abilities with just her mind. She still required small movements with her hands to activate her ability, Fex said. Anyway, hear me out. During my time here, I need a puppet as well as a food source. Now, since you decided to punish me in the library, you have the grace of becoming both of those things. I'm not becoming your puppet, Erin shouted. I'm afraid you don't have much of a choice, Fex replied as he stabbed 12 needles in her back. What did you do to me? Erin asked. I wanted to show you what being my puppet means, Fex replied. Erin went to swing her sword and moved about, yet it seemed like her movements were back to normal. "Whatever you did to me, get rid of it now!" She lunged forward and swung down her sword. However, as she did, Fex moved a single fingertip, and concurrently, the course of her sword changed, missing the target and merely swinging to the side. "My body, did it just move on its own?" It was a strange feeling for Erin to suddenly lose control like that. He was now moving his fingers at an incredibly fast speed, and for every different action that he did, it would move Erin's body. While her movements were soft and flexible, as if she was dancing, it was swordsmanship that she had never seen before, one that surpassed her basic skills that were unrefined. "What is Erin doing?" Layla asked. "I thought she would be attacking him, but she looks so beautiful." "I don't think it's her look," Vorden said as he pointed at Fex, who was at the back, moving his hands and fingers. "You're a lot better than I thought you were going to be," said Fex. "It looks like I was right to choose you." When Fex had seen enough, he detached the strings that were on Erin, and she suddenly stopped right there. "Now that I have shown you how my swordsmanship works, it's time that I get something in return." Walking towards the lady, step by step, Fex got closer, and right now, there wasn't a thing she could do to stop him. "I can't take this anymore. It's not fair on Erin. We forced her into this, and it's clear that she doesn't want to go through with it. What if he's planning to turn her?" "I'm going," Vorden said as he barged through the roof door. "Wait!" Quinn shouted. They were so close that Quinn didn't want to ruin the deal they had, but after hearing Vorden's words, Quinn realized how selfish he was being. As Vorden ran out, he gathered a fireball in his hands and was getting ready to throw it toward Fex. However, just as Vorden was about to let the flames go, Erin's body had moved and was now right in front of him. "How dirty!" Vorden shouted. "You're going to use her as a shield? Why don't you fight yourself?" Then, a gust of wind seemed to go straight past Vorden as he felt his hair rise. When he looked in front of him, he could see Quinn running past with all his beast gear on. Just like before, Fex moved Erin in front and commanded her to strike her sword, but Quinn showed no signs of slowing down, and it looked like he wasn't even going to bother dodging. "Shadow control!" Just before the sword reached his side, he lifted the shadow from underneath his foot and blocked the attack, slowing it down. Then, using the flash step, Quinn was able to appear behind Erin and went straight for Fex. "Wait!" Fex shouted. "Stop! This wasn't my intention. You guys win," he said as he held up both hands. Quinn then pulled out a flask from one of his trousers pockets and threw it over to Fex, who was able to catch it. "If you need more blood, then you can just come to me," Quinn said. "Just leave us be, and I won't get in your way and obstruct your mission, so you shouldn't get in the way of mine." "Look, I didn't want to sour the relationship between us two. As I have said, this is all a misunderstanding. Did I ever hurt her?" "You took control of her body and you forced her to attack me," Vorden said. "Just get rid of whatever you put into her body. In that way, you won't be able to control her again." "Looks like I've hit a nerve there. I didn't realize she was already taken," Fex said. "As fellow vampires, we should be looking out for each other. As a sign of our friendship, I shall do as you ask and remove the needles." Quinn was wondering why Fex's tune changed so quickly. Could he have realized that Quinn was different from the other vampires? But the real reason why Fex had changed his mind about the whole thing was because of Quinn's shadow abilities. The strings were connected to Erin once more, and she felt the tingling sensation at the back of her mind. Fex then yanked out his hand, and at the same time, all 12 needles that were attached to her body were pulled out simultaneously. "It's done," Fex said. The others saw the needles had been removed, and Erin could no longer sense a strange feeling inside her body. "If you ever wish to become my puppet again, feel free to find me." "Come on, let's get out of here," Layla said as she started to walk off with the others towards the exit. "Wait, don't you want help with your ghoul situation?" Fex asked. "We can't trust this matter to him," Vorden said. "I'm telling you." But time was running out. Vorden would have to go through the pain of having his limbs removed again. "Please," Quinn said, "help us." "Very well," Fex replied. "Follow me." As the three boys followed Fex, they couldn't help but wonder what kind of plan he had. "I hope you're hungry," Fex said as he opened the door. As soon as they entered the room, their jaws had nearly dropped to the floor. Currently on the floor were 7 different students who had been tied up. They each had a blindfold around their eyes and a piece of cloth gagging their mouths. "This is what someone should have done before they turned him into a ghoul. He would need a different type, right? So here you are. I brought you a different person he can eat for each day of the week," Fex explained. So what, you plan to just kill these students? Vorden asked. Hey, now look who's being the stupid one. No one said anything about killing, Fex replied. The size of meat that a ghoul needs to eat only needs to be about that of a shoe, so there's no need to kill, no need for the school to find out. But won't they say something happened? Peter said, worried as he saw the students wriggling, scared for their lives. Although you guys seem to be friends, it's like you don't know much about vampires, do you? Fex shook his head. If I use my influence powers, then I can make them forget anything ever happened. Well, Quinn, what do you want to do? Peter asked, looking at him. Peter had already made up his mind. He was sick of worrying about this and just wanted to get it over and done with. I can't, Quinn said. I don't even know these people that well. If it makes it easier for you, some of these people aren't good people. Fex then went over to two of the male students off to the right side and lifted their heads, revealing a few bruise marks on their faces. What about the rest? Quinn asked. Well, the rest were randomly selected. They just had bad luck, that's all. Look, someone had to draw the short straw, right? While Vorden was looking at the students, he recognized one of the female students. It was the same girl who he had copied the regenerative ability off the other day. Seeing this, though, gave him an idea. Quinn, there is something we can do, Vorden said. Before, he had never considered this an option. Only now that they were able to erase their memories did he think of this. They explained their plan to Fex. After all, they needed him to make sure he erased their memories. All right, then. Fex then pushed the female student towards Quinn, and he managed to grab her just before she tripped and fell over. The boys started to discuss who was going to cut off the limb, since none of them were ready. In the end, it was a unanimous decision that Peter should be the one to do it. Peter grabbed the meat cleaver from the kitchen counter and walked over to the female, all the while Vorden and Quinn held her down on the floor. The two had to hold her down, even though her mouth was already gagged. At first, she thought it was a twisted, sick joke being played by her friends. But as soon as she heard them deliberate and talk more about the matter, she slowly realized that it was becoming a reality. As Peter kneeled on his knees, his hands were shaking. Come on, Peter, Vorden said. You're happy enough to eat the damn thing, but you can't cut it off. With those words, Peter closed his eyes and swung the meat cleaver down, but at the last second, he tried pulling it back, causing the meat cleaver to only reach halfway through the bone. Peter, you made it worse, Quinn said as the two swapped positions. Quinn quickly banged a fist on top of the cleaver, pushing it to completely go through. When the leg was detached, he quickly put it inside a black plastic bag. The woman was no longer struggling or screaming. She had just passed out from the fear of everything. 4 more times, Quinn said. We have to do this 4 more times. While the female's leg was being prepared for Peter to eat, Quinn went over and dipped his finger into one of the ends. Blood type A positive. Quinn wanted the O blood type. This way, he would be able to raise his charm stat. He realized that with everything happening around them, they were bound to get caught sooner or later. If that was the case, then one of the most useful skills that he had would be the influence skill. He then licked his finger, and once again the message appeared. A-positive blood has been consumed. An additional stat point in strength has been added. Strength 18. While the others were waiting for the leg to heal and for Peter to start eating, Quinn went over to the other 6 students who were still on the ground. Inspect. Quinn had used his inspection skill on each of them, and the main thing he was looking for was their blood types. Out of the 6, there were 2 O-negative blood types, 1 AB positive, 1 A positive, and also 2 B positive blood types. After taking a drop from each student, Quinn decided to check his new improved stats. Strength 19, Agility 18, Stamina 17, Charm 12. At the moment, these were Quinn's current base stats without wearing any equipment. With the 2 O blood types, Quinn did as he said he would, putting them into his charm stats. While doing all of these tasks, Fex was keeping a close eye on Quinn and couldn't help but come over. You're a strange one. Oh, I know. I bet you're one of those blood freaks who has to find the perfect type of blood, Fex said as he shrugged his shoulders. To me, blood is just blood. It all tastes the same no matter who it comes from. Hearing Fex say this started to make Quinn think. System, what is the meaning of this? Quinn asked. I think you figured it out already, the system replied. As I've said to you before, your vampire powers are unique, different from the others. What applies to you doesn't mean it will apply to them, and the same can be said the other way around. But this, Quinn, this is your advantage over the others. Finally, when the female student's leg was fully healed, Peter no longer felt weird about eating the leg in front of him.
The first bite was the hardest, but once he got the juicy taste of flesh into his mouth, he couldn't stop. He continued until almost nothing was left but the bone. Quest update: 3 of 7 pieces of human flesh have been consumed by ghoul Peter Chuck. Once again, the energy surged through Quinn's body, but he knew it wasn't him getting stronger, but Peter instead. Maybe we should just take the easy way? Quinn thought for a brief moment, but quickly changed his mind. They took off the blindfold from the girl, and then Fex started to use his influence skill. His red eyes glowed, and so did the females he was looking at. She appeared dazed, as if she was unaware of anything around her, as if she was asleep, but with her eyes open. Fex gave simple instructions of what happened that night. He was sure not to overcomplicate things. The last thing he mentioned was telling her to sleep for another hour. While one of them watched the hallways for any oncoming students, the other would carry them and put them in a place where it would be a while before a student spotted them. Certain sections of the library, just outside the staircase on the top floors, and so on. After they finished doing everything they needed to do, they left Fex in his room on his own. The day had arrived, and Peter wasn't feeling hungry this morning, as he had eaten a meal last night, but that still didn't mean there wasn't a list of jobs they needed to do, because Duke was hot on their heels. They needed to convince him that somehow Peter was learning the ability books handed to him. So the 3 decided to once again split up for the morning. Vorden had memorized the students, who had the regenerative ability, while Peter and Quinn had decided to pay a little visit upstairs to the VIP area. "Long time no see," Logan greeted. "It looks like you brought a friend with you as well this time." Once he sat down, Quinn started to explain what he wished Logan to do. However, this time, Quinn was afraid Logan would decline. But without saying anything, he put on his metallic glove and got to work on the watch while it was still in Peter's hand. After a few minutes, he sat back in his chair. "All done for you," he said. Now onto the watch, the number 2 was permanently displayed. "If we want to come back and increase the number, are you okay with that, Logan?" "I thought you might ask something like that, so I already did it for you," Logan said. "If you twist the top of the watch, then the numbers will change, going from 1 up to 6. So you will be able to fool anyone into thinking you have a high ability. If you ever need any help, Logan, feel free to ask me." With that said, it was almost time for the combat classes to begin, and the 2 of them had to leave. As they left the room, Logan quickly booted up his computer and started typing away until he suddenly stopped. "If I do this, he will probably never trust me again. It was nice speaking to a person for once, rather than a machine," Logan said. "But at the same time, I can tell you are hiding things from me, and I can only help you if I know more." "Recording device activated," the computer system said. It was time for the 2 to split up. Peter would head to the elemental class with Vorden, while Quinn would head to his normal weapons class. During the start of the lesson, they continued to go through the kicks that had been done the other day. Quinn worked on perfecting them, while in his head imagining the feeling of blood swiping going through his legs. It was too bad his mind had been preoccupied with other things. Otherwise, Quinn would have loved to test it out right now. While practicing, he noticed once again that Fex was standing by his own. Seeing this, Quinn decided to approach Fex. "Hey, do you want to spar?" Quinn asked. Fex got up from the floor and looked around him, noticing that there was only one person, Quinn, who was speaking to him. "Who, me?" Fex asked, tilting his head a bit. Quinn nodded. "Maybe I can use my full strength against you this time." "Yeah, right. But if you insist on an arse kicking, then I'll be happy to give you one," Fex replied with a smile. Fex was a good fighter, and Quinn was hoping to learn from him. If in the future he did become his enemy, it would be useful to learn how not only he fought, but how others fought as well. The 2 of them sparred using the kicking techniques only, and Leo also noticed that Fex could perform the kicks quite well. It seemed like he was performing them badly before just because he didn't want to. Still, the 2 of them knew not to show their true strength or speed, otherwise the others around them would start to get suspicious. While Layla and Aaron were practicing their kicks against each other, Layla noticed Aaron was incredibly distracted and was constantly looking over where Quinn and Fex were. She was never interested in Quinn before, even after learning he was a vampire, so it had to mean she was looking at Fex instead. After last night, she tried to repeat the movements while she was under control multiple times, but they just weren't right. She wanted to feel them one more time. She felt like she was close, but something was just missing. But as she looked at Fex's face, it filled her with disgust. She would never allow herself to be controlled by another person. In another training hall, the elemental class was taking place again. Vorden and Peter did their usual thing, keeping their distance from one another, but at the same time not too far. So far, the whole lesson had passed without anything happening, and it was only in the last part that the same men that approached Peter the other day had approached him once again. "So, Peter, I see you finally reached the level 2 Earth ability, but your progress is a little slow, don't you think? The Duke wants to make sure that you progress as fast as possible, and the easiest way of doing that is through a practical assessment." Although Vorden wasn't close enough to hear what they were saying, he was able to tell they were in some sort of trouble just from the look on Peter's face. Then, when he saw them walking off in a certain direction and clearing a space around the two of them, Vorden knew what was happening. They wanted to test his abilities, while Peter had no abilities. In one of the corners of the room, Peter had been taken by Bones, a tall, skinny student who also had two other students by his side. They each formed a triangle-like position, with Bones in front of Peter, while the other two stood behind him. "All right, Peter, it's time to see what you got," Bones said. However, Peter was far too nervous to hear Bones properly and was thinking about what to do to get out of this mess. "Why did these guys have to come and get me now?" Peter thought. "These guys are still trying to ruin my life. Well, if I'm going to get caught anyway, I should just kill them." Just then, Peter managed to catch Vorden walking up from behind them and then walking to the side. "Come on, Peter, are you ready or what?" Bones shouted as he was starting to get agitated. Vorden was now standing next to them. He started to perform certain moves, and earth pillars and walls were created as he performed these moves. "Does he want me to copy him?" Peter thought. But just as he was wondering, he felt a blunt object hit him in the stomach. When he looked down at what had hit him, he noticed it was an earth pillar. "I don't have all day, you little twerp," Bones shouted. Peter was surprised at how little the attack had hurt, but knowing the others would expect a reaction, he held his hands around his stomach and started to hurl forward. Peter then looked at Bones and started to copy each action Vorden was doing. First was a step on the ground. An earth wall was then lifted from the floor. Vorden made sure to create a small one, trying to mimic a level 2 user. Peter then threw out his palm, imitating Vorden, and the earth wall formed a worm-like shape. "Is that enough for you?" Peter asked. An earth pole was formed into Bones' hand, and he whacked Peter right across the face, leaving a large red mark. "That's for wasting my time. If you did that in the first place, we could have gone home already," Bones said as he started to walk away from the others. "Peter, make sure you reach level 4 in time, or else." As the three were leaving, Peter could do nothing but watch them go. He hated the fact that even though he now had the chance to fight them, he had to hide that fact. Once classes were over for the day, Vorden and Peter met up together in the library. "Okay, so, do you remember the plan?" Vorden asked. "Tonight, I want to try to get all 3 of those regenerative ability users. There are 3 places where we can most likely get them. At dinner, we can follow them just outside their dorm room or before they return to their homeroom classes. All we have to do is convince each student and lead them to Fex's room to deal with the rest." "What about the other?" Peter asked. "If I'm not satisfied after these, then does that mean we're going to have to kill more?" "We will leave that to Quinn." Logan had heard everything. After hearing what Peter and Vorden had said, Logan felt like he needed more information before coming to a logical conclusion. The words that stuck out most to him during the conversation were, "kill again." Logan then proceeded to log on to his computer and started to access the school servers. A few moments later, he was into the school system. Since the new school semester started, there were a total of 2 students dead that had been reported, one named Brandon and the other named Earl. When looking at the files, he also noticed that 2 students had been brought in for questioning, and one of them for both cases, Quinn. Vorden had caught up with Quinn and given him information on his target, saying what homeroom class they were from and also what combat classes they would attend. Quinn had gone to one of the homeroom classes to find his target. Vorden had gone to wait outside the dorm area, and lastly, Peter to the canteen. As Quinn walked down the hallway where the students were just outside their homeroom, Quinn quickly tapped the student on the shoulder. "What is it?" the student said, half annoyed as he turned, but he quickly changed his tone. "Oh, sorry, how can I help you?" he said with blush marks underneath his cheeks. He had never seen a student so handsome before. It was as if something was drawing him in. "Influence skill activated. Influence skill successful. Follow a few feet behind me. Don't say anything to anyone, understand?" The student nodded and continued to follow Quinn. Vorden found it quite easy to convince his student to do as asked after showing him his watch, threatening to beat the person if he didn't comply, and then finally, it was Peter's turn. "I'm here to deliver a message," Peter said. "General Duke has asked me to take you to him at this moment." The student agreed to leave his friends and follow Peter. It was all going well for Peter so far. The student was following and asking him what the general wanted to see him about. Whenever he asked, Peter would reply, saying the general would never tell a low-level like him information about why. However, the problem started to occur when the student realized that Peter wasn't leading them to an office, but instead toward the dorm rooms. "Where are you taking me?" he asked. "Oh, I just need to grab a few things from my room first that I forgot," Peter replied. "I thought you said it was urgent." "Is there a problem here?" a voice said. As the student turned around, he could see a black-haired student he didn't recognize, and suddenly his eyes lit up red. "Head over to room 224 and wait there," Fex commanded. This time, when faced with the dilemma of choosing who should cut off the student's limbs, Quinn had volunteered. "Here I go!" With a single swing, Quinn cut off the piece of the student's foot with a clean strike. This time, however, Vorden immediately moved towards the amputated area and started to place his hands just above it. As he did, it began to heal far quicker than it normally would. "What's that?" Peter asked. "I decided to head to the nurse's office, faking that I had a temperature. The two of us touched, so I was able to copy her ability," Vorden explained. "I didn't want these guys to go through the same pain as the others." They then repeated the process 2 more times with the other students, and finally, they were done with everything. 6 of 7 pieces of human flesh consumed by your ghoul." The message had appeared, and now there was only one person they had to find before Peter's evolved. "So, did you come up with any ideas for this last person?" Fex said as he sat down on his chair with his legs up on his desk. "I was thinking about this. What about Bones?" Peter suggested. "The person you met today? That's a bad idea," Vorden replied. "He happens to work for Duke. You're already on his radar. But I think you're along the right line. We should pick someone who deserves it." Suddenly, while in the middle of their conversation, a beep sound was heard. 3 students tied up on the floor, blood parts in certain areas, and the rest casually standing around, Logan mumbled to himself. Logan had arrived in front of the door earlier, but he had decided to continue to listen in on their conversation. Perhaps he had misheard something, or the words they were saying meant something else. But after listening and deluding himself to the truth, he could no longer take it. Logan immediately brought out the black sphere-shaped ball and pressed it against his chest. The small little spider-like robots started to spread and appear around his body at a lightning speed until they formed a mechanical suit. "Don't you guys move, or I swear I will blast you all," Logan said. "Quinn, did they put you up to this? If they're blackmailing you, I can help you out. I have connections, you know." "Logan, please," Quinn pleaded. "Put the weapons down. It's not what you think." "I can't, Quinn. If I lower these weapons and I don't know the truth, there's a higher chance for you all attacking me. You were involved in this case as well, and 2 previous cases before." When did he do so much research? Quinn thought. "What the hell are you guys waiting for? Looks like we found your next meal ticket," Fex said as he took a step forward. A few seconds later, though, a beam of blue light had hit Fex and sent him flying up against the room wall. "I did say that nobody should move," Logan said. "Logan, please just give us a chance to explain." At that moment, Quinn had taken a step forward. Logan automatically reacted to this and fired once again. Quinn felt something like this might have happened, so he was prepared. Suing the shadow, he lifted it to block the energy shot, stopping it midair in the shadow. Then, moving out of the way, he moved his shadow with it, causing the shot to smash and go straight out the window. "We seriously need to stop wrecking these rooms," Vorden said. "Quinn, I need an answer for all this, and one that makes sense. You'll understand when I explain everything. I wanted to tell you, Logan. Do you mind if just me and you speak alone?" Quinn asked. As Logan looked around the room, he realized that it would be the better option to just talk to Quinn. "Give me your neck," Logan demanded. "What? Why?" Quinn asked. "If you want me to trust you, then give me your neck," Logan said once again. Quinn did as asked and walked over while bending down slightly. Then, when Logan touched Quinn's neck, a part of his suit started to move and form a type of collar around Quinn's neck. "If you try anything funny, that collar will explode," Logan said. The two of them left the room and headed upstairs to where Logan's room was located. After they left, Fex started to get up from the floor, and around his chest area, a burn mark could be seen. "Who would have thought that little twip would have been so strong?" Fex said as he touched his chest area. Do you think Quinn is going to be okay? Peter asked. We have to deal with this problem first, Vorden said, pointing at the students on the floor. Maybe Quinn can buy us some time, but if Logan reports us, they still can't do anything without any proof, so we need to get rid of the evidence as quickly as possible. The three of them nodded and got to work. Quinn and Logan were inside their room. Quinn was struggling to think about how to explain this to Logan. Not only that, but if he would believe him, and how would he react to the truth? While deep in his thoughts, an unexpected voice in his head was heard. Let him touch you again, the system said. His ability, I think I've figured out what it is. If you touch me, then it will allow me to speak to him. Logan, if you touch me, then the system will be able to explain everything. It will all make sense. I'm putting my trust in you one more time, he said, as Quinn went over with his hand held out. When the two of their hands connected, instead of normal system message, Logan was able to speak clearly to the system. The system was then also able to show images of everything that had happened to Quinn so far, including all of the conversations they had. Then, after a few minutes, Logan let go of Quinn's hand. He then raised it and touched the collar around his neck, removing it, before sitting back down in his chair. What happened? Quinn asked. I understand why you did what you did, Quinn. I can't blame you, because in a way it was the only thing you could do. The two of them sat there for a while. You know, Logan said, I can help you with your problem. Problem? Getting the human flesh. There is a way, Logan replied. I propose we all head upstairs to my room, because I have a solution to your little eater problem. Follow me. Logan left the room and Quinn followed behind while signaling to the others that it was all right to do so. You guys can go ahead without me, Fex said. I've done my part, so there are no more favors in between us. The boys, except for Fex, had finally made it into Logan's room and made sure that the door was firmly shut behind them. Are you sure this isn't all a trap, Quinn? Logan whispered. I don't know, Quinn replied. He hasn't told me anything yet, but I trust him. He helped me out with the watch and knew about my shadow abilities, yet still didn't tell anyone. Logan then logged into his computer as usual. The problem is that you need a fresh piece of human meat, correct? So going to the cemetery is not an option, Logan explained. He then went on to a certain site. It looked exactly like the marketplace where Quinn had gone on to buy his equipment. I will introduce you to a whole new world you probably didn't even know existed, said Logan. We call this the Dark Marketplace. It contains items that aren't allowed to be sold in the regular marketplace. It even has a request board, one that can evade the eyes of the government. I've heard of this before, Vorden said, but I had no clue how to access it. Logan then typed into the search bar and straight away what they were looking for appeared. The words could be seen, fresh human flesh available now, cut less than 24 hours ago. Quinn started to read the description and found something strange. The item had been shrunk, wrapped, and filled with nitrogen to keep it as fresh as possible. It had also been dried of all blood, so the customer could only get the flesh itself. Logan, could you check for me? Is there any way to get blood? Quinn asked. Logan did a quick type, and to his surprise, the screen said, no results found. I find it odd that there isn't blood on this. Regardless, even before vampires began to exist, some underground hospitals and groups would need them for emergencies. Perhaps I should look into this more. Logan continued to ponder on the subject. So, are we able to order the flesh then? Peter asked. Yes, I'll do that for you now, Logan replied. In his room, Logan had a teleporter receiver for packages. After typing the code in, the item suddenly appeared in a box. They opened it up, and it was shrunk, wrapped, and covered with ice, just like the order had said. After taking it out, they placed the meat in Peter's hands, and Logan couldn't stop staring at him. He was interested in seeing how Peter was able to eat the meat. Although Peter was a little shy, he quickly gobbled up the food. When he saw that it was similar to an animal eating meat, Logan lost his interest once again. 7 of 7 different pieces of human flesh have been consumed by your ghoul. Quest complete. Evolution process will begin. A loud groan could be heard from behind him. Peter, what's wrong? Are you okay? Vorden said, with a worried expression. Peter was clutching his tummy with both hands. He felt like a fire was spreading out from that point all over his body. Guys, give him some space, Quinn said. He's evolving. I don't know what he'll turn into or what's going to happen to him next. All of them stepped back to give Peter some space. The groans coming from Peter were getting louder, and he started to shake all over. As they nervously watched Peter, they started to see visible changes in his body. His skin began to shrink and tighten and turned white all over. He didn't look sick or weak. The scene reminded Vorden of what Quinn had looked like before his evolution into a full vampire. At the same time, there was something that was worrying Peter a lot more right now. His heartbeat was starting to slow down. With the pain on top of this, he thought perhaps he was dying. However, even though his heart wasn't beating anymore, he could still feel everything, and it didn't feel like he was dead at all. Then finally, his heartbeat had stopped entirely, and at the same time, so did the pain. Congratulations! Your ghoul has successfully evolved into a white. Blood ritual skill has evolved. 1 of 3 slots remaining for the cursed family. As Peter stood up from the floor, his face looked more sunken in than before, and his skin was slightly paler. "Tell us your age, name, and where you are," Logan shouted. "I don't answer to you," Peter snapped. "I will only answer to one," he said, pointing at Quinn. Quinn then repeated the question. "Peter Chuck, 16, and we are inside Logan's room, sir." Satisfied with the answers, Logan put his hand down, but also made sure not to take the mechanical weapon. "Inspect. Name, Peter Chuck. Race, white. Stats will correspond with creator until it reaches its limit." Seeing the last bit of information had given Quinn a surprise. This meant right now that Peter had the same stat points as Quinn. He was just as strong and just as fast. "What is a white, though?" Quinn asked. "An undead creature which is fast and sneaky in the night. They are best used as a form of an assassin. Whites have a high level of intelligence, similar to humans, although their personalities could not be said to be the same. They are lawful to their creator, but once they see someone as their enemy, they will do everything in their power to get rid of them. Whites are immune to poison, sleep, paralysis, mind control, and diseases. They also contain a skill that will allow them to turn a killed victim into another lesser white. 0 of 2. "Is everything okay? Do we still need to feed him human flesh?" Vorden asked. "It's all right. Peter, you are no longer a ghoul. You're now something known as a white," Quinn replied. After explaining everything to Peter, he finally understood why his heart had stopped beating. He was an undead creature, no longer alive. Everyone in the room could finally relax and sit down. It was finally all over. But there was one upcoming situation left that they had to deal with. That was worrying him about this. His next meeting with Duke is in a few days. "I have a question," Vorden said. "How did you figure out what we were up to? I planted a listening device into Peter's wristwatch when you asked me to make adjustments. I felt like you were hiding something, so this was the best cause of action." "It's okay. Logan, are we still friends?" Quinn asked. "We're friends?" Logan replied with an odd look on his face. "Of course. Friends help each other out, and you've helped me more than ever," Quinn explained. "Well, if that's the case, this seems to be a one-way friendship, since you haven't helped out with anything at all yet," Logan replied. "You're right," Quinn said. "I haven't helped you when you helped me so much. You know that briefcase from before? Well, my system says it was made by Richard Eno." The biggest worry looming over their heads had finally disappeared, but that didn't mean they were completely in the clear. While Vorden and Peter had decided to go back to their rooms, Quinn decided he would go visit the girls and update them on the situation. After a knock on the door, he spoke through the door to confirm it was him, and the 3 of them then went for a walk down the hallway while Quinn explained everything that happened. "So, he won't have to eat humans anymore, and there is no need to get involved with that Fex kid again? Good," Aaron said. Still, after Quinn had told them everything, Layla could tell that something else was on his mind. "What's wrong? Is there another problem?" she asked. Quinn then proceeded to tell them the situation with Duke, how they desperately wanted Peter to learn the level 4 Earth ability by the end of the week. The major problem was Peter didn't have an Earth ability, and he was too involved to cut ties. "Wait, did you say the end of this week, this Sunday?" Layla asked. "Yeah, that's what Peter told us," Quinn replied. Layla was visibly shaken after she heard this news, but she forced her facial expression to remain neutral. The message she had received from one of the Pure agents was True Dream would be coming at the end of the week. One of the Pure group's biggest targets was True Dream. He was the whole reason why the military was able to keep such a strong grip on everyone. The reason why he was coming, of course, was to take students' abilities from them and add them to his men. And Peter had been selected as one of the targets. The sun had finally risen. A few people around the school had struggled to sleep through the night, and Layla was one of them. Throughout the whole night, she had been pondering how to inform the others. Every term, True Dream would visit a different military base. However, it turned out that he had visited a particular one more often than the others, and that was Military Base 2. This was the reason why Layla had been sent to this place. Something strange was going on with Military Base 2. They hadn't been able to figure out what yet, because so far every agent they sent had disappeared. Thus, they decided to do things differently this time, so instead of sending a grown-up, they decided to send an agent, who was at the age of the draft, a student. Layla had entered the school using false documents. Her family wasn't prominent, but she didn't mind if she was to lose her ability. She had only obtained it for the mission in the first place. The only thing that she didn't want was to end up like Peter and be the military's lapdog. She needed an outside person, where she could observe everything that was happening without getting involved. With all things said, she didn't have to warn them about what could happen, but Layla wanted to. The question left was, how should she go about explaining what she had discovered? The morning combat classes had started, and Layla had wanted to team up with Quinn, hoping she would be able to get a hint on what they were planning with Peter. Unfortunately, before she could even reach Quinn, he had already gone off to Fex. "What are you daydreaming about?" Aaron shouted. The two girls continued to train together using the leg techniques, but a slip in Layla's concentration caused her to drop her guard. She wasn't able to lift her knee in time, as how she would usually during practice, and instead, Layla took a full-blown kick from Aaron to her side. "Ouch!" Layla exclaimed as she dropped to the floor while gripping her side. "What's wrong? We have practiced that kick so many times. I was sure you would be able to block something like that," Aaron said as she walked over and offered her hand to her fallen comrade. Layla lifted her hand to grab Aaron's, but the pain on her side hurt even more. Furthermore, she noticed a stinging pain arise every time she breathed. "What the hell? I knew your sword skills were monstrous, but where did you get such strength in your kicks? I think you broke one of my ribs." "Would you stop complaining?" Aaron said as she knelt. "Can someone call the guard and take her to the doctor's office?" Leo said. Aaron then lifted Layla from the ground, allowing her to use her shoulder for support. "Don't worry, I'll take her," Aaron said. The two girls then started to leave the room together. As they were walking, Layla couldn't help but feel useless and pathetic. "Would you please stop crying? I didn't mean to hit you that hard. You usually block something like that," Aaron said, in an attempt to comfort Layla. Layla didn't even notice, since her thoughts were so muddled that tears were now slowly descending from her eyes. She wiped them away and simply put on a brave smile. "Oh, it's not that. I was just thinking about how useless I am to the team whenever we're in a fight," Layla said. "Well, you're not wrong about that," Aaron replied, not realizing how harsh she sounded. Although Aaron was right, it still hurt Layla to hear it straight from her mouth. "But you help in other ways. You were the one who thought about that blood bowl, remember? I can't say much, but honestly, if you weren't there to hold me back sometimes, I would have already shoved a few spikes up the boys' backsides." Layla laughed. "Aaron, this is kind of a strange question to ask, but are we friends?" Back at the training hall, the lesson had just finished for the day. "Hey, I know this is kind of strange to ask after everything that happened between us, but what are you planning to do after this?" Fex asked. "Me? I was planning to go to the VR gaming room," Quinn replied. "VR gaming room? What's that?" Fex asked, with a little bit of excitement in his eyes. "I can show you if you want. You want to come along?" "Well, I mean, if you want me to come that bad, sure," Fex replied. Fex was standing casually outside in the sun, and Quinn could see it didn't affect him at all. While Quinn had to prepare his trusty umbrella, seeing this, Fex couldn't help but giggle at the thought that Quinn looked like an old man. "What are you doing with that old thing?" Fex asked. "Do you not have a ring?" He lifted his hand, showing the small ring. Quinn was now close enough to see that it did look like the one in his shop. Quinn didn't know how to reply to Fex. The system had informed him that one of these rings were the basics of vampires. "Oh, I see now," Fex said. "You're one of those vampires raised here on Earth, aren't you? Trained to blend in and report back? I guess that's why you didn't go through the formal initiation and don't have one of these." "Was the initiation hard?" Quinn asked. Fex started to laugh nervously at this question. "Was it hard? Of course it was hard. Yet I was one of the youngest vampires to ever complete it. You see, the initiation is getting the materials for the ring itself. A young vampire must go out and slay 10 death bats." Fex finished, a little bit depressed. As they continued to walk to the VR center, Fex looked at his ring and felt a little guilty. He had lied to Quinn just now. He hadn't earned the ring like he said he did. He had gone out and traveled and fought against the death bat, but after a gruesome fight and near-death experience with one, he decided to go on to the marketplace and hire some travelers to hunt the beasts for him. With this, he managed to gather most of the crystals needed to make the ring. But his last traveler who accepted the contract never replied. In the end, it was all thanks to the bloody Volver who placed the crystal in the marketplace that he was able to craft the ring. They had finally arrived at the VR room, and it was a sight that Fex had never seen before. They went to the counter, and Quinn paid for both him and Fex. They both got into the pods and logged into the game. Fex's whole mind was then transported to the large, empty white lobby space. Just as Fex was in deep thought thinking about it, he had received a friend request. User ID Bloody Volver would like to add you. Fex carefully looked at each letter of the word in front of him one by one, that it was the same user ID that was also used in the marketplace when he had bought the beast crystal. When Fex first saw the crystal, he thought maybe someone had killed a bat along the way and didn't know what to do with it, and chose to sell it after finding out it could only be used to create a silly ring. But now, thinking about it more, all sorts of questions started running through his head. He accepted the friend request, and immediately Quinn was transported to the same white space that Fex was in as well. Foxy Fex? Quinn said, looking at his username. What, you don't like it? Fex said. Better than Bloody Volver. What are you trying to do? Tell everyone out there you're a vampire? Quinn laughed nervously back. I thought it would be vague enough. Plus, who else but other vampires would think that? Quinn replied. This was the confirmation Fex needed. While standing there and thinking about everything, Fex could see Quinn using his blood skills in the game. Not only that, but he was able to use them constantly without getting tired. What is that? Fex asked. This? Quinn replied. Quinn then explained how while in the lobby of the game, they were able to practice using their vampire skills without tiring out. After trying out a few skills here and there, Fex had a big grin on his face. He then started performing his martial arts while mixing in the blood skills. Still, what had impressed Quinn the most while watching him practice was the martial arts he was performing with his fists. When Fex had stopped, he walked over to Quinn with a hop in his step. Hey man, this is great! I wonder why the vampires don't have a bunch of these in their buildings. It could help the kids train. That's right, you didn't learn any, did you, since you grew up here and everything? You know I can teach you the martial arts if you want. Fex thought this was a great idea. He wanted to repay Quinn for getting him the beats crystals he needed, and this could be his way of returning the favor secretly. Really? Would that be okay? Quinn asked. Why not? You're a vampire, so you have the right to learn it. Do you remember what I did to your friend on the roof? Well, if you let me do the same to you, then I can show you how to use martial arts. My string puppet is unique, so when you perform it, it will feel like I'm performing the skills through your body, Fex explained. What Fex was offering wasn't a bad proposal. The problem was whether or not Quinn could trust him with his body. Is there a risk to this? Quinn asked the system. I think you should go for it, the system replied. In terms of other vampires, you're a bit weak and on the wimpy side. I think this would be a major progress for you. I'm talking about him taking control of me. What happens if it becomes permanent? It won't be. Vampires can't have other vampires as their puppets permanently. So there is the possibility he could use me to hurt those around me, even for a short period if he wanted to? That was when Quinn came up with an idea of his own. Let me think about it for now, Quinn replied. Why don't I show you how to play first? A match had been confirmed, and Fex was transported to the seating area in the arena. He could see Quinn standing on one end while his opponent stood on the other. His opponent was skinny, tall, and seemed to resemble a tree. What surprised him, though, was the fact that when he was sitting in the seating area, he wasn't the only one watching Quinn's fight. Hey, you're new, Nate said, looking at Fex. What is all this? Fex asked, looking confused. Is everyone here to see the two of them fight? He looked at the stand, noticing the crowd that had formed. There were 50 people in total, all dressed up in different avatars. Of course, it seems like Bloody Volver has gained quite a following, Nate replied. So, are you implying that all these people are here to see the Bloody Volver? Fex asked. What makes him so special? Nate thought about that for a while, looking deep in thought. After some time had passed, he finally came up with an answer. At first, it was his skills that interested me, much like everyone else here. But after that, I noticed something. Every time he came back to play the game, he would have grown in strength by leaps and bounds.
And for some reason, watching someone grow from a small little fish into a fierce dragon is exciting for me, Nate explained, glancing at the match. Now let's see how much you've grown this time. The countdown for the match had begun, and it was time for the two of them to fight. Immediately, the tree-like student placed both of his hands on the ground. As he did, multiple thick tree roots started to form across the floor and spiraled their way towards Quinn. The first thing he did was perform a blood swipe at the roots, hoping to cut them down. As the attack reached the roots, it caused the first set to break, but it would keep coming forward. Windwalk activated. With his Tier 2 boots, he was able to outmaneuver the roots. Although there were many roots, and his blood swipes couldn't deal with all of them, he was able to outrun them with his speed. He circled the attack and came to the student's side, preparing himself to try something he had been itching to try out since he had joined the game. Flash Step! Performing the Flash Step, he avoided the attack and was now even closer to his opponent. Trees, protect me! The wood user shouted, and suddenly the user was surrounded by all sides with thick tree trunks. It was as if a forest had suddenly sprouted in the middle of the battlefield. This is perfect, Quinn thought. Stopping in his tracks, he firmly planted both feet on the floor. Then, from his toes, moving up to his hip, he swung out his leg like a whip. A single large line of red energy left with it, shaped like the crescent moon. It was far larger than that of his regular blood swipe. As it hit the first set of tree trucks, it managed to slice through them with ease. The tree user ducked down in time, avoiding the attack from cutting his head off. But Quinn wasn't done yet. He hopped and changed his stance slightly, performing the same kick with his other leg, cutting the trees down from the other side. Both sides of the tree trunks shook due to the slightly angled cut and fell to the floor. The wood user was now panicking, but before he could even act, Quinn was already above him, performing the final axe kick, followed by a blood swipe. Level 4 opponent has been defeated. 10 EXP gained. 80 of 100 experience points. Congratulations, a new skill has been created. Blood Crescent Kick. It seems like you have gotten stronger once again, Nate said. A new skill, but how? Quinn thought. Impressive, the system said. It seems like you managed to create a unique skill. This is a skill that you made all on your own, one that was not part of the system originally. Fex, having witnessed the whole thing, was quite amazed. Did he come up with that skill himself? Yet, he doesn't even know the basic hand-to-hand combat of the vampires. As he was deep in thought, he heard a laugh by his side. Looks like another one has been converted into a fan, Nate said. You wouldn't believe it, but every time he fights, he shows me something new. This kid is growing stronger fast. Every time? Fex replied. Are you sure he didn't just use these skills before? I'm positive, Nate replied. If what Nate was saying was true, Quinn was getting stronger at an incredibly fast pace, one that hadn't been seen throughout the history of vampires. Perhaps he is related to them. But I thought they all died out. If it's true, it would make sense why he has the shadow ability. Did they just move to Earth instead? Just as he was leaving the game, he had received a single message from Nate. I'll see you soon, and make sure you join the fighting event. Quinn knew exactly what he was talking about. The upcoming military base event. Soon all the bases would meet up to compete in special events, each trying to show that they were able to raise the best and strongest students. Quinn was excited for once. Perhaps with this event, he would finally be able to show his strength. Inside the VR gaming room, one of the pod doors was abruptly opened, and out stepped a fairly domineering man with a burly build physique. A month left, huh? I just wonder how much stronger you can get in that meantime, Nate said with a smile on his face. A few seconds later, a hissing sound was heard from the pod next to his. As the pressure was slowly released from the sealed door, it started to lift, and Nate saw a friendly face peeking in between the aperture. Hey, that guy keeps getting better in every attempt, doesn't he? Sam said. I don't even know if I could beat him in a real battle the way he is now. You shouldn't talk down to yourself like that, Nate replied. Remember, he's only a first year, and there are two major differences between the first years and the second years. One is our equipment, Nate said, pointing to the cape that was on Sam's back. And the second one is our soul weapons. I don't know many first years who have been able to produce a soul weapon, and it's only something that they teach you in your second year. The two of them started to walk back to their dorm rooms. It was already evening and getting late, so it was nearly time for them to go to bed. When the morning arrived, they began to do their normal routine. After eating breakfast, it was time for them to head to their homeroom class. As they entered the room, they felt the strange atmosphere that was hovering in the air. For one, the homeroom teacher hadn't arrived yet, and usually the homeroom teacher would be there to welcome their arrival. As they both listened carefully to the students who were engaged in their conversations, they managed to catch a few words. They eventually found out what all the commotion was about. "Hey, did you see her?" "What, that new teacher? Yeah, she's so beautiful. I wonder how strong she is. Aren't all military tutors quite strong?" "Most, but not all of them. She might just have a unique ability or was very knowledgeable in a club subject." All of a sudden, the sound of the classroom door sliding was heard. Her skin was as white as the pure specks of snow. Although her features looked soft, no expression was plastered on her countenance. Still, the thing that stood out the most about her was her silver hair. She was wearing the black standard military uniform that they all had to wear. "Hello, students. My name is Silver, and I will be your new homeroom teacher from now on." Silver started to scan the entirety of the gathering, looking at the students one by one, but it merely reminded her that she might have to stay in the school for a while. "As the file said, it appears that Fex isn't here." Silver had been tasked with the mission of finding and bringing Fex back to his family. Without saying anything, she started to walk around the room and gaze at the faces of the students more closely. "Fex and I will complete my mission and bring you back, even if I have to hurt you, dear brother." As usual, when Logan was explaining things, he would display what he was looking at on his computer screen to the others through a hologram. "When I woke up this morning, I was surprised to see an envelope on the floor," said Logan. "To my surprise, there was a small little nano stick inside with a note." The screen had changed, and right now, a scanned version of the note was being displayed to the others. "In this nanostick is some information on one of the Big Four family members, more specifically its leader known as True Dream. The reason why I have passed this note on to you is that, unfortunately for all of you, True Dream will be arriving in a few days." At the end of the letter, attached to the bottom, was a stamp, and everyone in the room recognized it well. It was the group known as Pure. The files changed once again, and this time they contained reports of the previous visits that True Dream had done. It also informed them of True Dream's true purpose for coming to the base. The fact that every time he visited, few students would be chosen, and soon after their abilities were gone. It also showed that there was a pattern to these things, and how he seemed to visit the second military base more often than the others. Logan said, "I remember you telling me that for some reason, Duke had deliberately wanted Peter to reach a level 4. Not only was Peter originally weak, but he also had no strong family background. Sure, his family would be upset if he was to lose his powers or disappear, but no further steps would be taken, and everyone would soon forget, just like the students before," Logan explained. "And if they find out that Peter has no abilities anymore, they will start asking questions all over again, and it could lead them back to us," Borden said. "Not just the vampire stuff, but when they find out we were close to Peter, they might start looking into the deaths and more." "We have 2 days," Logan said. Finally, after a long talk, they had come up with a plan that seemed to have a good chance of working. In the VIP area, Logan had set tiny miniature cameras that were close to invisible to the human eye. As the video played, it was clear as day that Layla was the one who had delivered the letter. After meeting with Logan, the boys only had a little time before lunch would end, and they would head to their combat classes. "So who is this True Dream guy? Is he a big deal?" Fex asked. "True Dream is different from the other big families," Vorden said. "For one, most of his family consists of multiple different ability users. This is due to the nature of his ability. The second thing is True Dream had discovered the ability himself later in life. We believe he is the first to have this power. His ability is unique, and we're not even sure if he can pass it on for others to learn or not. The military who are partners with him like to keep it this way. Remember, it's only because of him that so many of those in power chose to not disobey. Anyone who tries to fight back or rebel get their powers taken away. Once your ability gets taken away, there's no way for the body to learn another one, and for some reason, it seems like True Dream's ability stops you from completely producing any more mutant cells for your old ability." After the boys finished talking, it was time for them to split up and head for their combat classes. Before doing so, Peter changed his number from an ability level of 2 to a 3. This way, Bones could see he was progressing and report back to Duke. Fex and Quinn weren't really in the mood to practice all out. They were too busy thinking about the plan they had to initiate. In the middle of their practice, Fex asked Quinn a question. "Hey, that ghoul, he evolved, right? so I'm guessing you sorted everything out. Do you know what he evolved into? He's something called a white. Well, a white's strength is mirrored by his creator's strength, and his creator has to be a leader, Fex explained. Although Fex didn't say anything else, he had kept a few things to himself. Whites were known to only follow one person. Otherwise, their natural nature would take over, and they would go on a rampage. Many of them had to be destroyed once their masters had been slain, otherwise they would attack everyone in sight. Earlier Fex mentioned there being family leaders, and then you mentioned that I was one as well. What does he mean by that? The vampires are controlled by a council. The council is split up into 13 different leaders and a vampire king or queen. These are also what are known as families. When you created Peter and made your family name, you automatically became a member of the council. But then, why would they be after me? Quinn asked. And wouldn't this mean I would be safe if they found out about Peter? Quinn, the vampire race like to seem like they are working together, but they are just as cruel and power-hungry as humans. When the vampire king or queen decides to go into eternal slumber, then a new king shall be selected from one of the 13 leaders. While the current king or queen is still present, they must do as they say. But once they disappear, it will turn into a cruel battleground. You are a leader in name only. A shortcut was created due to the system. A lowly vampire like you is too weak. To become a vampire leader, one at least must have the rank of a vampire lord. The ranks are as follows. You have a vampire, vampire noble, a vampire knight, a vampire lord, and finally, the vampire king or queen. There are also the subclasses such as Peter within these ranks, but they can never rise above their leaders or creators. Each vampire has a basic set of skills. However, the 13 different families are each divided into different abilities they have. This does not mean they are all related by blood. However, before learning an ability, a vampire must go through a blood ritual with that family, meaning they can never go against them. Only then will they teach that vampire their ability. An example of this is the Sanguinus family that Fex is a part of, who can control string. Still, this does not mean a vampire cannot learn an ability outside of the 13, but if they chose to do this, they will never be promoted within the ranks of the family they have chosen to follow. Wait, Quinn said. Does that mean my ability belongs to one of the 13? Your shadow ability is not part of the 13 families, the system replied. But I warn you to not use your ability in front of others. The only thing I can say for now is your ability carries history for the vampires that they wish to forget. They would only target you more. Over at the elemental training hall, they too were doing the same lessons as usual, and as lessons were about to finish, they had free time to do what they wanted, and once again, Bones had come over with his 2 men and confronted Peter. Peter, Bones shouted, what do you say to one more sparring match before tomorrow, huh? Peter's hands had gripped and wrapped around Bones' mouth, his fingers placed at the side of his jaw. Bones immediately retaliated, trying to create a pillar of earth from below Peter's feet. As soon as Peter had felt the slightest bit of vibration from below, he knew what was coming. But he didn't move. He waited for the pillar to rise while continuing to hold on to Bones. Then, at the last second, as the pillar rose from below, Peter stepped back and pulled Bones into his pillar, allowing it to hit him right in the chin. Now standing by Peter's side was Vorden. Look, just ignore them. They're trash, right? They're not worth our time, Vorden argued. Huh, you're right about that, Peter said as he took off with Vorden out of the training center. As Vorden and Peter were outside, Vorden decided it was best if they headed back to the dorm room for now and stayed there. Finally, Quinn had returned from his class, and the first thing Vorden did was ask if the 2 of them could speak alone in private. Vorden had explained what had happened today in the training hall, and he also told him his worries about Sunday when he was to meet Trudring. I know I have mentioned it before, said Vorden. Trying to go through with this plan, I think, is riskier than getting rid of Peter, Vorden said. I think we can do Peter justice when we leave school in 2 years. We'll look after his family. We can make our faction, and the money we earn from being travelers, we will send them a portion each month. I, for one, don't think this is a good idea, the system said. First, you will be unable to kill Peter even if you decide to go through with this. You would have to stand by as you watch someone you know kill Peter, and although he is loyal to you, he would not just stand there without putting up a fight. The second thing goes to the matter we spoke of before. You were lucky Peter turned into a white. It is quite a powerful ally to have. Right now, you need to gather and keep all the power you can get. It's not a question of if the vampires will come, Quinn, it's when. Suddenly, as these thoughts filled Quinn's mind, a strange feeling came over him once again. It was the family connection from the blood ritual. "I can't do it, Vorden," Quinn said. "He's family now, and so are you and the others." "All right, Quinn, we'll stick with the plan." The next day it was the weekend, so the group had no classes for the day. Instead, they met in Logan's room once more. Each of them went over the details of their plan, while Logan also handed each a strange, round, circular pin to be put on their clothes. It looked similar to a button and blended well into their uniform. There was also a separate circular small speaker that was to be placed in the ear. These two items were a set that was to be used to communicate with each other. The only person who didn't receive one was Peter, as they knew he would be taken away. However, a microphone was once again installed into his watch so they could hear everything that was happening. After a good night's rest, it was finally Sunday, the day True Dream would finally arrive at the school. It was now Sunday morning, and the 8 sergeants had all gathered inside the portal hall. The doors to the training hall soon opened, and every one of the sergeants immediately gave a salute to the 4 men who had entered the room. Duke, the head of the second-year students, Nathan, the head of the first-year students, and Mike stood in the center. Then, finally, standing behind the 3 of them was a man in a black and white tailored suit. It was the head general, Paul. "Nathan, I'm afraid I have some bad news for you," said Paul. "The upcoming portal outing for the first-year students will not be a green portal like how we originally planned it, but it will be an orange portal instead." Hearing this, Nathan's eyes widened. "Sir, this is crazy. They're only first-year students. Why do we need to push them so fast?" "There are reports that the Dalki are becoming more aggressive with their exploration. War will soon be waged, and the Dalki do not discriminate. Whether they are children or not, they should get the experience now. I will permit you to send a couple of sergeants with them for their safeguarding rather than the regular teachers, but that's it." The generals now stood a few feet away from the circular teleporter. Paul lifted his wrist to look at his watch, checking the time. It was currently 8:59. 9 o'clock. As soon as the watch displayed 9, the portal started to warp slightly, and 3 figures could be seen coming through. Standing in the center was a bald man who wore sunglasses, and he had also donned a suit. "Jack!" greeted Paul. "It's been a while." Although Jack True Dream didn't look impressive by himself, the 2 men who came out of the portal beside him did. One of them was a large fellow whose height was nearly 7 feet. He was completely covered in a gray-colored beast equipment, which looked similar to a rhino, while he carried a large 2-handed axe on his back. By his side was an individual who was the complete opposite, a small, skinny fellow. This person was wearing beast equipment that was dark green in hue and had a mask covering his face, although instead of heavy armor like the other person, he wore light armor. The fact that Jack felt the need to bring these 2 was to remind them of the power that his family had. "I was hoping to speak to your sergeants who discovered one of our family members." That was the real reason why Jack had decided to visit the military base. Perhaps whatever had killed Ian was the same thing that killed one of his top men. Right now, both Jack and Haley were inside the medical office. "When you recovered his body, other than the 2 boys that were with him in the place, was there anything else or anything inside?" Jack asked. "Nothing that I can remember, although now that you mention it, it did seem a little strange," Haley said. "What do you mean?" "Well, even though everything was supposedly destroyed, the whole training center was left untouched, due to it being made of lithium. It looks like not a single beast had managed to get inside the place. Yet, when we entered, it seemed like the whole place had been trashed, as if a huge brawl had taken place." "It sounds like Ian must have fought something while he was in there," Jack said. "Do you have the names of the 2 boys? If they were there, then they must have at least seen something." The 2 students' files were brought up. The first one was Quinn. Jack quickly scanned it over, but as soon as he saw he was only a level 1 ability user, he quickly disregarded it. The next person was Vorden, who interested him. On his file, it stated his initial testing was a level 5, but next to it in brackets, they said it was subject to changes, and it was also stated that he was an original. Vorden Blade. After reading this name out loud, a memory had popped into his head. Several years ago, Jack had had his power for a few years now, and his family members were starting to grow. He had been called in for a meeting. This meeting was between the big 3 powers, the strongest originals. They had acknowledged the strength Jack and his family had at that time. However, one thing had stuck in his mind. There was one rule they stated before he left: to never touch the Blade family. "If you ever meet one of them, you have 2 choices," one of the men said.
Stay away or help them, but if you go against them, not even we can help you. Although it was a Sunday, all the students had been told to gather in the assembly hall for a special occasion. Right now, standing up on the stage was Duke, and behind him were the two men who had arrived with Jack. "All right, is everyone ready?" Logan asked. Right now, Logan had a small earpiece that acted as a microphone, while the others apart from Peter had the same. It was time for them to put their plan into action. "Ready," they all replied. Quinn and Vorden were standing relatively close to each other, while Peter was standing a row in front of them so they could keep an eye on him, while the girls stood directly at the front of the class. Their section was stationed closest to the stage, while right at the back towards the exit was Logan. To his surprise, it seemed like Fex was in the same homeroom class as him. "Rayton, you remember the plan, right?" Vorden asked. "As soon as you finish with what needs to be done, then you get out of there. I don't care if someone looks interesting to fight, or if someone looked at you the wrong way. We need to disappear immediately after you're done." "Will you shut up?" Rayton snapped back. "For the last 2 days you've said the same thing over and over to me." The 2 abilities he needed were already stored for the day. Right now, they just needed for the assembly to be over. Quinn, on the other hand, was worried for Peter. The system recommended giving Peter some of his blood, which he did, and he gave the order not to attack Duke or Jack. The only way that Peter could disobey this order is if his life was put on the line. Then self-preservation would override Quinn's orders. "Please clap for Mr. True Dream," Duke said as he walked off the stage. Mr. True Dream then got up from his seat and came up from the side of the stage. As he stepped forward, so did the 2 guards next to him. "I have a close relationship with the military, and I visit every base each year. But I have to say, out of all the military bases, this is my favorite one. I also seem to get the most and the best gifts directly delivered to my doorstep here," Jack said with a smile. Most likely those gifts he was talking about were the students given to him right after this assembly. While the speech continued, from the bottom of Logan's sleeve, one of the small mechanical spiders crawled down his shirt and hopped off his shoe. "All right, guys, it's all set," Logan whispered. As Jack left the stage, Duke returned. He had one last thing to say to everyone. "Before I dismiss you all to enjoy the rest of your day off, I would like these 8 students to stay behind. Ray Dem, Howard Hubby, Wilford Green, Sarah Beeswax, Michael Briscoe, Amy Yellop, Peter Chuck, and finally Aaron Haley. These students please stay behind and come to the front of the stage. The rest may leave." The students left the room one by one. After hearing the final name that had been called, the whole group was shocked at what they had heard. The final name was Aaron. As Logan waited outside, he realized the others hadn't come out with him, so he took a bite of his sandwich before he said, "Guys, come on. We need to start our plan straight away. I know this is a shock, but that shouldn't deviate us from the original plan. Instead of saving 1, now we just need to save 2. With Logan's words, the group quickly snapped out of it and made their way out of the assembly hall with everyone else. The students, whose names were announced, went to the front of the stage, wondering what was about to happen. Erin, on the other hand, was panicking. Her head was spinning. The thoughts and memories she had kept within were starting to surface. Her family worked under one of the Big Four, and they had established a shelter on one of the orange portal planets. They had done a good job getting rid of the few advanced-tier beasts that lived on the place. At last, they had moved up high enough in the family's ranks to obtain a place back on Earth. But on that fateful day, a Dalki ship had invaded the planet. The Dalki came and attacked. And at that moment, she witnessed her father being stabbed in the chest. As she stood there frozen, one of her father's old friends managed to rescue her. A female dressed in pure sparkling white came through the portal. Erin saw her pass by. She fought against the Dalki on her own and was able to go toe-to-toe with it. Erin cried a lot that day. Her tears wouldn't stop coming. She cried for all the people that had been lost. The woman who had defeated the Dalki walked up to Erin, but unlike what the others thought should be said to a child, she didn't give any words of comfort to Erin, but only gave her the harsh truth. "If you ever want to see your family or friends die again, then you have to become stronger." She had been selected because she no longer had the status her family once had. With everyone gone, she had been sent a token gesture of money from one of the Big Four, just enough for her to live off of for the rest of her life, but the political protection their family had was now gone. Following closely behind the row of students was the mechanical spider Logan had sent after them. Right now, Logan had returned to his room, and he was monitoring the direction of the spider. He was also looking at a 3D map of the whole school.
On it, there were several different indicators, each one being a different person from their group. Okay, Fax. It looks like they're heading for one of the meeting rooms located on the second floor of the west side. Layla, you stay close behind him. Once you turn and reach the end of the corridor, stay and wait in position. The two guards were stuck to Jack like glue. When Quinn and Vorden are ready, I will give the command and you guys will move out. Jack entered the meeting room followed by the 8 students. One of his guards had also entered the room with them, while the other stayed outside, guarding the door. Quinn and Vorden were at one side of the corridor, while Fex and Layla were at the other side, patiently waiting for Logan's order. All right, Raiden, Vorden said. Looks like you're up. In the meeting space, the 8 selected students were all lined up in one row. They stood straight, nervously, all the while thinking just why they had been chosen to meet Jack Truedream. Concurrently, Erin was doing everything to keep her cool. As she looked to her left, she could see Peter standing calmly beside her. Of course, he didn't have to worry about anything, since his powers wouldn't be taken away. However, it was different for her. She constantly moved her head, trying to see if she can escape. Now, you might be wondering why you have all been brought here in front of me today, said Jack. It seems like, either one way or another, you have been suspected of a dangerous crime. Halting his speech, Jack slammed his hand on the table. The punishment that has been handed to you is to have your abilities taken away. As soon as Jack said those words, a couple of students dropped to their knees, complaining, But I didn't do anything, this can't be right. This was a deal-breaker for Erin. She had to do something, otherwise she would lose her ability forever. Hence, with a resolute countenance, she faced Jack and uttered, But we didn't do anything, sir, Erin said. If you do this, people will find out about your made-up lies. We can just tell everyone the truth. Oh, don't you worry about that. Once I take your abilities away, you shall all pay a special visit to the dungeon. The school will then report to the rest. You were all working for Pure. With that, the students' curiosity will disappear, and with it, your existence. The green armored guard from earlier then started to walk over to the students. A sleeping ability? Erin mumbled. Ding, ding, ding. Like I said, I'm not a monster. Although by the time that you guys wake up, you will already be in the dungeons. The guard had gone through the other students, and it was finally Erin's turn. When the guard went to place his finger on her head, she immediately swung out her arm, aiming for his temple. To her dismay, the guard didn't react at all. He continued with his task. Accordingly, she was not able to resist, and a few seconds later she was asleep like all the others. Finally, it came to Peter's turn. Willingly, before the man had even placed his finger on his forehead, he had closed his eyes. Once the green liquid was placed on his head, all the students were ready. Jack then looked at the green guard and cleared his throat out loud, signaling for the guard to leave. The mechanical spider remained inside the room, while Peter's watch recorded everything. Everyone go! Both guards are outside, and only Mr. Truedream and the students are inside. The group outside had received the message from Logan to proceed. The first ones to make a move would be Fex and Layla. Right behind the two of them were 2 random first-year students. A slight tint of red could be seen in their eyes. When Fex commanded them, they started to glow slightly. A few seconds later, they were on the move. Hey, what are you doing? Get out of here, the larger guard said. It's time for them to get out of here. Pulling the strings back, Fex started to dash down the hallway. The students began to imitate Fex's movements and ran off as well, following his direction. The large guard followed them, but was quite slow with his heavy gear. Layla saw the students dashing towards the hallway, right around the corner, which meant soon the bulky guard would soon follow them around the same corner. The second guard was still standing outside. As long as he was there, Vorden and Quinn wouldn't be able to get inside. She looked around to see if there was anything she could do. The only thing she could see was a plant pot down the hallway. Lifting it with her telekinesis ability, she started to levitate it in the air and floated it across the hall towards the green guard. The guard spotted it floating about, slowly coming towards him, but he remained there still. When the pot was finally in front of his face, he lashed out, smashing it and allowing it to drop to the floor, yet he still hadn't moved from his position. Looks like I'm just going to have to kick his arse, Raiden said. No, Vorden, this whole plan, we need you to cause the biggest distraction inside, you know that, Quinn said. Leave this guy to me. Inside the meeting room, Jack was preparing himself. He straightened up the tie on his suit and then licked his lips, making sure they weren't too dry. This is the worst part, Jack said.
He walked up to the first student and bent down so the two were at eye level. His head was now right next to the student's. Grabbing the person by the head, he pulled it forward, pressing his lips against theirs. Suddenly, Jack could feel the energy from the student entering his body, so he continued to go down the line, pressing his lips against each student, draining their abilities. Finally, he had reached Aaron. "Now here is someone I don't mind pressing my lips against," Jack said, as he looked at Aaron's delicate face and realized she was a true beauty. The energy flowed through Aaron's body and slowly entered Jack's. "All right, last one." Jack then moved his face closer to Peter. He closed his eyes as he went to press his lips. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Peter said. His eyes were wide open, and he was staring at Jack, who was standing right in front of his face. "Kitty, get in here right now! One of them is awake!" Jack shouted, very much panicked and frightened. Just as Kenny was about to open the door, a shadow raised from underneath, blocking his path. He quickly reacted, taking a few steps back. "What is this thing? Is it some kind of ability?" Of course, it was Quinn. He had used his shadow cloak ability to sneak up to the remaining guard in the hallway, and when he heard Jack Truedream screaming for help, he had decided to distract the guard, to give Vorden a chance to sneak into the room and take care of Jack. The guard looked around to see if there was any other way into the room, and that's when he spotted someone. A man dressed in a black suit of armor, wearing a demon mask covering his face. Even the top of his head was covered, showing him the jagged white mechanical eyes of the suit. "Is it you?" the guard asked. He knew he had to get inside quickly because of the main weakness his boss had, which was that he couldn't use the abilities he took from others. He was only able to give them to other people. So at the moment, he was defenseless without his guards. Quinn said nothing in response and started to dash forward, bringing the shadow from the door back to him, and it was now hovering above him. The guard saw this and immediately threw several needles, but the shadow managed to block them all. "Damn it! This is the problem going up against an original." When the guard saw that his needles were ineffective, he quickly pulled out his dagger. He was waiting for Quinn to get close. However, when they were around 9 meters apart, Quinn jumped into the air, spinning his body, and then threw out a kick from the side. Blood Crescent kick. He could do nothing but take the attack head-on. What was that attack? It was so powerful, he thought. His hand was feeling numb from the impact of the blow. While Quinn was busy dealing with the guard, Vorden had snuck past and entered the room. Or rather, it was Rayton who was in control now. He was using an invisibility ability he took earlier, so he couldn't be seen. As he entered the room, he saw the students slumped over in their chairs, and Jack hiding behind the desk, while Peter was in front of him, just looking at him. "Go away, or you will regret this," Jack shouted. "Are you threatening me?" Peter asked. Suddenly, Logan had an urgent message. "Guys, the guard chasing Fex has given up, and is now on his way back. You have to grab them and get out of there, now!" Rayton then went to the corner of the room near one of the wooden shelves and activated his fire ability, setting the whole thing alive with fire. "Peter, grab Aaron and get out of here! Quinn's orders!" Rayton shouted. Peter did as he was told. Picking up Aaron, he quickly ran out of the room, but before Rayton left, he stared at Jack. "Rayton, what are you doing? I said not to touch him," Vorden said. The room was slowly heating up. Rayton had suggested killing Jack, but Vorden knew this wasn't an option. The simple reason was the balance of the current world right now. If Truedream was to be taken out of the picture, the military power would weaken, and the power balance would be upset, leading to another civil war. But that wasn't what worried Vorden. The problem was, if the Dalki was to see this, if the humans were fighting each other, they would come to invade as soon as possible. Vorden tried his best to explain this to Rayton. "I disagree," Rayton said. "If the human race can't survive without one person, then maybe we shouldn't be alive in the first place." Rayton had set his hand ablaze and threw a punch right towards Jack. All Jack could see right now was a floating arm of fire. As his hand full of flames was about to hit, a slight reflection could be seen in front of Jack. "Hugo?" Jack said. As he turned his head, the large guard, wielding a two-handed axe, had entered the room. "Well, we know someone is getting a raise." "Damn!" With nothing else left to do, Rayton quickly headed for the corridor. Hugo held out his hand, and another reflection appeared just in front of the door. But it was too late. Jack could see the figure moving through the sprinkler's water, and it was clear it was no longer in the room with them. "Damn it, you're too slow. Forget about that raise. Let's get out of here."
As Rayton ran down the hallway, he could see Quinn, still busy dealing with the green guard Kenny. "I'm leaving," he shouted. And that was the signal for Quinn to disappear as well. Using his shadow cloak skill, suddenly he disappeared right in front of Kenny's eyes. A few seconds later, Jack and Kenny came out of the room. "Where the hell are they? Find them now, and find that girl and the boy. I want them both dead, you hear me?" Jack shouted. As the three of them walked off, Logan's mechanical spider had done the same. He had listened to everything Jack uttered. After a few minutes, everyone returned to Logan's room. Vorden, Peter, Layla, Fex, Quinn, and Aaron were all inside, but Aaron was lying on the bed still under the sleeping spell. "We did it!" Layla shouted. "I can't believe we got them out of there." "I wouldn't celebrate just yet, guys," Logan said. "It seems like we have a problem." Logan then played the recording of the mechanical spider. It stated that True Dream would order the school to bring Aaron and Peter back if they were found. The group remained silent as each one of them thought about what to do. "Guys, I have a solution, but please, I don't want you to hate me after this," Layla said. Layla's hands were visibly shaking and her legs wobbled. "Why would we hate you, Layla?" Quinn said. Layla looked at Aaron on the bed one more time. "I know a place where a group of people will be able to keep her safe from all of this." She paused for a moment before saying the last words. "I'm from Pure." "I knew it!" Vorden shouted. "Of course she was hiding something. They probably wanted to use you for some reasons." "That's not true," Layla snapped back. "They don't even know about Quinn. I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for any of this," Layla said, as tears started to run down her face. "Sorry, guys, but can someone explain to me what or who Pure is?" Fex said. "I'm glad you asked," Logan said, spinning his chair around to procure a file. Then he opened it while uttering, "I had prepared for this after I saw Layla dropping off the note in the morning." "You knew?" Vorden said, surprised. In an instant, a projection was seen playing a myriad of different videos. It was mostly of people wearing a type of mask that covered their whole face, all with a figure of an angel that looked like it had its wings removed. It was the mark of Pure. The video showed multiple explosion attacks on certain buildings, and different factions were being conducted. "Let me warn all of you, what you are seeing now is pretty biased. The only information I can get about them is filtered through the military. However, nearly everyone knows the basics. Pure has only one goal, to get rid of all abilities. They believe that the world and the system currently in place are wrong. Even the basic human rights don't exist to those with weaker abilities," Logan explained. "I didn't mean to deceive any of you. My situation here is quite complicated," Layla began to reason out. "But the main culprit of the system in place is the military. However, the only reason they can enforce the rules is because of True Dream. True Dream only visited this military base." "And they sent a kid?" Vorden explained. "I volunteered," Layla shouted, yet her eyes slightly twitched when she said those words. "Look, this isn't about me and Pure. This matter is about Aaron." Vorden then dragged Quinn towards the side and whispered in his ear, "You're not considering this, are you? For Aaron and Peter to go over to Pure?" After hearing this, Quinn was struggling. He was pretty sure that Layla meant no harm, yet putting his friends in the hand of strangers and sending Peter would be a huge risk. "Logan, don't you have everything recorded? Can't we just use that as blackmail against True Dream? Spread it on the internet or something?" "Impossible," Logan replied without delay. "You remember the reports I brought up earlier? The military has a monopoly on what can be seen and what cannot." "I think we have no other choice," Quinn said. "The best thing for Aaron will be to go over to Pure." "Okay, so Aaron goes to Pure," Vorden stated. "What about Peter?" Quinn's mind was already muddled as he tried to think of solutions, but at that moment he was out of ideas. "Quinn, we could always—" "Don't say it, Vorden. I believe I have a solution to your problem with Peter," the system said. "What do you mean, you have an idea for Peter?" Quinn asked. "The main issue right now is the fact that your faces cannot appear in the school anymore," the system explained. "He can learn a transformation ability. But I thought you said we had to find a specific ability for vampires that could be learnt, just like I learnt the Shadow Book," Quinn asked. "Perhaps I need to remind you once again. What I said was, there are certain abilities that only vampires can learn, and at the same time, there are abilities that only humans can learn. However, some abilities are in the middle, somewhere in between, and one of them is the transformation ability." The transformation ability wasn't a popular ability with the general public. It gave the user nothing extra that could aid them in combat. One could alter their face and look like another. This meant it was often used for infiltration or spying. Quinn then explained to the others what his plan was with Peter. "So what do you think, Logan?" Quinn asked. "Will you be able to hack into the school system and add his ID?" "The problem isn't whether I can do it or not, Quinn," Logan replied. "The problem is making it all seem natural. It won't work." Once again, the group were deep in thought. "I have an idea," Vorden said. "When we went to the planet Kaladi and the Dalki attacked us, didn't they say they couldn't find 3 of the student bodies?" "That's right," Layla replied. "They assumed they had died somewhere deep in the desert, and their bodies were eaten. Well, once Peter learns the transformation ability, why don't we get him to look like one of those students? We can have him appear back near the portal and say he had gotten lost in the desert and came back now," Vorden asked. "Now that is big brain thinking," Logan said. He then hopped onto his computer and went over to the marketplace in search of a transformation ability book. It didn't take long for Logan to find one, due to how unpopular the skill was. It seemed to be a level 5 skill, which was perfect. "Ability book purchased. It will probably take him a few weeks or so for him to learn it," Logan said. "For now, he can stay in my room. Let me try something," Quinn said as he walked over and grabbed the book himself. "Level 5 transformation ability book obtained. Would you like to store the book?" "No." "Option to use the ability book on family member Peter. Would you like to use it?" "Maybe we won't have to wait at all," said Quinn as he accepted the system's suggestion. The book floated in the air and flew over to where Peter was. The pages turned and turned until they hit the very last one. Then the book started to disintegrate in front of everyone's eyes. "Peter Chuck has successfully learned the ability Transform." "Peter, do you want to try transforming into me?" Quinn asked. As a tester, Peter did just that, and slowly his face started to reshape and reform into a second Quinn. It was nearly perfect. The others watching were amazed by this. In the room on Logan's computer, 3 different profiles were displayed. It was displaying information about the 3 missing students from the Dalki attack. Out of the 3, there were 2 that matched Peter the closest. Peter looked at the screen and carefully started to morph his face. The student had medium-length brown hair, and one of the finer details about him was he would often wear a bandana that cut off one side of his hair while the other remained up. Finally, Peter would no longer go by his name in the school and would now be known as P.O. Blank. While this all was happening, the groans from the back were heard as Erin lifted her body off the bed and touched her head. When she looked up, she could see the faces of everyone staring at her and a person she had never seen before. "Who the heck is the new guy?" Erin groaned. No one said a word, and after a few moments, she started to remember everything that had happened to her. Her last words with Jack and what he had planned to do with them. "No, no, no!" she started to scream. "Calm her down before someone outside hears us," Vorden said. Layla quickly rushed over to her side, but Erin couldn't help but scream in anger and sadness. "Do you want us to be caught?" Logan said as he threw out a circular device towards Erin. The device opened up mid-air just before reaching her mouth and wrapped around it like a tight-fit mask. The screams had stopped, but the tears continued to run down her face. While Erin's mouth was covered, it was a lot easier for Layla to explain. Logan then walked up to Erin and had a few words to say himself. "Now if you scream, it goes back on. The situation is not favorable for any of us, and please trust me. We went through all the options. I even looked into your background and thought about seeing if we could send you back to your family, but that's not possible. Staying with Pure is the only option we have." Logan took off Erin's wristwatch and made a few adjustments to it before placing it back. "We are a bit wary of Pure, so if you need any emergency help, you can contact me through that." Erin nodded calmly. Rather than angry or sad, she seemed to be going through a different stage right now. She was in shock. As soon as the mask was taken off, she started to look at Layla. "Will you be coming with me?" Erin asked with pain in her voice. Layla looked in her eyes and held both of her hands before shaking her head. She knew the next words would hit her hard. "No, I can't. I still have my mission here," Layla replied. "What about Peter? Will he be coming along with me as well?" The student who Erin didn't recognize stood next to Quinn, stepped forward, and his face started to morph back into his old self. "But how? Didn't he have an Earth ability?" Erin asked. "How did he learn that?" The sound of a little excitement and hope could be felt in her voice. "That's because Peter is no longer human," Quinn explained. Hearing these words from Quinn suddenly gave Erin an idea. She had lost her ability, but not all hope was gone. She stood up from the bed and said, Quinn, I want you to make me a vampire. I want you to turn me like how you turned Peter. Aaron, even if I wanted to, I can't. It wouldn't change the situation we're in, Quinn explained. What do you mean? She asked, slightly annoyed, taking a step forward. First, I think you're forgetting the main issue here. It isn't that your ability was stolen from you, but it's the fact that the school and Jack are after you. Either way, we need to hide you somewhere, and going to Pure is the best option. Perhaps I should take over the explaining, Logan said as he moved forward. The reason Peter got the transformation ability in the first place was so he could hide in plain sight. We are currently using one of the missing male students from the planet Caldi. If you did change your mind and gave in, ending up with the transformation ability, it would still be impossible to hide you, Aaron. There have been no missing female students since the start of the term. Hearing their explanation wasn't calming Aaron down at all. Instead, it was making her feel drained and defeated. What's the point of me being protected by Pure? Am I meant to just be some type of princess that can't fight for herself? She complained. Why don't we make a deal? Quinn said. Stay with Pure for now. Once this whole thing blows over or we finish school, come back to me. If you still wish for me to turn you into a vampire, then I will. Please understand, Aaron, none of us can do anything when we are dead. She looked into his eyes for a while, before eventually giving his answer, and finally shook Quinn's hand. Sometimes you make some sense, she said. Finally, the matter had been settled, and a plan set. What do we need to do to send Aaron to Pure, then? Vorden asked. It's not exactly like we can just walk out the front door of this place. Logan, do you have an answer? Quinn asked. Unfortunately not, Logan replied. We have Pure members stationed on nearly every planet, except for a few red planets, Layla said. We won't need to go outside, but just get Aaron to the portal room. That's no good, Logan said. It seems like after the incident last time with a couple of students being pushed into one of the portals. They have been stricter about the security there. How about Fex's mind control? Aaron said. Couldn't he tell them to go away or remove their memories? If they are adults, it would be much harder than before, Fex replied. Besides, right now I'm guessing there will be a lot of people covering that area. If I wanted to get out of this place, the portal room would be the first place I would think of. So there's no way we can pull off something as similar as we did against True Dream, not unless we had someone on the inside. The last words Fex had spoken gave Quinn an idea. It was a risky one, but he had a gut feeling that he would be able to help. Then we have no choice, Quinn said. We need to ask Leo for help. The words that came out of Quinn's mouth surprised them all. This also included Vorden, who felt like he was the closest to him. Why would you suggest that? Vorden said. Leo is a sergeant, and although he isn't under Duke, he is under Nathan, who is ultimately under Paul, the head general. It's clear that Leo is working for them, or at least he takes direct orders from them, Quinn said. First of all, I'm pretty sure he knows I'm a vampire. He knew I was different from the beginning, and has safeguarded my secret until this day. Leo himself didn't align with the military. He is on the side of humanity, Aaron added. I agree he's different from the other teachers. Remember how he saved us from the Dalki attack that one time? Once again, Logan projected the information about Leo onto the screen. Logan said, It says Leo readily refused to join the military and only wanted peace after the war. However, he did agree to fight once again if the Dalki were to invade. A bright light emerged from the projector, which used to display the hologram so far. It now displayed a solid wall of green. Which one of you is the best at acting here? Logan inquired. The others didn't know who to look at, but eventually they all directed their gaze at Vorden. Vorden immediately bent down as little Logan placed the strange helmet on top of his head. This here is a facial recognition device. It can track the smallest of details and all the little movements of the muscles in your face. What I plan to do is make a video. If we put both Peter and Aaron up against the green screen and we have our actor Vorden here, I will be able to create a realistic video. The plan is to pretend the video has been sent from Pure, informing the school that the kids they are looking for have already left the planet and are safe in Pure's hands. Once they know Pure safely has the two of you, hopefully they will stop searching around as desperately as they are doing now. A speech was made for Vorden to act out, while Layla was in charge of telling Vorden what to say. The speech even ended with a phrase they had never heard before, "May we purify your souls." She explained that it was a type of signature, Pure used when they send things like this to their enemy. It also made the others realize how Layla was living a double life, and perhaps the Layla they knew wasn't real at all. She had to inform Pure of the plan as well. She was quite nervous about this, as she had broken the rules of Pure and acted on her own. Walking down the hallway, both Quinn and Vorden were making their way to the weapons class. Even on off days like today, Leo would often rest there, or practice his swordsmanship. The two of them now stood just outside the weapons hall, and Vorden hesitated before stepping in. "The two of you were standing outside for a while. I was wondering when you were going to come in," Leo said. Quinn started to explain what had happened, and how they had come to learn what True Dream's reason for coming to the academy was, as well as how Pure was the one who had informed them, and how their friends had been chosen for the process. All they wanted to do was protect Aaron and Peter. Quinn, however, did leave out the detail of them trying to save Peter for a different reason related to himself, and just explained that he didn't want his friends to lose their ability. He also mentioned how they needed to send Aaron out of here right now. "There isn't much I can do with the situation with Jack. Jack holds a special relationship with our head general, Paul. The only thing I can do is wait to meet with the head general of Military Base 1. Not everyone in the military agrees with Jack's doing, and this will hopefully be a step in the right direction," Leo said. Quinn said, "Right now all we need to do is save our friend. Is there any way you can get us inside the teleport room to send her off somewhere?" Leo started to think, which wasn't a good sign. It seemed like he asked a simple yes or no answer, but that didn't seem to be the case. "As you know, the portal room has been heavily guarded ever since what happened between you two. Most likely it will be guarded even more. Still, there is a way. Follow me." While entering her room, Layla was more nervous than ever. The black orb resting under her bed was now in her hand, and once again she took a deep breath, readying herself before tapping the top of the sphere. "Agent 45 connected with Agent 83. Today isn't a report day. Does there seem to be a problem?" the voice from the sphere asked. "I would like to make a special report. Would you please connect me to Agent number 5? Layla asked. "The single agents are too busy. You can report it to me and I will pass on the message to them." "I'll ask you again," Layla said firmly. "Please let me speak to Agent 5. This is not a request as an agent, but say that it's from her daughter." There seemed to be a slight pause between the two for a moment, before the agent eventually replied. "I will see what she says." Layla waited while the other agent contacted her mother. "This is Agent 5. I hear you have some important news for me, Agent 83, the voice said. Layla started to explain the details of what happened, how she acted on her own without informing Pure to protect her friends, going against Jack, and what the situation currently was. So far, she had only said she told Aaron, someone who she wanted to bring over to Pure, about her real position. "Has your position been compromised by anyone else in the school, or personnel?" her mother asked. "No, I've only informed Aaron. Right now they think she escaped on her own. They're looking for her, and she has no ability, as well as nowhere to go. If you can, please help her." "Don't worry," she replied. "We will do our best. Anyone who has been affected by True Dream will be accepted. We shall treat her well. However, you have gone against our code. Although you were not caught, you took action without asking for permission, and you even went as far as to use our name. Your punishment will be decided when you come back to the base. For now, you shall be demoted from position 83 to position 100. Update me when you have the location Aaron will be sent to. We will have someone on standby waiting. Oh, and one last thing. Layla, I am waiting for you. Soar through the ranks. Don't be disheartened and try to get into the upper level so we can meet more frequently. May Pure be with you." "May Pure be with you." The two boys were closely following Leo as he walked around the school. "Sergeant Leo," Faye said, "there has been an update about the situation of the two students who ran away from their punishment. It appears that somehow Pure has already gotten their hands on both of them," Faye said. As Faye finished her words, she spotted the two boys standing not too far away from Leo. They were the first-year students who she had been seeing more than she would have liked to. Wherever these two went, it seemed like trouble was simply lurking in their shadows. On the other hand, Leo stopped in his tracks, prompting the students to do the same. They had reached an area in the school that they had never been to before. It was located around the back of the teleport area, and to access it, a special code should be entered on a panel that served as the lock. "This area is dedicated to the soldiers' storage room. When we moved here, we were allowed to bring our personal belongings," Leo explained. They walked for a few seconds, eventually stopping right before the door that had the number 12,
painted on it. There is a security device that made sure that the only one who had access to this room was him, unlike the other codes utilized on the previous doors. Placing his hand on top of the access panel, it soon allowed Leo inside. Quinn continued his inspection of the weapons. He noticed that most of them were high class and were classified as beast equipment. It turned out that Quinn wasn't the only one who noticed the equipment around them was mostly high gears, as Vorden did too. "Hey, if you're not going to use these things, do you mind if I keep them?" Just then, Leo came out from the back, holding a fairly large circular device. It was almost the same size as his upper body. He placed it in front of the two students, making a loud sound as it hit the floor. "I'm afraid that all of these weapons are cursed," Leo said. "Their users died with too much resentment, and those emotions stayed in their weapons," Leo explained. "Having no sight has allowed me to see more things than I have ever seen before. If only you could see the things I could see, perhaps you would begin to understand a little." "Oh," Vorden replied. "If you're talking about your ability, is there a way you can show me? I can copy and use other people's abilities. All I need to do is touch their hand." Quinn was a little afraid about how Leo would react. "If you wish to, then go ahead," Leo said as he held out his hand. At the same time, a strange smile appeared on his face. With that, the pressure Vorden felt before was back. When Vorden explained to Leo his abilities, Leo was running his lie detection ability to see if he was speaking the truth or not. Vorden looked at Leo's hand once again, and this time with slight hesitation. He eventually took the plunge and shook Leo's hand. Vorden could feel an insurgence of new energy inside his body. The cells in his body were finally changing. It was the strongest force he had ever felt enter his body before. Finally, the two of them let go. "Well?" Leo asked. "Do you see what I see?" Vorden activated the ability, and his whole vision went black. He could no longer see using his regular eyesight. Instead, the walls and floor appeared like wireframes that were constantly moving. When he looked at his hand, he could see the flow of yellow energy appearing off his own body. He turned his head and looked at Quinn, who was giving off a different color, a dark purple hue which burned brightly. Vorden now understood why Leo was able to tell that Quinn was different. It was the colors of energy. Finally, though, when he looked at Leo, the largest shock came to him. Leo's flame was yellow, just like Vorden's. However, there was a big difference between the two. The flow of energy burning was much more intense, and it seemed to be at least 4 times bigger than his own. But how? Vorden thought. Then Vorden started to notice something else. The sword around his waist was also burning a bright red color, and the energy coming off from it was nearly just as strong as Leo himself. "Is this normal for beast weapons?" Vorden asked. "It seems like you really can see what I can see. A regular beast weapon does not shine. As I said before, these are different," Leo explained. "And what about you?" Vorden asked. "Why are you—" Just before Vorden could ask his question, Leo immediately suppressed the yellow aura around his body and brought it down to the same level as Vorden. Seeing this action, Vorden knew Leo was telling him not to ask about it. Leo then tapped the large metallic circular object. "This here is a portable teleportation device. It's an old one, but it still works. As you know, these are a one-time use thing. It will allow you to go to a destination, but not come back," Leo explained. "The location of this device is set to a planet called Lintarnia. It's a green portal planet that I once came from, so it should be safe." "There is one problem, though," said Leo. "As you can see, it's very big and heavy. There is no way to move this without being suspicious or being seen by anyone else." "We could bring Aaron over to the portal," Vorden suggested. As Vorden made his suggestion, an idea suddenly popped into Quinn's head. He touched the shadow just underneath the large metallic object. "Dimensional space." The shadow underneath the object grew, and when it encased the whole thing, it eventually dropped down, as if the object was sucked into a black hole. "That solves the problem," Quinn said. "I wish you two good luck," Leo said. As the two boys ran off, Leo looked at the back of the two of them. "The future ahead will be dark for you two, but it seems you will be strong enough to overcome it." The circular portal was set up in Logan's room, while Layla sent a message with details about which planet Aaron would be in for an agent of Pure to pick her up. Once Layla received the confirmation back, it was finally time for them to say their goodbyes. Logan tapped a few buttons on the side of the circular machine, and two claw-like objects opened up from the side. A few moments later, a green-colored round fuzz of energy was produced. The portal was activated. Before stepping into it, she looked back at everyone in the room. "I know you losers will still do well without me, become the best, and keep my top place warm for me when I return," she said with a smile. Looking at Aaron's smile, their hearts started to melt a little. "Remember, if there is any problem and you need to contact us, use the watch," Logan shouted. With those last words said, Aaron stepped into the portal, experiencing a whole new world. On the planet Biolotmare, a medium-sized shelter stood along a clear blue river. The shelter wasn't owned by the military or the Big Four, but instead was owned by a secret benefactor who would hire out travelers, or traveler factions, to guard the place. Standing by one of the portal entrances was a young man who was tapping his foot on the ground. A strange sound was heard by his side. When he turned his head, he could see the space next to him became distorted. Warping in and out, suddenly, a bright white circular portal appeared. A snow-white-skinned female with blonde hair dropped out of it. The man walked up to the woman and looked her up and down before saying anything. "An angel flies high in the sky," the young man said, "and has its wings torn down and falls to the ground," Aaron replied. Before leaving, Layla had informed her this was a code, so agents could tell who was who between each other. "Follow me." The young man led her out of the shelter. "This should be far enough," the young man said, standing near the edge of the cliff top. The man started to walk around as if he was looking for something on the floor, until eventually a ping sound was heard. "Here it is." The man started to dig down at the spot with his bare hands. "Hey, pretty lady, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to help me?" the man asked. Just as she moved forward, a loud screeching sound could be heard in the air. "Watch out!" she shouted. "It's a beast!" The young man turned and slowly drew out his large sword. Suddenly the beast stopped its descent and spread its wings wide open, hovering by the cliff top in front of the young man. It marched forward, and the young man lifted the sword just at the right time, pushed it down like a pin right on top of its head. Its wings had stopped in an instant, and the beast was dead. "Can you at least get the crystal?" the man asked. While Aaron went to carve out the beast's crystal, the man continued to dig in the location. Finally, the man had stopped digging and pulled out a large, circular metallic device. After pressing a few buttons on the side, the portal opened up. "Well, are you ready to meet your new home?" he asked. "Take off the watch." "This? If you're worried about the school tracking me, they won't be able to. Your member disabled it," Aaron tried to explain. The man then forcefully grabbed her wrist and snapped the watch off, before throwing it onto the ground. "You're about to head into the Pure's base. We can't and won't take any chances." After that, he pulled Aaron into the portal, and the two of them disappeared out of sight. At Military Base 2, things were starting to calm down. There was only one problem left to solve right now, and that was Peter. The group had decided they would continue to hide Peter inside Logan's room. While he stayed in Logan's room, it would also give him time to practice the details of the student he was pretending to be. Logan opened up the files which displayed information about the student named Pio Blank on the screen. While the file was open, Logan would ask a series of questions, to which Peter would answer. They continued this until Peter could remember every detail about Pio Blank by heart. "Do you mind doing me another favor?" Logan asked with a small smile on his face. Peter hopped into the VR machine. Logan would communicate with him while he was connected. Right now, Logan wanted to see Peter's capabilities and strengths. "Peter, behind you a pair of weapons will appear. Use them however you wish against the NPC enemies." Suddenly, a pair of short blades appeared on the ground behind him, and at the same time, 8 different men all in a solid black color appeared. They didn't look like humans, but like blobs of ink instead. Using the 2 weapons and Peter's speed, he was able to deal with most of the enemies with ease, and Logan was impressed. Right now, both his strength and speed were nearly 4 times the level of an average human. Finally, the simulation had ended, and Peter exited the pod. After gathering all of Peter's stats, Logan concluded that Peter would make a great spy or assassin. While Logan was deep in thought, he heard a knock on the door, and to his utter surprise, it was Quinn and Fex. "What are you two doing back here so soon?" Logan asked. "Actually," Quinn replied, "I was hoping we could use your VR capsule. I wanted you to add Fex's ability to the game for us." "I suppose I still have some energy left in me," Logan said as he quickly hopped onto his computer. "Go on then, Quinn, you've done this before. Show him what to do." Just like Quinn had done before, Fex was placed into the fairly large glass tube. He was then told to use his ability in different ways, while the tube and computer would record how his ability worked. "And we are done," Logan said as he opened his eyes and let go of the computer. "How will we play?" Quinn asked. "There's only one VR machine." "I thought of that beforehand," Logan said as he threw two very small, square-looking nanosticks in the air. Both Quinn and Fex caught them with ease by swiping their hands in the air. "Usually if you try putting anything into the VR capsules, it will just reject them for security reasons, but those have been blessed by me," Logan explained. "Just head to the back and pop them in. After that, when you log into the VR capsule, it will give you the option of which server to connect to. I've put both the shadow and string ability into the private server for you to use. Now get out of here and go play your little game." As soon as the two boys left the room, Logan almost collapsed on his bed. Peter looked at Logan in the room before looking at the VR capsule again. "Do you mind if I use the VR capsule?" Peter asked. But Logan was already asleep. "Whatever, it's just a game," Peter said as he climbed into the machine. "Logging in online. Please create your user ID." Quinn and Fex were now in the game's white lobby room. They had done as Logan instructed. Right now, they were in his private server. "Okay, so the idea is, I will control your body using the strings. Now what you need to do is focus on the feeling of each movement. Every sequence of moves starts somewhere and ends somewhere. You need to put these things together like building blocks," Fex explained. "So are you ready?" Quinn was ready this time. Within the game, there was no chance for him to be hurt. He stood with his back facing towards Fex and had his arms and legs spread out to make it easier for him. Just like he did with Aaron, Fex walked up to Quinn and inserted 12 different pieces of string into 12 different parts of his body. Fex did a few simple tests first, moving his body around. "Calm down, will you?" Fex complained. "For this to work, you need to be in a sleep-like state. That way I can use your body how I like. You just need to pay attention with your mind." Quinn closed his eyes and tried relaxing his body. It took a while for him to allow his whole body to go limp, as he was afraid he would fall over if he did, but suddenly when he did, he felt a jolt in his legs. He didn't fall over, but instead, Fex had taken control of his legs. After getting past the weird feeling, the rest was now easy for Fex. Quinn concentrated hard as Fex demonstrated the moves using his body. As his arms flew out from different angles, they were fast and stiff. At the same time, his body was always in a position where he could see an oncoming attack, while being able to block using his shoulder. Quinn tried to combine the feelings of the punches together with his muscle memory from being controlled by Fex, and it seemed to be working out well for him. Fex watched Quinn carefully as each move was performed nearly perfectly to how they were shown. "Looks like we have a fast learner," Fex said. As Quinn didn't want to let go of this feeling, he continued to practice the punches Fex had taught him. He was slowly perfecting them. Then, all of a sudden, he heard a ding from the system.
Hi, Quinn here. Wondering what happens next? If you want to jump the queue and unleash all episodes, click on the link here and install the Pocket FM app.